Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Zhang Li was looking through banned books in the library about time and space in the past few days. He felt that simple sparring and meditation could no longer effectively improve his strength. He seemed to have reached a plateau, so he hopes to find some magic to help him improve his mental willpower. According to what Guya said, when his spiritual willpower reaches the quasi-heavenly father level, his own seal will be automatically released. If you want to take a shortcut to quickly improve your mental willpower without being as uncontrollable as directly using the Mind Stone, Zhang Li has a bold idea to go to other dimensional worlds to see the world or communicate with the devil. Naturalitha's idea cannot be told to outsiders. It is already considered heresy. Zhang Li stayed in the library for 2 days at a time, and all the food he had during this period was brought to him by the administrator. There is no Weiban books are not allowed to be borrowed, and ordinary people cannot read them in 2 days. Zhang memorized the general content and key spells. This was also thanks to the fact that when he came to Karmata, he found a professor who specialized in ancient languages and copied his Sanskrit memory. Otherwise, he would have to translate it word for word. Whether he could translate half the book in 2 days was a question. Returning to his residence, Zhang Li couldn't wait to start trying to summon the devil according to the magic recorded in the book. Loki, I summon you. Zhang Li changed the curse pattern for summoning the demon god into runes and began to summon Loki. Although the scene in front of him has not changed at all, Zhang's consciousness has crossed multiple dimensions to meet Loki. Are you my believer? How did you summon me? Looking at Loki in front of him, who is wearing a sharp forehead protector, a suit of red rose on his chest, and holding a goblet of red wine in his hand, Zhang Li knew that he was looking for the wrong Loki. I may have found the wrong person. Zhang calmed down and performed the summoning ceremony again. Where are you? Who are you? Why did you summon me? Looking at Loki, who was wary of him with a knife in his hand, Zhang Li knew that he had made the wrong mistake again. Didn't I summon the dimension demon? How could I summon such a weak Loki? Is it because I changed the summoning magic pattern? Come again. Oh, where are you, severe female Loki? You know me. Sorry, I found the wrong person again. After experiencing several failures, Zhang Li tried again. This time he abandoned all distracting thoughts and concentrated on thinking about the scene when he last saw Loki. Loki, I summon you. It felt like his consciousness was pulled away from reality by a powerful force. When Zhang opened his eyes again, he was already in Loki's office. Are you here to kill me? Loki asked. Zhang Li said, if possible, I can free you. Are you willing to end this boring office life and let me replace your throne? At that time, I can use my ability to copy the ability of the clone and let the clone sit in shifts, gang. I won't be like you who have to sit on that broken chair all your life and don't know who to go to for help when you get hemorrhoids. That bullshit test is even easier. If you send a few clones there, I don't believe anyone can handle me. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Loki was immediately silenced by Zhang Li's words. Why don't you wait any longer? I have learned time knowledge for dozens of centuries and traveled countless times before I got to this position. I haven't even enjoyed it yet. Then you can continue to enjoy your hemorrhoid life. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm here to ask if there is any way you can improve my knowledge. Loki shrugged. I'm not omniscient, god of time. Can't you go into the river of time and see if there is any solution? That's so dull, so boring, huh? People really laugh when they are speechless. Goodbye. Zhang Li decisively ended the summoning ceremony. Loki couldn't be trusted at all. I want the horse to run fast, but I am reluctant to feed the horse fodder. What a perfect exploiter. How about talking to the demon god from the dark latitude? After thinking about it again and again, Zhang Li rejected this idea because he really didn't dare to contact the demon god in the dark latitude now, and he might be killed by the other party if he wasn't careful. Hey, that's not right. Why should I go to all this trouble? Just go find the old man. Zhang Li almost forgot that he also knew an omniscient and omnipotent Mr. Stan who knows this universe better than him. That's the famous Oa. After that, Zhang Li opened the portal directly and went to Stark's apartment. He borrowed Stark's car and a bag of horses, went to the gift shop to buy some consolation items, and then came outside Stan's house. Just as Zhang Li was about to knock on the door, a young man opened the door with a briefcase. Who are you? Who are you looking for? The girl looked at Zhang warily. I'm here to see Mr. Stan and have a chat with him. I brought a gift of condolences. Grandpa, we are looking for you. The girl stepped aside and signaled to Zhang Li that he could come in. Who is looking for me? Oh, it's you, young man. Stan leaned into Zhang Li's ear and whispered, Did you bring burgers and Coke? I heard it. The girl warned as she stood by the door. This is my friend Zhang Li. Aren't you going to school? If you don't go, you'll be late. The girl glanced at Zhang Li and then warned Stan, don't run out and mess around. I promise, after receiving the old man's assurance. The girl opened the door again and left. After watching the girl leave through the window with a strong feeling, the old man pulled Zhang Li to go out. Old man, you just promised not to get out. The old man can't be offended. And neither can his granddaughter for an old man like Stan. His granddaughter's status must be higher than his. If you offend the old man, you can coax his granddaughter. But if you offend the old man's granddaughter, it's useless to coax anyone else, then use your magic. Bring some burgers and Coke. I brought a gift of condolences. Why don't you take a look first, HMPH? The old man turned away with his empty pipe in his mouth, ignoring Zhang Li's hamburger and Coke. Otherwise, let's not talk about it. Just go back to where it came from. There was no other way. So Zhang Li had no choice but to buy a hamburger and Coke for the old man. The old man was happy and was willing to give Zhang Li a few words of advice. The power that comes out of thin air does not belong to you after all. To build a tall building, the foundation must be solid. You might as well see more of the world. Feel everything in the world. Witness other people's stories. And experience the interactions between people. Regardless of good or evil, you can always gain something. When you understand what your heart wants and insist on it unswervingly, even if you find your own ways, your heart will become extremely strong and fearless. After listening to the old man's teachings, Zhang Li began to doubt himself. Am I not determined enough to return to the void? Am I not sincere enough to protect Rida and Riane? After returning to the Hong Kong temple, Zhang Li did not practice, nor did he think about summoning the demon. He was thinking about the old man's words. As a supreme being in the universe, his words must be correct. And he would not use such words to deceive Zhang Li. But Zhang Li could not grasp the key point after a few days. Zhang Li thought about it and finally decided to leave Camertage and travel around the world. This is the place he analyzed from the old man's words. Zhang Li just went out and was about to tell Wang and then go to Camertage to find Ancient One. Suddenly there was an explosion downstairs. Enemy attack. Is there anyone who dares to come to the temple to make trouble? Could it be that the Latitude demon came to the door? Zhang Li hurried downstairs, but saw a group of mages fighting with 3 black monsters. The 3 monsters were round, thick-skinned, powerful, and had a pair of red eyes. The mages rushed up and were directly knocked away like balls, or were knocked away by the beam energy emitted from their eyes. Dead mind. Zhang Li recognized the identities of these monsters. A group of dark monsters without self-awareness. In this world, the dead mind should be the servants of Dormammu. Dormammu attacked the Earths. There was no time to think more. Zhang Li condensed a magic rope in his hand, put it around the neck of a dead mind, and tried to control the other party. But Zhang Li's body had been sealed by Ancient One, and his strength was not enough to shake the dead mind. Instead, he was dragged around by the dead mind and broke a lot of things. On the ground, someone's magic weapon was knocked to the ground. Just when Zhang Li was about to hit it, A foot suddenly stepped on Zhang Li's magic rope before Zhang Li let go. Bangs! The magic rope was tightly wrapped around the neck of the lost mind demon. The lost mind demon was suddenly restrained by the rope, and his body was tripped to the ground, creating a hole. Zhang Li looked up and saw a skinny old man with a broken hand, stepping on the magic golden rope he had condensed. Master Hamill nodded to Zhang Li. Then he stepped on the ground with his feet, and his body was as flexible as a frog in the air. His broken hand and 5 fingers quickly drew magic spells, condensing a golden dagger and stabbing into the head of the lost mind demon. After struggling on the ground for a few breaths, the lost mind demon turned into black smoke and dissipated. Boom! Under the cover of several mages, Wang entangled with 2 lost mind demons, using the same magic golden rope as Zhang Li to wrap the 2 lost mind demons, so that they could attack each other with the light from their eyes. Where did these lost mind demons come from? Master Hamill asked. He is the person in charge of the Hong Kong temple, but he did not feel any fluctuations in the magic circle. It seems that the enemy did not come from outside, but there may be something wrong inside. Kamar-Taj may be attacked. A wizard lying in the ruins said, I just wanted to teleport to Kamar-Taj, but these 3 lost hearts rushed out of the portal and injured me. The wizards who were not injured at the scene will come with me to support Kamar-Taj. Master Zhao, you stay to take care of the wounded and guard the temple. The middle-aged wizard next to Master Hamill stayed, and then rushed into the portal to Kamar-Taj Square with a dozen uninjured wizards. Roar Kamar-Taj was full of demons, and lost hearts were running around in the square, attacking anyone they saw. There was no need for Master Hamill to tell him anything. The wizards behind him took the initiative to find the lost hearts and started to counterattack. Is this the dimensional demon invading Kamar-Taj? Although Zhang Li still couldn't figure out the situation, attacking the lost hearts was a sure thing. Old Wang, cast a protective magic on me and I'll show you my new moves. Among the mages of Kamar-Taj, he has the best relationship with Wang, and they are familiar with each other, and they often explore magic together. Wang didn't waste any words, and cast a protective magic on himself and Zhang Li. Watch out, I've innovated the teleportation magic. Zhang Li drew a circle in front of him, summoning a football-sized portal, and then continued to draw circles to condense a magic sword. The portal was embedded on the tip of the sword, which looked out of place. Zhang Li raised his sword and rushed towards the lost heart demon, avoiding the beam of power shot from his eyes, and directly cut the lost heart demon into 2 pieces with one sword. Space magic is already scarce, and such a high-level power is only used for teleportation. It's a bit of a waste, what do you think? A very powerful innovation, follow me. Wang acted as a tank in front to parry the lost heart demon's various attacks, and Zhang Li followed behind him to find an opportunity to cut the lost heart demon in 2. In months of sparring, Zhang Li and Wang have developed a tacit understanding and cooperated seamlessly. Although there were many lost minds, their fighting power was limited. With the continuous support of the 3 major temples, hundreds of lost minds were quickly strangled. Why are there so many lost minds in Kamar-Taj? Where is the supreme sorcerer? Where did she go? Several old wizards looked at Mordo, and Mordo panted and said, Casillas touched the dark magic. He led people to steal the Supreme Sorcerer's collection of books and summon these lost minds. The Supreme Sorcerer has gone to chase him, Casillas. Several older mages couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Casillas should have become the mainstay of Kamar-Taj in the future, and he might even succeed the position of Supreme Mage. But now he has embarked on a dark path, which is really disappointing. Handle the post-war affairs properly. Let the mages who are proficient in treatment in the major temples come to take care of the wounded. Others should be on guard at all times. And the 3 major temples should also be vigilant to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. Without the Supreme Mage, Mage Hamill can take full charge of all matters. After Zhang Li helped clean up the battlefield, he could not play any role in Kamar-Taj, so he returned directly to the Hong Kong temple to guard the Guardian Array to prevent enemy invasion. Buzz! The three mages with Zhang Li suddenly felt that the Guardian Array was under attack. Before the three of them came to their senses, a portal suddenly opened, and then a pale-faced mage fell out from it. Earth's hell demons invade. The wizard had lost his vitality before he finished speaking. His body was cold as if he had been dead for a long time. It seems that his soul was corroded and he died. Hurry up and inform the wizard Hamel to prepare for the enemy. I will go to investigate the situation, Jang Lee said, and opened the portal without waiting for the two to refute. Jang Lee took a step forward and came to the pocket universe built by the Supreme Wizard. A small space in the universe outside the Earth. Invaders from other worlds who want to enter the Earth generally need to pass through this small space first. This is also the first line of defense for Master Kama-Taj against foreign enemies. As soon as Zhang Li set foot here, he saw a red demon more than 2 meters high swallowing the soul of a mage. Can't beat it, this is the first thought of tension. If he hadn't been sealed, this kind of role might not have caught his eye. But now he was just a pure mage. And there were several corpses of mage lying at the feet of the demon. Here comes another snack, it seems I have been discovered. I need to get out of here quickly. Just as Zhang was about to turn around and escape, he saw the demon tearing open the space. And through the gaps in the space, Zhang saw countless ordinary people in the bustling city. Hey friend, do you have time to chat? He regretted it the moment the tension came out of his mouth. Why was he going crazy? He actually wants to hold the other party back, huh? Aren't you going to run away with red rough skin, a pair of fleshy wings with a long tail, and a mouth full of fangs? The opponent also carries a powerful kingly pressure. At first glance, he is no ordinary demon. Ordinary demons have no ability to invade the Earth. Your domineering spirit is amazing. I can't help but feel awe. Zhang Li said nonsense seriously. I feel the panic in your hearts. Are you lying and trying to delay time with a swish sound? The red demon disappeared in front of Zhang Li's eyes and came to his back. He could even feel the cold breath coming from the opponent's body. Zhang was suddenly sweating profusely, and he quickly gathered a basic magic sword with his backhand to sweep across. The response is good. The devil's claws were like pliers clasping Zhang Li's wrist tightly. Zhang's legs bounced and kicked on the opponent's lower abdomen. He used the force to fly out and fell to the ground. His wrists were caught by the opponent's. The claws tore through the flesh, causing a strong burning sensation in the wound. Zhang quickly drew a rune representing healing to heal the wound. Interesting, an ancient magic pattern. You are different from those mages. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? The devil extended an olive branch to Zhang Li. Zhang Li thought he could delay it for a moment. So he said, "Who are you? Are you worthy of my allegiance?" Hehe, the red demon laughed, and his body gradually shrank, turning into the height of a normal human being. He transformed into black clothes and a handsome but domineering white face, which made him look a little handsome. I am the heart demon, the son of the hell demon Mephisto, and I will soon become the new lord of hell. Which heart demon are you here for the Pact of St. Fangansa in the plot of Ghost Rider? The witch heart demon came to the earth to find the contract of St. Fangansa in order to replace Mephisto, trying to absorb the energy of evil spirits to recreate a new latitude of hell and become the new lord of hell. Do you know about the Pact of St. Fangansa? Who are you? Now that Zhang understands his purpose, he has to get rid of Zhang Li just in case. Zhang Li tried to resist, but his strength was not enough in front of the witch heart demon. He only resisted for 7 or 8 rounds before the witch heart demon grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Who are you? Witch heart demon asked again. I am your ancestor. Zhang Li naturally has his own confidence. He was the destined man chosen by Loki, and he didn't believe that Loki would do this and watch him die. Court death. The witch heart demon began to release its demonic power, constantly eroding Zhang Li's soul and making it rotten. Loki, I'm sorry if you don't take action. I'm going to die. Zhang Li felt that the energy in his body began to drain away. His hands and feet gradually became colder. His perception became slower and slower. And his eyes became blurry, groove. The tense skin gradually loses its color. And as soon as the eyes turn white, the person loses consciousness. What's this? Just when the witch heart demon thought Zhang was dead, Zhang's originally decayed and dissipated soul was miraculously reshaped into integrity again. Devil shall die. Just when the witch heart demon was about to attack Zhang Li's soul again, Master Hamel and Wang finally arrived with their men. Being besieged by all the mages, the witch heart demon revealed his true form again, holding Zhang Li's corpse in one hand and fighting with the mages. The witch heart demon has a powerful body, and ordinary magic and physical attacks cannot hurt him at all. On the other hand, if the witch heart demon encounters that mage casually, that mage's body and soul will suffer a lot. The mages dare not rashly engage in close combat with the witch heart demon, and can only engage in long-range combat with it. The witch heart demon, regardless of martial ethics, directly held Zhang Li's corpse in front of him to resist the magic attacks of the mages. Zhang Li's body was attacked by powerful magic power, and he woke up from the pains. The white magic of the mages and the demonic power of the witch's heart demon were rushing through Zhang Li's body, and he felt that his body was about to burst. I give you my divine power, the cold voice of death, full of intellectual beauty, sounded in Zhang Li's ears. The mouthful of death divine power that Zhang Li choked in the black lake of death suddenly burst out from the depths of Zhang's soul, crushing all the white magic and demonic power into pieces and turning it into nourishment for Zhang's soul. The divine power of death only exploded in an instant, and the mages and the inner witches were thrown out, causing the space in this area to shake. Zhang couldn't bear the impact of this force and fainted again. Crack! The space of this small world could not bear the power of death and began to collapse. Buzz! The many-dimensional demons close to the earth all felt the vibration of the pocket space. And an ancient, mysterious, powerful and boundless power exploded there. Some blind guys were rushing in that direction, trying to occupy that power, and the self-aware demons subconsciously stayed away from the earth. Rebellious son, what have you done? Mephisto naturally felt the power and the witch heart demon. Death is the source, creator and manipulator of all life souls in the multiverse. Mephisto, the demon god of hell, is the agent of the other party. Mephisto is very familiar with the power of death, so he feels extremely scared in his heart. But he didn't dare to get close easily, so he could only scold his stupid son. I hope the other party will not bring him a catastrophe. The pocket space began to collapse, and the mages had no time to take Zhang Li, and could only watch him being buried in the space turbulence of the pocket space collapse. At the end of time, Loki stared blankly at Zhang Li dying and coming back to life. He wanted to help him, but he was imprisoned by death and was powerless. Well, it seems that my chances of winning are quite high. Loki did not expect Zhang Li to get the attention of death. With death betting on Zhang Li, he felt that his position as the god of time was secure. But Zhang Li did not know that after death saved him this time, his soul had been completely branded by death. Hiss. The first feeling Zhang Li had when he opened his eyes was a swollen pain in his head, followed by a strong smell of medicine. Zhang Li looked around and found himself in a hospital ward, with an IV drip in his hand. There were 6 beds and 4 empty beds, with only an old man and himself occupying 1 bed each. Has the witch demon been solved? Are you talking to me? The old man in the bed next to Zhang Li put down the newspaper and looked at Zhang Li. Aren't you a mage from Camertage? Zhang Li thought he was sent to the hospital by the mages of Camertage, and the one next to him should be a mage who was injured in the battle like himself. I'm a retired lawyer. Young man, are you sure you've come to the right hospital? I know a few good mental hospitals that I can introduce to you. Ordinary hospital. Zhang Li finally realized that he might not be in the hospital arranged by Camertage. What kind of mage is injured and needs to go to an ordinary hospital for treatment? Do you know Ancient One Mordo, where's Wank? Young man, don't get excited. You can talk to Wang slowly if you have anything to say. The old man comforted Zhang Li while pressing the call button. It was obvious that Zhang Li was misunderstood as a person with a mental problem. Seeing that the explanation was not working, Zhang Li pulled out the IV drip on his hand and walked out of the ward in slippers. Nurse, a patient escaped. Zhang Li retrieved his clothes, fled all the way to the bathroom, put on the Xuan ring and prepared to go back to camouflage through the portal. But he felt a strong resistance out of thin air. No way. Zhang Li was very familiar with this resistance from space. It seemed to be a barrier from the universe. Can I travel through time after beating a witch demon? Zhang Li didn't know that the power of death had shattered the pocket space, and he was swept by the turbulence of space. Find Loki. Zhang Li began to try to call Loki. Consciousness crossed time and space, and Zhang Li appeared in Loki's office again. How should I go back? Why should I go back? Aren't you the same in that universe? Since you are going to travel anyway, why not just think of it as going farther on your own? That makes sense. A new world and a new story are also good. But you have to promise that you'd better be quicker next time you save me. Zhang Li didn't know that he was actually saved by death. Loki didn't expose it but just nodded and agreed to Zhang Li. Zhang Li's consciousness returned to the real world. Since he came, he would make the best of it. Zhang Li didn't panic and left the hospital first. It's you, hey, don't leave. A blonde girl blocked Zhang Li's way outside the hospital. Do we know each other? Zhang Li always felt that the girl in front of him was familiar. She should be a superhero in this world. But Zhang Li couldn't remember her name for a while. My name is Gwen Stacy. I took you to the hospital last night. It turned out that when Gwen went home last night, she saw Zhang Li lying on the ground unconscious. So she called the emergency number and sent Zhang Li to the hospital. Just now someone in the hospital called her and said that the patient had escaped, and asked her to come over to handle the formalities. So she came. Gwen, I mean, do you know Spider-Man? Could this girl in front of her be Spider-Gwen? Everyone in the city knows Spider-Man, right? Gwen hesitated. Peter Parker, from Gwen's evasive look. Zhang Li guessed that the Spider-Man in this world should still be Peter. Who are you? Gwen subconsciously took a step back and looked at Zhang Li vigilantly. Thank you for sending me to the hospital, Miss Gwen. My name is Zhang Li and I am a wizard from a parallel universe. I ended up here for some reason. Zhang Li introduced himself. Parallel universe, yes. Mage, yes, that's not scientific at all. It's actually very scientific. I know an excellent scientist who can use his scientific ability to control magic knowledge. Zhang Li realized that this world might not be as crazy as imagined. At least ordinary people have not yet come into contact with supernatural powers. Sorry, I still can't accept it, Mage. Can you show me a demonstration? Gwen thought Zhang Li might be a magician. And a magician with a bad brain. Have you been to Huashan Mountain? The Huashan Mountain in the east, yes, follow me. Zhang Li took Gwen to an empty corner, and then drew circles with his hand. Sparks flashed. Zhang Li stepped into the other side of the portal, and Gwen rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Did you steal some hallucinogenic drugs from the hospital? Gwen stepped into the portal doubtfully, and then she followed Zhang Li to the other side of the earth. The other side of the ocean. When Gwen and Zhang Li returned to New York City again, Gwen was still holding a bowl of fried potatoes. So you're a mutant. Is your ability to open the door to space? How convenient. Mutants in this world, yes, aren't you a mutant? I always thought mutants were dangerous. But I didn't expect you to be a good person, woo woo woo. Police cars drove past the two of them, and the security in New York City was still so chaotic. Oh, it seems that my date with Peter is ruined again. Gwen sighed. Then do you want to consider our party? A man and a woman walked behind Zhang Li and Gwen. The woman was a black girl with white hair, and the man wore a pair of special glasses. They were all wearing the same black leather jacket. Aurora Scott. Zhang Li was a little excited. The visitors were Storm and Cyclops, the combat members of the X-Men. It turned out that this was really the world of mutants that I had been thinking about. Do you know us? Storm and Scott looked at each other. Obviously neither of them knew Zhang Li. But Jang Lee knew them. This matter is a bit complicated. Isn't it very complicated? Zhang Li is Charles's brother. But Charles in this world is already in his teens. And he is only 10 years old. And there may be a self named Cassandra hidden in an underground passage in this world. Just trying to explain my origins is complicated enough. We are members of the X-Men. The professor has detected a strong energy fluctuation here. So can you please come with us, X-Men? I know. It's a special department that cooperates with the government. Do you want to go with them? Gwen asked. It seems so. After all, I just came to this world and it's rare to meet a few acquaintances. Are you kidding about the parallel world you mentioned? No, it's still hard to believe. How did you get here? With your mutant powers, Zhang Li, well. I was fighting demons in a magical space. And then maybe the space-time chaos caused by the fragmentation of that space accidentally teleported me to this world. So you're a superhero too, like Peter. Today, Peter is a household name and well-respected. No, I am a mage. In order to protect the safety of the entire Earth. Mage fights against various dark demons. Mages' battles are generally not noticed by ordinary people. Only a very few people know the existence of the mage group. Guardians of the Secret, a great group of people. Nice to meet you, Master Zhang. After Gwen listened to Zhang Li's story, she remembered what Peter had done. The shadow hides behind the mask and always respects. With great power comes great responsibility. Zhang Li looked at Gwen's stretched out slender hand. But he didn't expect that Gwen would praise him. After learning magic for so long, he had fought for others just once. He has selfish motives for learning magic. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Li stretched out his hand and gently shook Gwen's hand. Wait a minute, let me give you a small gift. Think of it as a thank you for saving my life. Do you have any coins? Zhang Li felt the need to fight for a chance of life for the kind-hearted girl in front of him. So that Peter would not have such a miserable life. Yes. Zhang Li took the coin from Gwen's hand and then began to mobilize magical power to engrave magic on the coin. Need a hair of yours? What is this? Bless my magic. Gwen pulled off a piece of hair and handed it to Zhang Li, who entered the magic power and then arranged the hair into 3 runes and carved the runes onto the coin. Okay. I've engraved this coin with protective magic and runes. You can carry it close to your body, but don't spend it. It will protect you when you are in danger, you know. As a superhero, a girlfriend is a very dangerous thing. Thanks. Gwen took the coin and thanked Zhang Li. After bidding farewell to Gwen's, Zhang Li followed Storm and Cyclops in a car and headed to Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters, a mutant academy founded by Charles. Aurora. Scott, can I collect your hair? What's wrong? Do you want to draw a magic spell for us too? Although Scott didn't know what Zhang Li's magic ability was, it seemed quite practical. He wondered if he could ask Li Zhang to draw one for Chin. This time it's for personal use. I used to be a mutant and could copy other people's mutant abilities. But now I'm practicing hard and my abilities have been sealed by a powerful mage. Scott and Aurora, the co-pilots, exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. Are there any side effects? Storm asked. The little naughty girl in the academy can also absorb other people's abilities through contact. But the side effects are a bit serious. Because her ability can absorb all kinds of energy from the human body without limit. Including life force, no, but it will take a while. Seemingly reading through the minds of the two of them, Zhang Li continued, I'm also quite interested in Anna's mutant abilities. Anna marrieth little naughty names. She is also called Rakshasa. So you're coming with us to the academy because it's profitable. Storm and Cyclops secretly exchanged glances. Ready to take action at any time, I am Charles's brother. Zhang Li directly released the bombshell in another parallel world. So I won't be ill-willed towards his lovely students. It's all nonsense. Scott didn't believe it at all. In the evening, Zhang Li arrived at Xavier College. and Phoenix girl Jean Grey was already waiting for them at the gate of the campus. The professor is already waiting for you. Qin looked at Zhang curiously because she couldn't read Zhang's consciousness. It's not very polite to stare, Scott warns. Qin's eyes did not linger on herself, but stared at Zhang Li for a long time. And Zhang Li actually stared at Qin's back and couldn't look away. Which made Scott angry. I just sensed the hostility in her. You should change your glasses. Zhang Yan did feel the faint hostility coming from Qin. He didn't understand why. Because this should be the first time they met. As the incarnation of the life and spiritual power of the original universe. And as a powerful force at the almighty universe level. The Phoenix Force will naturally be compared with the power of death. So the hostility that Tension senses does not come from Qin. Nor is it directed at him. Professor, people have brought it. Hello Charles, I'm Zhang Li. Zhang waved to the bald old man sitting in a wheelchair in the room. I can't read you but I feel it, we are brothers. Charles' words shocked Qin and others. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them would be Charles's brother? Actually, that's not the case. In my world, I am the elder brother. I live and you die. In countless universes, Charles is always the one alive. And the fate of his brothers or sisters is always miserable. And Zhang Li became the variable. He was not only the older brother, but he also survived. Although he was cut again later. He now appears in the real world again. The arrangement of fate is always so wonderful. Maybe your existence is destined by your world. Zhang Li, then you are wrong again because I was cut. And you should be corrected again, cut corrected. It seems that you haven't come into contact with these things yet. Everyone's existence has its inevitable mission. So Zhang Li, why are you called Zhang Li? Charles asked curiously originally. It should be called Cassandra Nova Xavier. But I don't like that name so I took another one. Okay, then why did you come to my world? Zhang Li replied it was an accident. But your coming to the academy is not an accident, is it? Wise men and old men are good at peeping into people's hearts. Not to mention Charles, an old wise man with telepathy. I am practicing hard. You should have felt that my mutant ability has been sealed by someone. And now I am a mage, as my dear brother in another world. Shouldn't you help my poor brother? His mutant ability is to copy other people's mutant abilities. And he wants to copy the abilities of students. Scott interrupted, that's not the right way. Charles stared at Zhang Li's eyes. Trying to see through him, Charles. I defeated you and won the right to live. But in the end I died and now I'm alive again. I came here with a mission and you have no reason to reject me. Even if you reject me, you can't change the reality that is about to come, no. Charles stared at Zhang Li. And after the two confronted each other for a long time, he still chose to reject my pedantic brother. You are so disappointing. Zhang Li expressed that he was very disappointed with Charles. Although Charles did not agree, he still arranged a residence for Zhang Li, which was near Xavier College. The students of the college seemed to have been warned. Every time Zhang Li entered the college, the students would deliberately avoid communicating with him. Zhang Li's original idea of getting close to the students to obtain mutant genes was immediately dashed. I'm young now, I shouldn't tell them about my abilities. Why should I show off, isn't it good to be a wizard? Zhang Li regretted it, is it a holiday today? Why didn't I see anyone? Although the students avoided Zhang Li, the college seemed to be a little suspiciously quiet today. Is the X-Men going to take any action? Charles called him today, and Zhang Li thought that there should be something going on. Now it seems that the other party hopes that he will participate in some action and provide some help. After all, his portal is much faster than an airplane. Dong ding dong, I'm coming in. Zhang Li knocked on the door of Charles' office and pushed it open. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Two stun guns instantly subdued Zhang Li and stunned him. Cole sunned before Zhang Li fainted. He saw Coulson and two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Charles sat in a wheelchair expressionlessly, watching everything happen indifferently. After Zhang Li was stunned, A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed out of the room next to him, and even someone on the wall leaned against a high-tech invisible barrier and pointed a gun at Zhang Li. "Thank you for your cooperation, Professor. Everything is for peace." Charles stretched out his hand and shook Coulson gently. Coulson looked at Jang Lee, who was tied up by the agents, and asked curiously, "Is he really as scary as you said?" "He looks ordinary, believe me, Agent Coulson. Although I can't completely invade his brain, I still glimpsed his evil side. It was a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And he came from another world, so we have to be on guard." Charles saw some scenes of the void through Zhang Li's consciousness, which made him mistakenly believe that Zhang Li was not a good person. In addition, he still had memories of fighting Cassandra before he was born. He had reason to suspect Zhang Li's intentions. And in the past few days, Zhang Li always tried to get close to his students, and deliberately or unintentionally inquired about Eric's whereabouts. So he had no choice but to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., hoping that S.H.I.E.L.D. could imprison Zhang Li. And S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed very curious about Zhang Li's identity as a visitor from another world. So today's scene happened. "Professor, is it really okay to do this?" Jean asked, looking at the gradually moving Quinjet. Charles said his heart has been polluted by darkness. "My anti-self sister has not been able to get rid of the darkness in her heart. And it seems that this brother is the same." It turned out that Charles in this world had fought with Cassandra a long time ago. So he always had doubts about Zhang Li. Zhang Li woke up again and found that his eyes had been covered by thick eye masks. His hands and feet had been locked by iron rings. And even his 5 fingers were fixed in metal gloves. All parts of his body except the neck were imprisoned. "Charles, what do you want to do to me?" "And Coulson, we are friends and I saved your life." "Are you so ungrateful?" Zhang Li, who had woken up, obviously didn't understand his situation very well. He tried to attract others' attention and vent his anger by shouting, "Squeak, squeak, squeaka." The special eye mask on Zhang Li's head released an electric current, causing Zhang Li to scream in pain, woo-ah-ah tingling. Swelling numbness. Zhang Li couldn't tell which kind of pain it was. He just felt that his brain was about to be crushed. Obviously, only the brain suffered. But he felt that his limbs were about to be shattered. After clicking to end, Zhang Li couldn't even feel the existence of his body. He just felt that he seemed to have turned into a wisp of wind between heaven and earth. And he might be broken up at any time with a kite. A harsh electronic sound suddenly came from the room, followed by the dong-dong sound of people tapping the microphone with their fingers. "Next I ask questions, you answer, understand?" Coulson's voice came from the microphone. "Coulson, I recognize your voice. I really regret that I saved you, squeak." Woo-ah, Zhang Li just said a few more words, and was mercilessly shocked by Coulson again. "I ask, you answer, do you understand?" "I understand." Zhang Li had no choice but to give in. The feeling of electric shock to the brain was not pleasant. "Then next, please introduce yourself." Zhang Li said, "Name Zhang Legender, male, age 10 years old." "I am Squeak, woo-woo, how old are you?" Coulson asked. 10 years old, woo-woo. Zhang Li was shocked by Coulson again. "Age. You asked me to introduce myself, so you should have my information. But since you don't have my specific information now, how can you judge that what I said is false?" Coulson asked back, "Have you ever seen a normal human who grows to 1.8 meters at the age of 8? I advise you to tell the truth. Don't you know if I am a normal person? Let's not say that I am a mutant. Just because I come from another world, you can't provide evidence to deny me. As an external consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D., I also understand your methods. You should have started studying my body now, right? Isn't that magical genetic sequence very fascinating?" Zhang Li didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have the time to interrogate him first. He didn't know how long it had been since Zhang was caught. They must have conducted a simple and rough study on Zhang. S.H.I.E.L.D. External Advisor. "Is this your position in your world?" "Yes." Coulson knew that Zhang would know Coulson in a parallel universe. But he did not expect that Zhang would be his colleague in the parallel universe. In this way, Zhang Li's statement that he had saved Coulson was obviously not groundless. So you know us very well, that's not necessarily true. Each parallel universe will have its differences. For example, there were no mutants or Charles in the previous world. The last world, how many worlds have you visited? What ability did you use to travel between them? The world I was born in, the world I grew up in. The previous world and your world, there are 4 in total. Coulson asked again, you haven't said what ability you used to travel between the 2 worlds. Coulson, we are barely getting along now. So can we trade problems for problems? No. Coulson refused sternly. Zhang Li was now a prisoner and had no right to negotiate with him. I just want to know if there are Hydra and Captain America in this world. If so, I can negotiate with you. If not, then I can only cooperate obediently. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson certainly knew Zhang Li's intention. After a long time without hearing Coulson speak again, Zhang Li laughed. It seems that we can negotiate. At the same time, Zhang Li cursed Charles' betrayal in his heart. Coulson, what kind of expression would Charles have if he saw me walking out of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a swagger? Do you think I can take revenge on him after I get out? The situation reversed, and Zhang Li was no longer just a simple prisoner. If you want to continue to be electrocuted, you can be more arrogant, Coulson warned Zhang Li. Haha, how could that be? I am a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it is in another world. Zhang Li understood Coulson's warning. Zhang Li is so eager to take revenge on Charles, which shows that he is very vengeful. Since it is S.H.I.E.L.D. who arrested him, Coulson needs to remind Zhang Li. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can arrest you once, it can arrest you a second time. One Magneto is enough to make the world in chaos. If Coulson knew that Zhang Li has the mutant abilities of Magneto and Professor X at the same time, he may need to reconsider how to deal with Zhang Li. Unfortunately, Zhang Li has been sealed. Then let's get back to the topic, as you said before. Although there is some overlap between the 2 parallel universes, there are also differences between them. How can you be sure that the information you have is enough to make conditions with us? Want to bluff S.H.I.E.L.D. with just 2 sentences? It's not that easy. The reason why we emphasize that it is a parallel universe is because time has branches. Just like a big tree, no matter how thick the branches grow, they cannot be separated from the trunk. Everything that happens in the parallel universe is based on a certain main universe as a reference. There may be differences in small events, but big events are always similar, as far as I know. Captain America, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in basically all parallel universes are always entangled with each other. In other words, some of the events I know may not happen, but some events are bound to happen. Zhang Li said confidently. And Coulson did not dare to be arrogant. If you want to be the banker, you have to show some background. It's hard for me to believe you without evidence. Zhang Li smiled and said, let me think about it. What are the major crises that S.H.I.E.L.D. has encountered? Zhang Li pretended to be lost in thought, whetting Coulson's appetite. After thinking for a few minutes, Zhang Li said, oh. If we talk about the biggest crisis encountered by S.H.I.E.L.D., we have to talk about the undercover agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you an undercover agent, Coulson? If you are confused and think that slandering me will give you an opportunity, I think electric shock will make your mind clearer. Zhang Li's words scared Coulson. The chain of suspicion between people can be said to be pervasive. Zhang Li's identity is special. If he said something he shouldn't say, whether it is true or false, as long as the chain of suspicion is formed, then Coulson's career as an agent may come to an end, hee. You can't prove that what I said is true, but you can't prove that what I said is false. So do you want to bet? The pressure was on Coulson. And Zhang Li had revealed 2 heavy news. First, there are undercover agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., which is no big deal. As long as it is an organization with many people, there will inevitably be spies planted by others. But Zhang Li just asked Coulson if he was an undercover, which revealed to Coulson that the identity of this undercover agent was very high. Second, Zhang Li said that this was a major incident. So S.H.I.E.L.D. might suffer a heavy blow or even be destroyed because of this undercover. This made Coulson pay attention. Then can you tell me your conditions? Coulson felt that he was probably crazy, and actually believed Zhang Li's unfounded remarks. Can you take off my eye mask? I don't have superpowers that can be released through my eyes. I swear if you want to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D., you must at least figure out what kind of environment you are in to facilitate subsequent actions. If you want to let S.H.I.E.L.D. release people by your own eloquence, it's simply a dream. Zhang Li has already offended Zhang Li to death. If there is no suitable opportunity the most gentle way for S.H.I.E.L.D. to treat Zhang Li is nothing more than sentencing him to life imprisonment, or directly making him disappear from this world. After thinking again and again, Coulson agreed to remove Zhang Li's eye mask. After the eye mask was removed, the strong light was dazzling, and Zhang Li took 2 minutes to slowly adapt to the environment in front of him. He was imprisoned in a completely white room. The light was not very dazzling, but the reflection of the completely white room made him feel very uncomfortable. His body was fixed to a wall, and his body was locked with special iron handcuffs, so he could not move at all. It can be seen that you have a very high level of imprisonment for me. So before we discuss the conditions, I need to understand a few questions first to ensure that the information I provide may be useful. Coulson agreed to Zhang Li off course. Some confidential information naturally could not be told to Zhang Li. Asking a special intelligence agency is more efficient than slowly checking it online. After some inquiries, Zhang Li roughly understood the composition of this world. This world is based on the conflict between mutants and ordinary people, with some strange legends such as werewolves, vampires in Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor. Hulk and other characters have not appeared yet. Coulson, are you a fan? Zhang Li suddenly asked. What? Does this have anything to do with whether I am a fan? Captain America is still alive. Go ask Hai Lu Dan and see how much this news is worth. What, the captain is still alive? How do you know? Are you sure? Hai Lu Dan? Who is Hai Lu Dan? Coulson was a little excited and couldn't speak clearly. Zhang Li was stunned. Isn't your boss Nick Fury? Coulson said yes, but does it matter? Zhang Li immediately realized that Nick Fury in this world is not Hai Lu Dan. Coulson, you are lucky. The damn fuck man I know, the one-eyed man, is a nigger. Coulson, although I am not racist, it must be uncomfortable to work under a nigger, right? That Coulson over there died heroically and is still being used by him. Do you think it will be comfortable? Coulson had a dark face, and always felt that Zhang Li was making a veiled accusation, saying that he was a waste. It was a matter of urgency. So Nick Fury agreed to negotiate with Zhang Li. Zhang Li's demands were not high, hope to be free, but this was obviously impossible. Zhang Li had no ties in this world, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had already offended Zhang Li by arresting him. With Zhang Li's ability, if he sabotaged in secret, it would be hard to guard against. There are thieves who steal for 1,000 days, but there are no thieves who guard against thieves for 1,000 days. So the negotiations naturally broke down, however. Every word Zhang Li said before revealed that he knew many secrets, even if the content might be different because of different worlds. S.H.I.E.L.D. would not give up digging out these secrets from Zhang Li. Since ancient times, there are only 2 ways to dig out the secrets of the enemy. One is to persuade with ideological influence, and the other is to impose the most direct criminal law. It was okay for the first 2 days. Coulson's attitude was gentle, but when Zhang Li exhausted their patience, what awaited him was the torture of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Li also communicated with Loki through meditation. But Loki told him, I haven't secured my position yet. If I destroy the timeline to save you, wouldn't that be like taking out a cheat sheet to check the answers in front of the examiner? I don't have anything to do with it. You stuffed me into the timeline at will, and you still told me that you can't destroy the timeline at will. However, no matter what Zhang Li said, Loki just said, I can't help it all. The social order bid farewell to primitiveness, and the criminal law is no longer whipping and burning irons. Instead, it is easier to control the intensity of punishment, such as electric shock and drugs. Coulson first put an iron mask on Zhang Li's mouth, and then warned, "If you speak now, you may be spared from pain, woo-woo. I was blocked by your mouth, how can I speak? Oh, sorry. The reason why I put this mask on you is to prevent you from spitting filth at the executioner when you are tortured. So stop talking nonsense and let's start the execution." The agent next to him brought a square plate with 2 syringes on it. Coulson took out one of the syringes, found a vein on his arm, inserted a needle, and then pushed all the injection liquid in the syringe into Zhang Li's body. "Don't worry. This drug has been tested before and it won't kill you. If you want to say something, forget it. You are covered so tightly that you can't say anything. Then we will meet in 30 minutes. I will take a nap at this time." After that, Coulson took the agents out of the room. As for whether he took a nap or continued to monitor Zhang Li, Zhang Li had no way of knowing. After the drug was injected into Zhang Li's body, he didn't feel any discomfort until Coulson and others left the room. Zhang Li felt a little cold in his body, and then a slight numbness 3 minutes later. The blood circulated back and forth for several times, and Zhang Li suddenly felt a pain in his heart. And then this feeling quickly spread throughout his body. Woo. Every time the drug Coulson injected into him circulated through the blood, the stimulation to his body became stronger and stronger. It only took 3 minutes from the numbness of the body to the pain all over the body. And it only took 1 minute from the pain to Zhang Li screaming and trembling. In the next few minutes, Zhang Li screamed throughout the room, and he bit his teeth into pieces and swallowed them into his stomach. The pain of the tooth fragments scratching his throat could delay his pain, but it only worked for a moment. His body struggled frantically, causing his skin to rub back and forth with the buckle, and sweat mixed with blood slowly dripped. 10 minutes later, blood began to seep out of every pore of Zhang Li. Suffering from such extreme pain, Zhang Li did not faint. Obviously, this drug can also stimulate nerves and keep people awake. Woo-woo-woo tick-ticked. The intense pain caused Zhang Li's nervous system to become disordered, and he became incontinent. The originally white detention room was filled with red and yellow liquid, and the stench was overwhelming. Zhang Li's sense of smell had long disappeared in the pain, so he could not smell anything. His voice was hoarse. Blood was seeping out of the gaps in the mask. His nostrils were bleeding, and even his tear glands were bleeding. But the pain never diminished but became more intense. Finally, after 20 minutes, pain eased a little, and Zhang Li's struggle gradually weakened. Followed by mental fatigue, Zhang Li then fainted. But his body would still shake from time to time. 30 minutes later, the room was cleaned, and the medical staff roughly examined Zhang Li's body, then injected him with some medicine and left. Coulson visited Zhang Li's torture room again. Squeak squeak woo well. Coulson woke Zhang Li up with an electric shock. The previous punishment caused Zhang Li's muscles and ligaments to be strained by his violent struggle. Now he felt that even the flow of blood would cause pain. When he breathed, his throat felt like it was burned by fire, and his whole body was in pain. This punishment drug did not hurt his heart and brain. It was amazing, woo. Zhang Li was in so much pain that he dared not even breathe. When the blood passed through his throat, every cough would cause severe pain. Coulson asked someone to take off Zhang Li's mask. The first sentence Zhang Li said was a curse in Chinese. Damn it. Coulson, what did he say? Coulson contacted the backstage through the headset to translate what Zhang Li said, and then motioned to his men to take off Zhang Li's blindfold. Zhang Li's eyes were bloodshot, and his vision was scarlet and blurry. Do you have anything to say now? Coulson asked. I'm sleepy. Zhang Li feels that now he can only forget the pain by letting himself fall asleep. I understand that it might be easier to get some sleep now, but would you like to continue with the same injection tomorrow? Understanding does not mean sympathy. That's what agents do, and they never show unnecessary emotions towards their enemies. In the North Pole, the tension still gave in. and no one would be willing to experience the same pain again. If his mutant powers hadn't been banned, he might still be able to hold on in the North Pole too. Captain America, is there a specific location? Agents really don't need extra emotions unless. Coulson is starstruck without. Zhang Li really didn't want to say one more word, because every more word he said would make him suffer a little more. Okay, I understand, you should rest first. When you feel better, we can continue to chat. Coulson signaled his men to help Zhang Li put on the goggles and mask again. The rude behavior of these agents made Zhang Li suffer some more. Today's revenge will be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. Zhang Li vowed secretly in his heart. Although Zhang Li was implanted with the seal of Ancient One, his body was still strong in just one night. Under the influence of the special medicine injected by S.H.I.E.L.D. and combined with his own strong recovery ability, the tension has been restored a little. Although he still looked like he was dying, his breathing and speaking were no longer accompanied by pain. Coulson came to the room again, confirmed some information about Captain America to Zhang Li, and then left. Everyone knows that this is a tug of war. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to obtain information from Zhang, it cannot act too hastily and needs to give Zhang some breathing time. If S.H.I.E.L.D. pushes too hard, it will do no good to both parties. If you ask too many questions at once, the answers you get may be fatally biased. On the third day after the torture, Coulson arrived again. This time he asked about S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover agents. Coulson, this problem has endangered my personal life. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D. are undercover agents of Hydra. Before they are ready to fully take over S.H.I.E.L.D., any leakage by Zhang Li will put their plan on the verge of bankruptcy. Maybe the people monitoring him now are Hydra undercover agents. Even Coulson and the two agents behind him may not guarantee that they are not Hydra. The agents around me and the people outside have undergone a major change. Everyone has a clean background, and there will be no Hydra undercover agents. The hell losses. Zhang Li smiled and said, that's exactly what you want. People can infiltrate under your noses. How can you guarantee that the information and materials you see have not been tampered with? Honestly, Coulson, I'm really afraid that you will whisper "Long live Hydra" in my ear at some point. After all, you are completely different from the Coulson I know. Coulson looked at tension, lost in thought. Okay, I'll bring it to see you. Coulson walked out of the room, and Zhang Li put on his goggles and mask again. Unable to see his expression clearly after another night, Zhang Li had already fallen into a deep sleep. But he suddenly felt a vibration on the wall. It seems like an explosion. It seems that what I leaked has attracted their attention. In several conversations with Coulson, Zhang Li mentioned that he doubted Coulson's identity. Why would Zhang Li doubt Coulson's identity as an 8th-level agent? Isn't this equivalent to telling S.H.I.E.L.D. the undercover agents who lurk in are all very high status and have great power? Coupled with the tension and the implication that there are many undercover agents, S.H.I.E.L.D. will inevitably try the chain of suspicion and investigate. If Yan Guo leaves his hair, it can always find some clues. Or he may be framed. All in all, there will be conflicts within S.H.I.E.L.D. And Hydra will send people to attack Tension in order to avoid exposing more things. And this is Tension's opportunity. No matter how the other party wants to treat Zhang Li, as long as Zhang Li is unbound, will be free. Zhang Li was tortured to death by Coulson, and the physical pain he endured reflected Zhang's spiritual will. Because of his mutant ability and the relationship between his two lives, Zhang Li's mental energy is already very strong. But his mental willpower has always been relatively weak. But he had endured 30 minutes of torture while staying awake, and the extreme pain from his body stimulated his spirit. Afterwards, Zhang Li was pleasantly surprised to find that his mental willpower had increased significantly. Now he can easily mobilize the magic power in his body, even without the Xuan ring. However, if you want to open the portal or even cast more powerful magic, you still have to find a way to find the mysterious ring. Kaka, although Zhang was wearing a mask and goggles, his ears were not closed, so he still clearly heard the sound of the door being opened. Go to hell, bang bang bang, after the man came in. Without any unnecessary nonsense. He shot Zhang 5 times in the chest, bang bang bang. After the man killed Zhang Li, SHIELD agents shot him into a hornet's nest with machine guns. After confirming that the enemy could no longer die, an agent put away his gun and stepped forward to check Zhang's condition. Report, prisoner no. 74 was shot 5 times and died on the spot. The undercover shooter has been executed on the spot. Please give instructions, fuck shed. There were many secrets hidden in Zhang. Nick Fury didn't expect that he was already very cautious. But he didn't expect that he would still let Hydra's undercover kill Zhang. This just proves that Zhang Li's intelligence is correct. And the undercover methods hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. are overwhelming. Although Zhang Li was dead, his body was special. Had a special genetic sequencing, had research value. So he was put into a bag and sent to the refrigerator. Cough. Zhang Li suddenly came to life in the narrow refrigerator and coughed up the dirty blood in his lungs. He was indeed shot 5 times. 3 into the lungs and 1 into the heart. In addition to the bullet embedded in the bone. If it were an ordinary person, would definitely die. But he used magic power to interfere with the brain waves, isolate the brain, and pronounce the death of the physical body alone. After he was placed in the cold storage room, his brain was unlocked and revived. Zhang Yan controlled his trembling hands due to excessive blood loss and quickly carved out the combined magic of 7 runes. Focusing on healing and protection, finally. At the last moment when the brain was about to declare death, the body was revived again, fortunately. His mental willpower was able to break through. Otherwise he would have died, of course. All this was inseparable from Loki's contribution. It was because Zhang Li knew that Loki was backing him up that he dared to gamble so much. Haha, I finally came to the mutant world. How could I die so easily, kicking open the refrigerator? The weak Zhang Li looked at the other corpse storage boxes with ill intentions. There is a golden house in the book. And there is a beautiful woman in the book. It seems that I have to fall. Ancient One's private collection of books. Those books that are not allowed to be read by other wizards without authorization. Contain not only white magic but also a lot of black magic. And among them is the ability to plunder vitality. The corpses here may have been dead for a long time, but their bodies still have potential energy. With the support of the rune and his own magic power, Zhang Li controlled his weak body and dragged out all the corpses in the cold storage room, including 5 alien corpses. We can't waste time anymore. Someone might break in at any time. Zhang Li used his blood as ink to draw a dark rune on the ground, and then held his breath to mobilize all the remaining magic power in his body. A black mist gradually began to grow around Zhang Li's body. Lifting him up, Zhang Li's eyes were red, and his nose seemed to be able to smell the stench from the corpses. And he was still very addicted to it in the morgue. Wisps of black mist gathered on Zhang Li's body, and the already shriveled corpse was rapidly weathering and corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the violent and dark energy poured into Zhang Li's body, the wounds on his body gradually healed, and his mind was also eroded. As if a devil was whispering in his ears, kill, kill, kill. Before using black magic, Zhang was already mentally prepared that his mind would be affected by dark energy. So before he completely lost his mind, Zhang Li drew a protective rune on his forehead. But this rune is obviously not enough to resist the erosion of darkness. Zhang has always overestimated himself. Get out of my head, Zhang Li began to hit his forehead, trying to use the pain to keep himself awake. Don't resist, surrender to me. Let's kill him and turn him upside down. The voice that seduced people's minds was obviously hoarse like a sharp saw. But when it entered Zhang Li's ears, it was as sweet as honey, giving him an urge to long for it. Fake. Zhang Li's physical injuries have been repaired by magic. But this dark energy begins to bite Zhang Li like gangrene in his bones. The corpse is in a daze and may fall into a place of eternal destruction at any time. The tension released powerful magic that swept through the entire charnel house. That is because he is overdrawing his vitality and energy. After he vents his anger, his body will be empty, and evil thoughts can take advantage of it. Report there is movement in the morgue, plays support. This base is built on the seabed, and the sound insulation effect is excellent. However, when agents pass by the charnel house, they can hear huge smashing sounds and feel vibrations. This noise is not small. Zhang Li was relying on his remaining will to suppress the mania in his heart. But at this moment, the door of the morgue was opened by an agent. Drop your weapons and don't move. Dozens of gun-wielding agents swarmed in. Zhang Li turned his head and pounced on him with scarlet eyes like a wild beast upon seeing its prey. Before the agents could recover, Zhang Li's fingers grew sharp nails and inserted into the agent's body. He hugged each other tightly, opened his mouth and bit the agent's neck with two sharp fangs. All the agent screamed in pain, and the color completely drained from his face in a moment. Shooting ta-ta-ta-ta. More than a dozen submachine guns fired wildly, and the agent who had been drained of blood by Zhang Li was beaten to pieces. But Zhang Li was unscathed. The black mist emanating from his body blocked all the bullets in front of him. Roared. The tension that had tasted blood had completely gone out of control and turned into a beast enslaved by the darkness. While the agents were changing their magazines, Zhang Li was like a wolf entering the sheepfold, killing everyone without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Yeah, after absorbing the blood from the agents, the evil tension let out a pleasant murmur. While Zhang Li was enjoying the blood, shield agents had surrounded him, blocking Zhang Li's escape route. Roar, ta-ta-ta-ta. Tension rushed into the crowd like a wild beast, facing the bullets without any scruples. Get away. After a female agent reminded her, she pushed forward with both hands. Buzz. The invisible shockwave caused the air to sway, instantly pushing out the tension and creating a huge dent in the metal wall. How is that possible? Female agent Daisy, also known as Shock, has the superpower of sending out concussive shock waves. Seeing Zhang Li stand up again without any damage, her face was full of disbelief. Call out. An arrow grazed Daisy's hair and shot towards Zhang, who was caught in Zhang's hand. But when he saw Hawkeye behind Agent Daisy, Barton's memories flashed through his mind, and Zhang Li wanted to throw away the arrow in his hand. Boom, the arrow exploded. Zhang's brain was affected, and his consciousness briefly recovered. You have to escape first. Although his consciousness was occupied by evil thoughts, Zhang Li could sense everything in the outside world. So the moment he regained consciousness, he quickly stood up and retreated to avoid Shock and Hawkeye from joining forces to interrupt him. As the tension flickered, his hands began to draw circles. He now not only possesses the magic power of white magic, but also has more powerful black magic power filling his body. Not long ago, his mental willpower had just been broken through. He felt that he should be able to open the portal directly, but without the assistance of Xuan Ring, and having to be distracted from dealing with the long-range encirclement of Shock and Eagle Eye. This process became much more difficult over here. More and more agents came over, and Zhang suddenly became anxious. Who knows if there are any stronger mutants here? Open it for me, Chinese letter. Finally, after resisting 2 attacks, Zhang Li opened the portal and jumped into it. Looking at the empty and dilapidated corridors, Hawkeye reluctantly reported, "Report the mission failed. Prisoner No. 074 has escaped." Not only did the mission fail, they also killed many agents. Fakey a bunch of trash. Do you know what the consequences will be if Prisoner No. 74 escapes? Was it the idiot who reported that No. 74 was confirmed dead? Pull him out and shoot him, and throw the body into the sea to feed shark. Nick Fury was furious when he heard that Zhang Li had escaped. He worked diligently to maintain world peace, but he didn't expect that the Bureau would release a powerful prisoner today. If Zhang Li was to bring disaster to the world, the disaster would be the level of destroying a country. With the secrets that Zhang Li knew, he might not even need to personally destroy a country, and he might not even need to show his face. Moreover, The agent who killed Zhang Li should be an undercover of Hydra. So the agents inside S.H.I.E.L.D. had to be on guard. Notify Charles immediately that Zhang Li has escaped. And we need the support of the X-Men. In terms of searching for prisoners alone, no one in the world is stronger than Professor X Charles. With the help of the brain wave amplifier, Charles' consciousness can monitor all life forms on the entire planet. Moreover, it was Charles who notified S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrest people. And he also offended Jang Lee to death. So Fury was not afraid of him pretending to obey but secretly disobeying. In the sunny days, Charles was giving a lecture to young mutants. But Aurora and Jean suddenly broke in. Let's stop here for today. There is no homework, so go home, kids. After dismissing the students, Charles asked, "What happened?" Aurora replied, "SHIELD. Send a message saying Zhang Li escaped." Oh no. Charles' smile collapsed instantly. Although he only saw some fragments of Zhang Li's memory, he believed that the harm Zhang Li could cause was definitely far greater than that of Magneto Eric. Notify Hank and ask him to come back, we are in trouble. Beast Hank, the smartest mutant in the world, is also Charles' best friend and assistant. On a certain glacier in the Himalayas, cold winds stirred up snowflakes, giving the soft snowflakes a certain degree of destructive power. Zhang Li took advantage of the cold weather here to suppress the evil thoughts in his body. Ordinary people would never survive in such an environment for only a few minutes before they would be frozen into ice sculptures. But the black mist on Zhang Li's body can resist the cold. Zhang Li is using the cold air to dissipate the dark magic in his body. After 3 days in a row, 90% of the dark magic power in his body was finally wiped away by the cold air. But his body was also tortured to its limit. Zhang experienced torture reshooting, magic and cold erosions. He tortured himself for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. No matter how tough his body was, he could not bear it. The little magic power left in his body and his tortured spirit were no longer enough to support him in using teleportation magic again. Are you going to dice, haha? Zhang Li laughed at himself. He managed to escape from SHIELD. But he didn't expect that he would kill himself in the end. No, there is still a chance. The tension dragged the tired body towards the cliff. And before the consciousness completely dissipated, the body fell towards the cliff. After all, he has a divine body. Although he is sealed, he should not be killed by the fall. If he is lucky, his body may be able to roll all the way to the bottom of the mountain. As long as he still has breath, it will still be alive. But if he continues to stay on the top of the mountain, he may be covered in ice and snow, merge into the ice, and be frozen like Captain America for decades or even hundreds of years. Boom! Zhang Li's body fell like a rolling stone from the top of the mountain, eventually picking up ice and snow, causing an avalanche, and was swept up in the snow waves and disappeared. It was considered that Zhang Li's life should not be cut off. His body was swept into the lake under the snow-capped mountains by the snow waves. After the ice and snow melted, the river swelled and his body was washed down the mountain stream. It happened that a practitioner living at the foot of the mountain went out to fetch water, and he was rescued. Click. The sound of sparks flying from the firewood. In the simple cave, soup and medicine were cooked on a simple stove made of stones. Zhang was lying on the stone bed paved with thatch, and seemed to have had a long dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dark-skinned monk walking over carrying a pottery bowl. You wake up, this is the medicine I cooked for you. The monk's palm shimmered. Zhang Li took the pottery bowl, and the hot potion actually became warm. After drinking the potion, Zhang Li asked curiously, did you save me? My name is Jang Lee, may I ask your surname? Although the monk's skin is tight, his beard and eyebrows are gray, making him look like an elder. Moreover, the other party spoke Chinese, which made Zhang Li feel very friendly. I practice in this mountain and never see outsiders. It is because I am destined to you that I saved your life. Since I am a stranger, you can just call me Elder. The monk seemed unwilling to interact with the outside world. Thank you, Elder, for saving your life. The monk nodded in agreement, and then asked, I see that you are protected by the power of holiness. But you are also invaded by evil spirits. You don't look like a villain. Are you willing to tell me your story? Zhang was a little unsure. He didn't know if the master in front of him would dislike him if he told the truth. If there's anything that's hard to say and it's inconvenient to talk about it, I won't ask, seemingly seeing Zhang Li's dilemma. The monk stopped insisting. I'm just afraid that the elder will dislike me. Since you are asking, I will tell you my own affairs. And I will treat it as a complaint to the elder. Then Jang Lee told the old man in front of him in detail that he came from a parallel universe. Zhang Li observed that the other party's expression was dull. And he knew that the elder in front of him was definitely a master of hiding. Your experience is really amazing. It just so happens that when I was young, I almost fell into the devil's path because of committing murder. Later, I was enlightened by an eminent monk and taught me a Buddhist chi training technique, which washed away the evil spirits all over my body. Your situation is somewhat similar to mine at that time. How about I teach you the inner method and wash away the evil spirits from your body? After hearing Zhang Li's story, the monk didn't worry about whether it was true or not. Nor did he scold Zhang Li for absorbing the evil energy of the corpse and killing the agent. Instead, he wanted to help Zhang Li wash away the evil spirit from his body. Zhang Li hesitated. He didn't want to reject the elder's kindness. But he didn't want to be a monk. Nor did he want to fast and chant the Buddha's name. Thank you for your kindness, elder. But it may be hard for you to believe that I am actually only 10 years old. And my body has grown like this for some reasons. I haven't married a wife yet. And I haven't enjoyed much of the world. I really can't calm down. I am afraid that if I want to cultivate Buddhism, I will decline your kindness and disappoint you. Zhang Li was also a little worried when he spoke. He heard that Buddhism has a way to save people, and it can forcefully save people who are destined to be saved. Zhang Li was really afraid that the elder in front of him would take a fancy to him and force him to stay as his apprentice. Ha, you may have misunderstood. I don't want to accept you as a disciple. Nor do I need you to become a monk. I think you have an extraordinary appearance, and your future achievements will definitely be outstanding. I just think of forming a good relationship with you. I don't have any requirements to teach you this method. Or is this good, is this pie in the sky? Zhang Li asked again, forgive Messer, but I also want to ask. Does it require me to read Buddhist scriptures thoroughly to learn this method? My heart method is a simple Qigong martial arts, which emphasizes the accumulation of small things to make a big thing. It can hone the mind and cleanse the soul. When you learn it deeply, it is similar to the advanced realm of Buddhism's understanding of mind and nature. There is no need to learn more, Buddhist scriptures assist. When Zhang Li heard this, it was incredible. Sharpen the mind cleans the soul. And see the nature of the mind. Is this something that can be achieved through ordinary Qigong practice? It sounds very cool, then why not learn it? Disciple Zhang Li, I pay my respects to the teacher. Zhang Li was about to kneel down, but was stopped by the elder in time. I practice this hard. If you become my disciple, you will really have to follow me in fasting and chanting Buddha, and cut off the worldly affairs. How can I thank you then? Zhang Li didn't dare to bow again after hearing this. It's just a good relationship. How can you expect to receive a return when you see an investor invest on the spot? So Zhang Li rested for 2 days under the care of the elder, memorized the formula of the heart method, and began to practice Qigong. The first step in practicing Qigong is to lay a solid foundation. Zhang Li's body is strong, so he just walked through the basics of the horse stance casually, and it was considered a pass after passing the basic level. The elder taught Zhang Li a set of boxing moves. Zhang Li had previously learned fighting skills from the Valkyries in Asgard's Hall of Valor, and often fought with the king in Camertage. So it didn't take much effort to memorize the boxing moves and practice them. After passing the first 2 levels, the next step is to learn the key of Qigong, which requires sensing the flow of qi in the body. In the following time, Zhang Li was either boxing or meditating. Practicing Qigong in Longchai has 9 levels in total. The first 3 levels are the virtual realm where you can sense. Gatharan condensed Qi. It mainly cultivates the body's own Qi, which can regulate the physical body and strengthen the body. The middle 3 levels are filled with pulse rivers. And the unity of heaven and manwich is a real state. Turn the emptiness in the body into spiritual liquid. Discover the mysteries of the human body. Practice saturation. And finally draw energy from heaven and earth to achieve the state of unity between heaven and man. The last 3 levels are Zayu and Longche, where merits and virtues are complete and it is an infinite realm. Su Yaohu has reached the 7th level. Can already observe the world with his mind. The dragon pond on the 8th floor is said to be able to open up space. No one has yet achieved the perfection of the 9th level of merit. And it is an eternal immortality that only exists in theory. When Jang Lee listened to the elder's introduction, he was stunned. Do you call this Qigong? Isn't this the cultivation method of immortality? They are all immortal, but when he thought about it, the immortals in Kunlun seem to be immortals achieved by practicing Qigong. And he was relieved out of curiosity. Zhang Li once asked the elder what his realm was. The elder just held a seed in his hand, spread it out, and the seed had grown green buds, and was planted outside the cave by the elder. Zhang Li couldn't see through the riddle. Buddha said it cannot be said. The days passed quickly. And during this period, the elders used tension to suppress the evil spirits in their bodies. It wasn't until a month later that Zhang Li finally sensed the qi flowing in his body. Originally his eyes were dark when he closed his eyes. But in the darkness, Zhang suddenly saw a little light. And then the darkness dissipated and his mind became clear, as if there were pictures that naturally opened up, allowing him to look inside himself. The shimmering light in the body also began to slowly gather little by little, like fireflies under the night sky flashing fluorescence from time to time. Zhang entered a mysterious realm and subconsciously collected these fluorescent lights in one place. After he gathered a bag full of fluorescent lights, scattered fireflies flew into the wilderness. If they are scattered and scattered, they will never be beautiful. But if they are gathered together and made into a few fluorescent lamps, they may be beautiful. Thinking like this, Zhang's consciousness continued to collect fluorescence. After an unknown amount of times, Zhang had collected 7 or 8 fluorescent bags. But there were still countless fluorescent bags flying in the wilderness. Idiot, why don't you wake up quickly? The elder's scolding rang in Zhang's ears. Zhang woke up on the meditation stone and suddenly felt weak and weak. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Li's skin was shriveled. His body shrunk and he looked like a mummiskini and bones. The elder picked up Zhang Li and put it into the mountain river, running his own qigong and mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to nourish Li Zhang's body. Elder, what's wrong with me? You are extremely talented. You entered a state of enlightenment the first time you sensed qi. This is a good thing, but greed is not enough. If you quit after tasting the sweetness, it will be fine. But you ask for too much and your realm is too high. Lo, the power you want can only be obtained from your body. If I don't find it, you may not be able to save your life. It turned out that Zhang was too greedy, which was why he was in such a mess. After listening to the elder's repeated warnings, Zhang Li promised that he would never dare to do it again in the future. Although he suffered some pain, the result is also gratifying. Tension has transcended the qi sensing realm and directly entered the qi gathering realm. Zhang Li is already physically strong, and the power he demands is enough. After spending some time sorting it out, it will definitely be a matter of course for him to enter the qi condensation realm in the future. Another month passed in a hurry, and Zhang Li used his own energy to feed his physical body back, returning to its original state. The evil energy in the body has also been suppressed and is slowly being eliminated and refined. Practicing Qigong in Longchai is indeed magical. The qi in the body circulates throughout the body, and even the brain is nourished by the qi. No wonder the elders said that this Qigong can understand the mind and nature. This is simply developing the brain originally. He could have used runes to speed up the progress. But the elders warned that cultivation should be like practicing. So Zhang Li gave up using the side tricks of runes and honestly sorted out his own problems. Qi and meridians after stabilizing his realm. The elder taught Zhang Li a set of martial arts called Dragon Elephant King Kong. When Zhang Li became proficient in the moves, he drove him out of the valley. The elder's life-saving grace and his love for passing on his merits will be borne in mind by Zhang Li. If I am asked to do anything in the future, I will not refuse. The elder accepted Zhang's salute calmly. And then he waved his sleeves. Zhang felt like he was lifted up and pushed out by a gust of breeze. When he looked back, he saw that there were no mountains or rivers in front of him. It was clearly a farmland, ba. Several farm men talked nonstop to Zhang Li. But he couldn't understand what the other party said. Zhang Li looked around and realized that he had trampled on the other party's crop seedlings. After some inquiring, Zhang Li found out that he was in Nepal under the Himalayas. A place of nothingness the third year after Zhang Li left. In the wasteland, the female Deadpool drove a pickup truck all the way, boom. Behind her a violent explosion occurred on a hill. And a mushroom cloud grew on the ground. I survived the catastrophe and escaped. Mom, I finally got rid of that little monster, call out. The violent explosion caused a rock to fall into the small trunk behind the pickup truck. But if you look carefully, you will see what kind of stone it is. It is clearly a skull with blood stains on it. The blood stains and remaining pieces of flesh on the skull grew at an astonishing speed. As if time had accelerated. And a complete head grew in a matter of seconds. Zun Wukong, who has a rough face and a thunderous mouth. He has golden hair human-like skin around his ice nose. And mouth if he wears a golden hoop. He looks just like Zun Wukong from the TV series. After the head fully opened, the neck began to grow. And then the body and limbs began to grow. In the blink of an eye in less than 10 minutes. An ape man with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth completed his rebirth in an unscientific way. Dong dong dong, hey mom, do you miss me again? The ape man knocked on the rear window. And the female Deadpool turned around and screamed, yeah. As if she was quite frightened. And the ape man seemed to enjoy the screams of the female Deadpool. I've obviously locked you in a vibranium box and buried you underground. How did you escape? The female Deadpool tried her best to get rid of this little monster. Gremlins, yes. You finally deceived T'Challa and asked him to use his remaining vibranium to build a vibranium box for you. But before you ungratefully blew up T'Challa's base, I dug it out and then I was broken into pieces. But the last part of my body just happened to fall on your car. Now die, the little monster smashed the car window. Grabbed a piece of broken glass and stabbed the female Deadpool. Ouch. The female Deadpool was pierced into the body by glass fragments. She twisted the steering wheel in pain. And the car hit the rocks and rolled over, kill you. The little monster bared his teeth and claws and pounced on the female Deadpool. Bang bangs. The female Deadpool took out her pistol and shot the little monster in the eyes. Hey babe, I didn't mother teach you. Prepare weapons before taking action. If you want to sharpen your tools, you must first do your job well, Aowu. The female Deadpool suddenly turned her head and said, I can speak famous quotes. And they are also classic Oriental quotes. Author, this is, if a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools, shut up bitch. The female Deadpool's smile froze and she raised her middle finger towards the author. He's right, the little monster grew its eyes again. Pounced on the female Deadpool again. Opened its mouth and bit into the female Deadpool's aorta. Bang bang bangs. The female Deadpool's bullet desperately shot into the little monster's body. And the other party bit the female Deadpool's neck indifferently. In the end, the female Deadpool pulled out the knife from her back and cut off the little monster's head, forcing his consciousness to fall into a deep sleep. I have such a big heart, are you presbyopic? Is there milk in my neck, skinny monkey? The female Deadpool put the little monster's head on the ground. And in just a moment its neck grew. The female Deadpool took a few steps back. then sprinted and kicked the gremlin's head out like a football field goal. Bangs! Just after the female Deadpool kicked the little monster's head out, two people suddenly teleported beside her. The one with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a well-proportioned figure wearing a vest is Renaa, while the middle-aged macho man is Rada. Renaa looked at the female Deadpool, then at the corpse on the ground, and sighed, "It's so unlucky that it's you two again." She and Rada settled temporarily not far away. When they heard the noise here, they came over to investigate unexpectedly. It was the female Deadpool and his ape-man son again. More than a year ago, he and Rada met the ape-man son of the female Deadpool who was chasing her. The tension keeps us away from the Deadpool variant. Rada reminded at the time, when Renee thought that Zhang Li had abandoned them. Her temper suddenly rose. She directly refuted Rada's reminder and helped the female Deadpool blow the little monster away. Afterwards, Renaa and the female Deadpool became good sisters for a while, even though they were a generation apart in age. Although Rada could read the evil thoughts of the female Deadpool, he could not convince Renaa. Zhang Li's departure has always made her unhappy. Until one day, the female Deadpool claimed that she had discovered a lot of usable supplies and led Renaa and Rada into the territory of Magneto's mutants. At this time, the little devil who was blown away by Renaa also broke into Magneto's territory. In order to get rid of the little devil, the female Deadpool directly betrayed Renaa and Rada and waited for an opportunity to escape in the melee. "Renaa, I miss you so much." The female Deadpool rushed towards Renaa like a pretty little girl. Renaa rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and pressed down, and the strong airflow immediately suppressed the female Deadpool to the ground. In the 3 years since Jang Lee left, Ruina has grown up to be able to take charge of herself. "Renaa, you make me so sad." Renaa listened to the female Deadpool's coquettishness, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. "Rada, let's go, I can't stand her anymore, there is no way. She can't kill the female Deadpool, so she can only avoid it." "Wait a minute, I have a perfect plan. Don't you want to know where Zhang Li has gone?" During the time when she and Renaa were sisters, her smooth words had deceived Renaa into all her secrets. Hearing Zhang Li's name, Renee and Rada visibly froze. "Where has he gone?" Renee asked through gritted teeth. The female Deadpool got up from the ground, came to Renaa's side and said, "Although the Land of Nothingness is big, you and the big guy have also visited many places in the past few years." "Right," the female Deadpool said, biting her lip coquettishly and trying to poke Rada's chest muscles with her fingers. "Even though it was fake," say it quickly. Facing Renaa's anger, the female Deadpool knew this sister's temper, so she simply let it go. "Although the place is large and there are few people, it is impossible that there are no traces left, right? I heard a news that somewhere in the north, a mutant got the mysterious ring of a wandering mage." "What's that?" Renaa asked. "Didn't I tell you? Doctor Strange Sturridge, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One." Renee said helplessly, "You lied to me about all your stories. But you didn't mention anything about yourself. You kept showing off and bragging about how you manipulated men. And your mind was filled with all kinds of pornography and violence." In the end, Renaa didn't forget to add, "That's why you were reduced to a breeding tool and gave birth to a hybrid." "Hey Renaa, this is so offensive." Renee took a step forward without any stage fright and threatened, "If you procrastinate, I will tie you up and give you to the little monster." Although the female Deadpool is half a head taller than Renaa, her aura is much weaker at the moment. Time stopped, and the female Deadpool turned around and explained, "I let her do it. After all, we have been sisters for a while. And I truly love her." The female Deadpool blinked. Author blonde hair, blue eyes, rotten cheeks. Reader ugly female Deadpool, stick insect. You'd better be sensible and write more chapters. Give me more roles and stop insulting me. Or one day I will crawl out and strangle you to death. Time Resumadan, the female Deadpool said, the Xuan ring. The magic weapon of the wizards. Through it I can open the portal and travel from one world to another. Do you mean that Zhang Li has returned to his world? Rione asked. Yes, after all. He has that kind of strange copying ability. And he also has divine power god. It shouldn't be difficult to return to his own world, yes. After all, who would be willing to give up the real world for this shitty place? Rione believed the female Deadpool's words 6 points. The female Deadpool is really unreliable. And 6 points of belief is already very high, so as long as we find a way to get the Xuan ring, we can break the barrier of the world and go to different realities to find Zhang Li. Is that right, Bingu? You're so smart, Rione. So what do you think of my plan? Rione, this is an idea, not a plan. Forget it, think whatever you want. Rione doesn't understand obviously when they were sisters. This woman looked quite pleasing to the eye. Why does she look so annoying now, New York City? After Zhang Li escaped, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the X-Men have been looking for him. But they didn't find any traces after a month of searching. So they guessed that Zhang Li might have returned to his world. So they relaxed at this moment. Zhang Li was on the torch of the Statue of Liberty, overlooking the entire city like a king. Revenge is about to begin. Ancient One once said that practicing Qigong can better help strengthen mental willpower. Now Zhang Li has practiced Longchai Qigong. Although he doesn't have the Xuan ring to assist him, his strength is stronger than before when he wore the Xuan ring. Then let's go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to get back his Xuan ring first. Be safe if you fail twice here, it will be a bit embarrassing. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Zhang Li opened the portal leading to the S.H.I.E.L.D. corridor. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, an agent pointed his gun at him. Zhang Li smiled and waved. Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm back to get my Xuan ring, it's prisoner No 074. He came back to take revenge and shoot. An agent recognized Zhang and was the first to pull the trigger. Because Zhang broke in suddenly. The agents only had pistols they carried with them. The rate of fire was not as fast as a submachine gun. So Zhang was able to dodge the bullets with his own physical skills. Zhang Li twisted his body like a sea snake to avoid bullets. He grabbed an agent's wrist and twisted it. The wrist dislocated with a click and the pistol fell to the ground. Zhang Li added another kick to the agent's abdomen, and the agent flew out and knocked down several people. The remaining agents had their arms easily broken by Zhang Li and were beaten to the ground. Zhang Li looked at the only lady still standing. She was wearing a swivel shirt and hip-hugging skirt. She was dressed exquisitely. She didn't look like an agent, but rather like the female secretary of a certain executive. Zhang Li stepped forward and asked, "Do you know where I put my Xuan rings?" The female secretary was so frightened that she could only lean on the wall to keep herself standing. "I don't know," he spoke with a vibrato. And he didn't even look like an agent when S.H.I.E.L.D. captures criminals. Where do they put the items they collect, do you know? Go straight to the intern right, take the second corner. And turn left to the 5th room. There are many miscellaneous items inside. That's all I know, 3 mouthfuls. Zhang knocked the opponent unconscious with a knife. Then looked at the surveillance camera hanging in the corridor. Waved his hand, raised his middle finger and said Fury. Fuck after doing all this. Zhang Li quickly rushed to the utility room, knocking down 7 or 8 more agents who came to support him along the way. Finally, Zhang Li arrived at the utility room. There are all kinds of miscellaneous items on the densely packed shelves. Are you going to find the year of the monkeys? The horse and the moon? Zhang rummaged quickly and found no Xuan ring, but found a lot of strange weapons and equipment. No. Although Zhang Li searched hurriedly, he was sure that he did not find the Xuan ring inside. It seems we still have to find Carlson. Zhang casually picked up an assault rifle in the utility room and walked toward the door. He knew that there must be a large number of agents. Even mutants ambushed at the door now. Forget it, it's not good to fight and kill. Zhang Li put down the rifle in his hand, and then directly opened the portal to connect to the corridor just now. Report, prisoner No. 74 disappeared from the thermal imaging equipment. What? We can't wait any longer, rush in. At the captain's order. The heavily armed agents forced their way in and fired directly at the door as soon as it was opened. But no one was found in the rooms. Zhang Li put on a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent costume and ran around in the intricate corridors of S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't until he came to the glass window that he realized that the outside of the window was full of water. And there were fish in the water. It turns out that this S.H.I.E.L.D. building is built on the bottom of the sea. It would be very interesting if a hole suddenly breaks somewhere. Zhang Li looked at the sea water outside the window. And a good plan to take revenge on S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly came into his mind. Who are you? Why are you dazed? Didn't you hear the alarm when an enemy invaded? An agent grabbed Zhang Li's shoulder. The moment Zhang Li turned around, the agent was shocked. No 074 is. Zhang hit the opponent's chin with an uppercut, sending the agent flying backwards and biting off his own tongue. Duh. The agent began shooting at Zhang Li while reporting Zhang's location. Zhang Li drew a circle with his hands and used teleportation magic to open a teleportation channel on the side of the agents. The bullet instantly hit the head of the agent who fired. Oh, how cruel. The agents who came to support watched helplessly as their teammates shot themselves. They all consciously put away their firearms, pulled out their agent dagger surrounded Zhang, and prepared to fight with bayonets. That's not fair. Mages are long-range players. But you don't have martial ethics. Who the hell is telling you about martial ethics? Kill him to avenge the dead brothers. The agents swarmed forward, preparing to use human sea tactics to drown Zhang Li. However, Zhang Li was seen making seals back and forth with his hands, creating a magic sword and magic shield out of thin air. Have you ever heard of a melee mage? Holding a shield in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, Zhang charged into the crowd. He was physically powerful and now had great physical strength thanks to his qigong. He rushed into the crowd and killed the agents, causing them to flip over and throw off their armor. Just when Zhang was enjoying his killing spree, a voluptuous female agent slid the shovel to shift Zhang's center of gravity, then quickly twisted her waist, used all her limbs to wrap around with juggling skills, and pushed Zhang to the ground. Ding dong. The female agent's wrist fired 2 electrode needles towards Zhang Li's temple. But Zhang's head flashed with golden light and flicked it away. With the lessons learned from the past, Zhang Li was fully prepared to invade S.H.I.E.L.D. this time, and cast protective magic on himself in advance. Zhang came back to his senses and knocked back the female agent with an elbow. He quickly turned over and added a kick. The opponent's upper hand was crossed and kicked away. Natasha, do you know me? I'm so harsh. I really don't know how to show mercy to others. Natasha looked pitiful, like an aggrieved little girl saying you hurt someone. More than 3 years but less than 10 years. What? Zhang Li said, I am still a minor, not yet 14 years old. If you want to do something to me, the law will punish you. Are you kidding me? You dare to break into the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch when you are not yet 14 years old. A branch? Zhang Li said, I thought this was the headquarters. No wonder I didn't see anyone who can fight. Who said there is no one who can fight here? A man's voice sounded and then the agents made way. Zhang Li finally saw the face of the newcomer. He looked weak and had stubble. He didn't look like a very powerful agent. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seemed to be afraid of him, with fear in their eyes. How could there be an ordinary person in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Good luck, Black Widow said a blessing, and then stepped back from the agents to make enough distance. Well, I don't think I took intelligence collections seriously. What's your name? The man said. It seems that I don't exist in your world, right? There are always some similarities. Maybe just different looks. Tell me your name, maybe it will scare me, Robbie rays. I'm a little strange, what about this? Robbie's body suddenly burst into flames, and the skin on his face was burned to ashes by the flames, revealing a skull wrapped in flames, which looked extremely weird and terrifying. Ghost Rider, are you scared again? The Ghost Rider twitched the chains attached to the Hellfire and whipped them to the ground. Can you see the sin in me? Zhang Li suddenly asked. Can you see the sin in me? Zhang Li asked. Ghost Rider, what do you mean? Ghost Rider was born to cleanse the sins of the world, sh. ILD has committed many sins and Yao serving the sins. Isn't that ridiculous? Robbie, don't be bewitched by hymns. Quickwave arrived and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider no longer hesitated and took the lead in waving the iron chain to kill Zhang Li. Difficult, Quickwave was not difficult to deal with. But Ghost Rider's hellfire and immortality were really difficult to deal with. And the 4th generation Ghost Rider Robbie also had the ability to open the transmission channel. Jang Lee did not have the ability to deal with Ghost Rider for the time being. So he rushed towards Natasha, everyone back off. Natasha saw through Zhang Li's purpose. He wanted to rush into the crowd to drag the agents into the water. Most of these agents had done a lot of shameful things. A little bit of hellfire would be enough for them to die hundreds of times. But Zhang Li was very fast. After dodging the whip of Ghost Rider, he rushed into the crowd. Wait, Robbie, don't hurt innocent people. Shockwave stopped Ghost Rider. At this moment, he became Zhang Li's accomplice. He's mine, Ghost Rider threw out the chain. And the chain turned around and locked Zhang Li accurately, trapping him on his ankle. Fucked. Zhang Li reacted very quickly and quickly drew a circle to open the portal. He used the spatial ability of the portal to cut the chain, and then wrapped his hands with air to quickly pull the chain apart. I'm okay, Zhang Li checked his ankle in disbelief. The hellfire didn't hurt him at all, which made him a little confused. He had absorbed the dark magic of the dead before, and killed many agents. He didn't look like a sinless person, right? But the hellfire didn't hurt him at all. This doesn't make sense. Has my protective magic become so strong? Although he was confused, Zhang Li did not stop for a moment. While others were also stunned and paused, he opened the portal and slipped in. Very good, I'm back to a familiar place again. Zhang Li teleported to the White Room where he was imprisoned before. He suddenly remembered something, according to the plot setting. The equipment of prisoners is usually placed next to the prisoner's cell. So will my Xuan ring be placed outside my prison room? Zhang Li kicked open the iron door without any gaps. Outside the door were square houses, which should be the cages for other prisoners. Zhang Li looked back at the small room, and then looked at each square house. The size was more than 3 times the size of the White Room. Is there a secret door? Sure enough. Zhang Li walked to the side and saw that there was another door. He opened it and saw that it was fully equipped. It was actually an interrogation room, and Zhang Li's Xuan ring was placed on a glass shelf. Is the funding of S.H.I.E.L.D. spent on such a boring design? Each prisoner has an interrogation room that belongs to him alone. Don't be too generous after putting on his Xuan ring. Zhang Li felt a thick wall in his heart. That was the cosmic barrier. Ancient One is right, Qi can indeed strengthen the will. Then let's take a small revenge on S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Li opened the door of the next cell, untied the other party's restraints and then said directly, if you want to escape, help me open the shackles of other prisoners. Although I don't know who you are and what your purpose is, I like this plan. The middle-aged man with disheveled hair and sharp teeth suddenly stretched out his 10 fingernails and tore the door of the prison room with one claw. With a terrifying attack power, Sabretooth. Zhang Li didn't expect that his cellmate was actually the mutant Victor Creed. Don't move, da-da. Just as the door of the Sabretooth Tiger Sky was opened, the guarding agent finally rushed over and opened fire directly. Sabretooth was shot several times, but he did not cry out in pain instead. He showed a bloodthirsty smiling like an animal. He quickly approached the agent on all fours, bounced on him, and finished him off. Sabretooth has the same healing ability as Wolverine, and his strength, speed, observation, and perception are all stronger than Wolverine. Wolverine can only make a name for himself because of his metal skeleton. Otherwise, he would be a little brother in front of Sabretooth. With Sabretooth blocking the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Zhang Li walked into the cell to release the prisoners. Are you a mutant? What's your code name? Zhang Li would ask these 2 questions every time he released a prisoner, and then collect a hair before unlocking the other party. Although he is sealed now, he can collect it and use it when he unlocks the seal later. It is said that the shield cell is extraordinary. Zhang Li released more than 40 prisoners and collected a total of 13 mutant hairs and 1 Skrull hair. The more prisoners Zhang Li released, the more chaotic shield became. Ghost Rider and Shockwave were busy dealing with the prisoners and had no time to deal with Zhang Li. Zhang Li walked into No 003, the last 3 cells, and found that the prisoner was locked in a huge iron box. Zhang Li opened it and saw Red Tank. This guy is very powerful, but unfortunately he is not a mutant and has no special genes. His ability comes from the ruby of the evil god Cytorak. Who are you, the kind-hearted man who let you out? Zhang Li untied all the restraints of Red Tank without saying anything. Red Tank landed on his feet with a clang. He was very strong and wore thick steel armor, so he was naturally very heavy. Red Tank promised, "I owe you a favor." Although the Red Tank in the 3-cell was strong, Zhang Li was a little disappointed. The prisoner in the 2-cell was also locked in a box, but compared with the iron box where Red Tank was imprisoned, this box was much smaller. Zhang Li opened the iron box and a thin man was tied inside. He looked good and smiled at Zhang Li kindly. "Hello. I guess you are here to save me opposite. I heard the noise outside." Zhang Li asked, "Are you a mutant? What is your ability?" "Why were you caught?" "I am Jamie Madrock. I was caught for robbing several banks at the same time. My ability is splitting, doppelganger." Zhang Li screamed excitedly. "What is a surprise? Isn't this it?" Zhang Li has been coveting the ability of the clone for a long time. "Isn't it that I'm so famous outside?" "You are not my crazy fan." "Ow, ow, what are you doing? Why are you pulling my hairs?" Zhang Li wrapped up the clone's hair as if it were a treasure and put it in his arms. "Just consider it as my reward for letting you out." "Don't mind," as Zhang Li released more and more people. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't even get into the prison area. Those released prisoners were enough to make them suffer. Then let me see what kind of character No 001 will be. With anticipation and excitement, Zhang Li finally opened the door of No. 1 prison room with a sense of deja vu as if he had opened a blind box. But the scene he saw surprised him. There was a bald man in his teens living in the White House. The other person looked a bit like a man's, and a bit like a woman for a moment. Zhang Li couldn't tell the difference between male and female. No 001's prison room was different from others. His room was full of various colorful building blocks, as well as some toy dolls and small trains. Shielder. Although Zhang Li's mutant ability was sealed by Ancient One, when he approached No 001 again, he still clearly felt that his mutant ability had disappeared. So he guessed that No. 1 in front of him was a mutant shielder, who could shield all mutant abilities. Disappearance and sealing are 2 different states. Although Guya sealed him with some magic, he could still feel the existence of his ability, but he could not release it when he was close to No. 1. The feeling of loss was particularly obvious. Zhang Li tried to exit the room, and then something magical happened. He felt that his mutant ability seemed to have become stronger. No, is Guya's seal weaker? I seem to have found something interesting. Zhang Li took a step forward, and after feeling that his mutant ability was blocked, Zhang Li exited the room again. Then he clearly felt that Guya's seal had weakened. Could the ability of the shielder still work on magic? Zhang Li guessed no. I didn't feel that my magic power was affected when I approached. In order to verify what he thought in his heart, Zhang Li approached the shielder again, and then used magic to construct a magic dagger with his backhand. Zhang Li exited the room again, and did not feel any fluctuations in the magic. But the seal on his body was indeed weakened a lot. Zhang Li finally found the problem. Guya's sealing magic seemed to have wrapped up his ability in some way. Zhang Li's ability is sometimes there and sometimes not, as if he is trying his best to accumulate power again and again and then burst out. This process has an impact on Guya's magic, making Guya's magic unable to maintain normality, thus causing loss. Who are you, a magician? No 001 asked. Zhang Li's strange behavior made him feel strained. And at the same time, he was curious about Zhang Li's trick of conjuring a dagger out of thin air. Hello, my name is Zhang Li, and I am a powerful magician. What's your name? My name is Jimmy. Can I see your magic again? If it's called Jimmy, it should be a little boy. Zhang Li stepped back and walked out of the room, looking around and found that no one was disturbing him. Of course, Zhang Li took a step forward, pulled out a long golden magic line with both hands, and then drew a circle at one end of the long line. With a flip of his 5 fingers, the golden line circle turned into a golden light shield. A magic balloon was created by Zhang Li. Zhang Li handed the magic balloon to Jimothy and left the room, gestured back and forth with his hands, and created a magic bow and arrow. Jimmy saw Zhang Li's thoughts, so he smiled and raised the balloon in his hand, waiting for Zhang Li to bend the bow and shoot the arrow. With a pop, the magic balloon was shot by Zhang Li's magic arrow. The magic arrow and the balloon exploded with golden sparks, which scared Jimmy and made him shrink his shoulders and cover his ears with both hands. But he found that the sparks had no lethality, just as bright and dazzling as fireworks. He wanted to reach out to catch the bright sparks, but the sparks fell into his palms just like snowflakes, melting and dissipating, leaving no trace. Jimmy's smile was restrained, and his heart was quite touched. This spark was just like his short smile at this moment. Just a dream. When the dream wakes up, nothing will be left. His special ability made him imprisoned in this white house, destined to be unable to be free in this life. Hi, Jimmy. As if he had guessed Jimmy's inner thoughts, Zhang Li pointed to his temple and said, "Whatever your heart desires, you will be successful. Use your mind to control your ability. When you subdue this beast, you will be free." Zhang Li flipped his hand, and a white dove condensed by Qigong flew towards Jimmy. The moment Jimmy reached out to catch the white dove turned into a ball of qi and merged into his body. What is this? A greeting gift. Zhang Li was in a similar situation to Jimmy. He was also the prisoner, but he was freer and had the right to choose. While Jimmy had no rights at all, he was like a caged rat. Zhang Li could let him go but facing the outside world, regardless of whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would let him go. Jimmy himself did not have the ability to survive alone, and his mutant ability would make him die faster. Although he could restrain all mutant abilities, he himself did not have any attack power, and any adult could kill him. Zhang Li gave him a little bit of his energy as a gift. As for whether he could break the cage, it all depended on his luck at this time. Zhang Li heard a noise and a large number of people were rushing towards him. Most of the prisoners released by Zhang Li were mutants, so S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to take Jimmy to participate in the battle. If Jimmy participated in the battle, their sophisticated equipment could easily suppress the turmoil. Jimmy, I need your head, you don't have any hair. Fingernails won't work either, my blood. Jimmy took the initiative to stretch out his wrist and said, "Anyway, they often come to draw my blood." 3 mouthfuls. Zhang Li didn't hesitate, and directly picked up a building block with a groove, and then quickly poked Jimmy's finger with a sharp spike condensed by Qigong. Jimmy squeezed out a drop of bright red blood and dripped it into the groove of the building block. Zhang Li quickly used magic to seal the building block and put it in his pocket. At this time, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. If it could be put in the mirror space, but he was sealed now, and he couldn't maintain the existence of the mirror space for a long time. This is why he wanted to study the storage ring so much. Although the mirror space is easy to use, it is prone to accidents. Thank you, Jimmy, I wish you good luck. Zhang Li ran out of the room and found that the agents of the brigade had rushed over. Time is running out. Zhang Li began to walk into the room at the door of the room, and then jumped out quickly, just jumping back and forth at the door of the White House. The seal barrier set by Ancient One on Zhang Li was becoming weaker and weaker due to the mutant power that appeared and disappeared from Zhang Li. Zhang Li even felt the energy seeping out of the seal. Don't shoot so as not to hurt someone by mistake. The passage leading to Cell 1 was crowded with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but they didn't dare to shoot at will. and could only endure Zhang Li's repeated humiliation of them. Buzz! The shockwave girl seized the opportunity when Zhang Li jumped out of the room, and a shockwave directly lifted Zhang Li away, and the protective magic on Zhang Li's body was dimmed. Then a large group of agents rushed to Zhang Li and pointed their guns at Zhang Li's head, hurt him. Jimmy suddenly ran out of the prison room to attract the attention of the agents. And Zhang Li also took the opportunity to quickly mobilize magic power with the assistance of the Xuan ring, and instantly completed the magic construction. He pinched 2 light circles in his hands to cut the agents' guns into 2 sections. Then another move of the dragon's tail repelled all the agents. And then smiled at Jimmy, "I look forward to seeing you again." Then Zhang Li snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared behind him to teleport him away. Zhang Li did not leave the shield branch immediately, but appeared in the 74 prison room again, set up a magic circle on the ground, and then left the shield branch after Zhang Li left. Shockwave joined the battlefield with Jimmy, who was fully armed and disguised. After the mutant's ability was blocked, she easily resolved the riot. But Juggernaut was indestructible. Wherever he passed, it was no different from ruins. And he was not a mutant, and was not affected by Jimmy's mutant ability like in the movie. In the end, Ghost Rider and Shockwave teamed up to subdue Juggernaut. If he hadn't known that the base was built on the seabed, Juggernaut might have run away with the mutant army. Fuck. Zhang Li's disturbance in the underwater base made Nick Fury very angry. But helpless, there was no way. There were too many important criminals imprisoned in the base, and he couldn't let the X-Men get involved. Charles could read minds, but he wouldn't tell everything, which would only affect the balance he had worked so hard to achieve. This is also the reason why Zhang Li said he was pedantic. Professor X Charles is a mutant, but he stands on the side of humans. Magneto Eric thinks that mutants should replace ordinary people, which is contrary to his idea. Ever since mutants were exposed to the public, the conflict between the 2 races has existed. Ordinary people cannot understand, so they are afraid and want to eliminate mutants. What is the crime of mutants in America? A place that advocates freedom. Racial discrimination between blacks and whites has never been alleviated, let alone the grievances between mutants. And the land under their feet was snatched through genocide. The helmsmen of the country only care about the power in their hands and the votes of the people. And they don't care about anything else. Magneto Eric obviously sees it more thoroughly while Professor X Charles's love is not wrong, but his behavior is too pedantic. This may also be because their birth environment and life experience are different. Eric was born in a humble family, and he has carried a blood feud since childhood, so his ideas are more realistic and extreme. Charles was born in a wealthy family and has received higher education, so his ideas are more idealistic. Charles Fury is calling. Beast Hank answered Fury's call, and Fury told Charles what Zhang Li had done. Charles thought for a moment and said, "We need a toddler to subdue him." Charles was right. He couldn't do it in a place where ordinary people were around. He needed to lure Zhang Li into a trap and catch him in a jar. Fury on the other end of the phone asked, "Have you found a way to limit his magic?" Charles looked at the beast beside him and said, "Hank has made some progress by studying Zhang Li's information, but it has not been put into actual combat. The implication is that there is a way, but it is not guaranteed to be useful." "Very good, you guys should be ready to act at any time." "I will find the bait here," Fury said firmly and confidently. "There is nothing in this world that their shield can't find." After ending the call with Fury, Hank the Beast suddenly asked, "How can you be sure that what you saw is true, Charles?" "Because I still remember," Charles explained. "Because of my mutant ability. I still remember what happened before I was born. I have an evil twin who tried to kill me, which eventually caused my mother to give birth early. And I used my ability to kill her first. Do you remember Cassandra? She is my twin. As Jang Lee is Cassandra from another world. I have seen his former sinful memory fragments, and he is eyeing my students covetously. It is hard for me to believe that he is kind. Beast Hank was convinced by Charles, after all. They have been friends for decades and have a deep friendship with each other. Charles used the brainwave amplifier again to explore Zhang Li's whereabouts, and the whole world was monitored by his consciousness. Soon found Zhang Li in an unused house, and Zhang Li also sensed Charles' consciousness. It is very impolite to live in someone else's house without permission. Charles directly accused Zhang Li as soon as he came up. My dear brother wants to kill his own family for the sake of justice, leaving me no chance to live, and making me a rat that everyone wants to kill. What can I do? In my world, Cassandra is my sister. Is it meaningful to dwell on such a question? I'm actually very curious. Why did you team up with S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrest me? Is it because I'm a variant of Cassandra? Zhang Li was still very curious about Charles's starting point, and he didn't seem to have offended Charles in any way. I saw your bloody past. You said you couldn't spy on mine. Just some fragments, hee. Zhang Li was speechless and laughed. The famous Professor X would actually make such a low-level mistake. Zhang Li probably guessed what the so-called bloody past Charles saw was. He actually chose to hand Zhang Li over to S.H.I.E.L.D. because of such a figment of the imagination. What are you laughing at? Nothings. I just remembered that you, Charles, wet the bed at the age of 15, so I wanted to laugh. I didn't wet the bed at the age of 15. Aurora and Scott are spreading it. How can it be false? Charles thought carefully, logically. He has the ability of telepathy and a strong memory. How could he not remember that he wet the bed at the age of 15? Wait, how could Aurora and Scott know about my 15-year-old life? Zhang Li fooled me. What do you want to say? Are you going to argue for yourself? Zhang Li said, nothing, I just want to discuss you. Charles asked, I want to know. What is your purpose in coming to our world? Zhang Li said, I am looking for my family, of course not you. Nor your variant. Zhang Li was talking about Rione. Zhang Li did not find any variant of Rione in the previous world. Not even a trace. So Zhang Li suddenly became curious about Rione's identity. Family, I have met many family members of bad guys. And they are usually not good people. If you are willing to provide information, I think we can easily find it for you, after all. Almost all villains can't escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find them, Charles can easily find them. Charles, you are a self-righteous idiot. I have told you before that I am here with a mission. So it is impossible for you to kill Mebut if you piss me off. I can kill you. Charles retorted, your arrival first threatened our world. And we were only defending ourselves, so are you scared? You weren't scared when you contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. You weren't scared when you arrested me. But you were scared after you heard that I came back from the dead and caused trouble in S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Li found it a little funny. I'm not afraid. I just want to resolve the conflicts between the two parties as much as possible. Hypocritical and cowardly hypocrisy. The call is over, Charles. Next time I see you, I may visit your Xavier Academy. So you'd better give yourself a holiday as a student. Having said that, Zhang Li unilaterally cut off Charles's telepathic communication. Ancient Yi's seal has been diluted, and Zhang Li can finally use some of his abilities. The mutant ability can be used, but it will be sealed to reduce its power. The energy and divine power stored in the body can also be used, but the amount is not large. But this is enough tension to deal with Charles. The next thing Zhang Li has to do is to find a place to retreat and attack the seal left by Ancient Yi in his body. After his seal is lifted, it will not be easy to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Charles. In order to prevent Charles from sending people to find him, Zhang left the unused house over the wall after blocking Charles' telepathy. Just after Zhang Li left the community, a big explosion suddenly occurred at the nearby power station, causing quite a commotion. Zhang Li put on his hood and walked into a supermarket and watched the news reports on TV. It turns out that not long ago, Electro Max successfully escaped from prison at this time. He was fighting Spider-Man at the power station. Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. The journalists in this world are so brave. They were able to capture such a clear picture at close range. And the TV station really dared to broadcast it. I am not afraid of any news accidents. Just when Zhang Li was about to leave without interest, he found that a faint golden light flashed from Spider-Man's body to help him weaken Electro's electric shock. Shit, Gwen is really a gentle and kind girl. Zhang Li sighed. It seems that Gwen gave the amulet he sent out to Peter Parker. Zhang Li took advantage of the clerk's attention to focus on Spider-Man on the TV, and quietly took away a Spider-Man's hood. He wanted to go to the scene to see. After all, Gwen had saved him. Although he didn't necessarily need rescue, Zhang Li felt that such a kind girl could be saved. And this Spider-Man Zhang Li was quite pleasing to her. When Zhang Li came to the power station through the portal, he happened to see Electro using electricity to tie up Spider-Man. And Gwen rushed out in a car and knocked Electro out. This electric guy looks silly, what are you doing here? I asked you not to get involved, that's my own choice. You have no right to interfere with me and I can help you. The two had a big fight at first. But in the end, Peter Parker compromised. He took out the coin amulet from his body and stuffed it into Gwen's hand. This thing is useful, I hope it can protect you. But Jang Lee, who was standing in the distance and watching, found that the magic relics on the silver coin had been consumed by 89%. He was afraid that he could not really save Gwen's life. Fortunately, Zhang Li rushed over. Otherwise, Gwen's fate would really not have been changed. Spider-Man moved along the snakeskin of the spider silk to avoid Electro's electric blows. Zhang Li frowned as he looked at it, wondering if the electric man's brain was confused by the electricity. He had such a powerful electric power that he could even transform into elements. But he couldn't use a ranged strike move. You're so stupid, you're useless even if I give you a chance. Spider-Man withstood Electro's electric shock, used his webbing to reconnect the severed cables, and then shouted Gwen's name. After receiving the instruction, Gwen pulled the switch to restore power to the power station, and the electric power was output to the electro-optical man. Spider-Man was thrown away by the electric bomb, while Electro was tightly restrained by the powerful electric current. The electro-optical man is like a battery. There is an upper limit to its endurance. After the power is overloaded, the electro-optical man's body reaches its limit and then expands rapidly. Boom, the electric man's body was exploded like a balloon, and the electric current in his body was released, blooming like a bright blue flower over the power station. The strong light illuminated the entire night, and then appeared like a flash in the pan. Dissipates quickly, ha ha ha. Just when Peter and Gwen were about to celebrate their victory, his good brother Harry came to them on the Green Goblin hang glider. When Harry saw Gwen, he also guessed the truth that Spider-Man was Peter. You refused to save me. He was suffering from a terminal illness. But Peter knew that spider venom was not compatible with the human body, so he did not help him. And Harry's ulcerated face and armored body proved he was right. It's not what you think, Harry. Harry had already been corrupted by the Green Goblin's will, so he couldn't listen to Peter's words. He wanted Peter to feel the pain, so he took Gwen away. Hello threw Gwen down the clock tower indifferently. Although Peter caught Gwen in time, the Green Goblin bomb thrown by Harry blew them up again with a boom. Peter finally found a safe place to settle Gwen. When he was fighting with Harry, the out-of-control Green Goblin glider suddenly knocked Gwen down. Peter used spider silk to pull Gwen in time, and the Green Goblin Harry entangled her again in the end. Peter's spider silk was cut off by the gears of the pendulum, and Gwen fell all the way with the falling gears. No. Peter kicked Harry away and jumped down the clock tower to chase Gwen. But there was still a long distance between them. Squeak. A magic halo suddenly appeared and swallowed Gwen, and Peter's spider silk fell empty. Gwen, where are you? Are you okay? After landing, Peter took off his hood, shouted Gwen's name and looked for Gwen's trace. At this moment, Zhang Li was wearing a low-quality spider hood on the top of the bell tower, holding the frightened Gwen in his arms. I told you long ago that being a superhero's girlfriend is very dangerous. Why did you give him the amulets? Gwen was relieved after hearing Zhang Li's voice and said, because he is much more dangerous than me. Because he is much more dangerous than me. And Peter has returned the amulet to me. Gwen took out the coin from her pocket. Zhang Li snatched the coin from Gwen's hand and retorted, but the magic power of this amulet has been almost exhausted. If I hadn't rushed over, he wouldn't have been able to save you based on the speed of your fall. And the remaining magic power of the amulet is also not enough to protect your brain from damage. Okay, can you stop scolding me like an elder? You look younger than me. Zhang Li explained the guy below is not bad. Not that annoying, your father died in front of him. He struggled with himself for so long before he made up his mind to be with you. If something happens to you, he will never be with you for the rest of his life. I will forgive myself. Gwen looked at the panicked Peter under the bell tower. Of course she knew it would be dangerous. But she was worried about Peter more than herself. Peter, I'm here, I'm okay. Peter watched Gwen lying unscathed on the top of the bell tower waving to him. His anxious heart finally settled down. And tears almost came out of his eyes. How did you climb up there? Do you have superpowers too? Remember that friend from another world I told you about? He saved me, tell him thank you for me. I want to feel the pain, Peter. Harry, who was trapped in a pile of scrap metal, took out a green goblin grenade and threw it at Gwen's. No. Peter quickly put on the mask and swung the spider silk. But the distance was too far, so he could only watch anxiously. Just when the bomb was about to explode, the bomb flying towards Gwen suddenly turned a corner and was held in the palm of the hand by Tension, who suddenly stood up. Throw it away quickly. Just when Peter was happy that Gwen was saved, he suddenly discovered that the man wearing an inferior spider mask did not throw away the bomb in time. Boom, the bomb exploded in Zhang's hand. But the power of the explosion only caused a slight breeze and did not cause any damage. Ouch, it hurts me to death. Zhang Li felt like his palms were about to be blown out of consciousness. Although Guya's seal has been diluted, and Zhang Li can use some of his mutant abilities. After all, the constraints are still there and he can't do whatever he wants as before. So his hand was still injured. Are you okay? Why don't you throw it away? Zhang Li, because it looks cooler this way. Don't girls like such heroic men? Am I not cool, Gwen? Cool, buzz. Harry once again rode the green goblin glider and fired cannonballs at Zhang Li and Gwen. So there are two Spider-Men, you both deserve to die. Stop, Harry. Peter swung a thread to stick to Harry and fought with Harry on the hang glider. Harry, who had little fighting experience, was naturally no match for Peter. As for Zhang Li, he no longer dares to catch bombs with his hands. But this won't stop him from being handsome at all. Zhang Li waved his hand and opened the mirror space directly, sucking all the bombs into the mirror space. Seeing that the bomb disappeared suddenly, Gwen praised, this move is much more handsome than just catching the bomb forcefully. After subduing Harry, Peter came to Gwen and embraced him affectionately. Pay attention to the impact. There is a bachelor watching next to me. I am so embarrassed. Peter, sorry, thank you very much for saving Gwen. What a friend I have. After saying that, he was about to hug Zhang Li, but Zhang Li quickly dodged. No. No, you smell like sweat and I don't like men either. Ooh, well. Since you are Gwen's friend, how about I treat you to a meal? Thank you for saving Gwen. Better say goodbye. Zhang Li said, some organizations in your world think that I am a threat. I just escaped from prison, so I won't cause you any trouble. So you're a bad guy? Spider-Man asked, confused. No, of course not. I have saved the world twice. And it was because of saving the world that I accidentally came to your world. My brother in your world, the X-Men. He says I'm evil because I'm evil in your world. So he teamed up with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to assassinate me. And I was tortured. They had a potion that could make people feel the pain of every inch of their body being cracked. I was tortured to the point where I was bleeding from all my orifices and was incontinent. You can imagine that kind of torture. Is it painful? So Peter, if they come for you, don't join them. Zhang glanced at the agents under the bell tower and the approaching fighter plane not far away. Look, what you say comes from what you say. I have to go, you two take care of yourself. And Gwen, I have strengthened this amulet again. Zhang Li threw the coin to Gwen again. Then opened the portal and left the clock tower. Wow, what a convenient magic. You don't need to buy a ticket when traveling in the future. Peter said with emotion. On the fighter plane, Beast Hank said, he is too vigilant. My invention will not work at this distance, that girl. That girl was there when we went to find him, Aurora said. Charles said, it seems we have to find a chance to chat with the young couple. After Zhang Li left the bell tower, he once again found an uninhabited house and hid in it. In the following time, Zhang Li will retreat to break the seal left by Ancient One. As long as the seal is broken, he can almost cross into the ranks of the father level. However, despite this, she did not dare to really disobey Loki and directly cross into the father level. After all, there is no difference between the surface level and the father level in the eyes of Loki, the big boss of the multiverse level. In order to find Zhang Li's whereabouts, S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men turned over the entire New York City but did not find any clues. They even began to doubt whether Zhang Li had the ability to travel back and forth between the two worlds at any time. During this period, Peter, Gwen, Jimmy, and other people who had brief contact with Zhang Li were questioned by S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men. And they also sent agents to track their daily lives. But they really didn't know Zhang Li's whereabouts. He once said that he was practicing hard and his mutant abilities were sealed. But now it seems that his seal is being lifted. Charles hit the nail on the head. He has realized this since Zhang Li unilaterally cut off his telepathy last time. Fury, then I hope doctors. Hank's little invention will not disappoint people. I have prepared the bait when Zhang Li appears again. I hope the X-Men can fully cooperate with us, of course. Charles responded, Life Island, Karakawa Country. The mutant nation created by Magneto Eric. Zhang Li stepped on a steel plate and crossed the ocean to the island. Look, someone has the same mutant abilities as the king. It couldn't have been cloned by some experimental base using the king's genes. Stop talking nonsense, vigilant. And notify the king immediately. All kinds of mutants gathered together and watched vigilantly as Zhang Li slowly controlled the steel plate to fall to the ground. Who are you? What's the purpose of coming to Karakawa? The mutant Psylocke stepped forward and asked. Zhang Li, don't try to peek into my heart with your tiny telepathy. I'm stronger than you, Psylocke felt as if his brain had been stabbed by something sharp. And the pain was unbearable. The mutants behind her saw Psylocke kneeling in pain. And each took a step forward, preparing to use their mutant abilities to bomb Zhang Li into slag. Stop, don't be impulsive. Psylocke endured the pain and raised her hand to stop the mutants behind her. Ling Duho possesses the ability of telepathy, can clearly sense the extremely terrifying energy contained in Zhang Li's body. The attack just now was just a way to intimidate her. Lingdi lowered his head and said, the weak are not worthy of looking up to the strong. I apologize to you for my previous arrogance. Your Excellency, a man with the same abilities as Eric, but also with powerful telepathic abilities. Psylocke was convinced that even if more than 100 mutants behind him swarmed forward, they might not be able to compete with the tension. Zhang Li said calmly, I want to talk to Eric. I'm right here. Magneto appeared behind the mutant crowd wearing a helmet. And all the mutants voluntarily gave way and bowed their heads to Eric to show respect. Zhang Li looked at Eric, who had gray hair, and said, you are old. Eric, do we know each other? It's not important. I'm here for only one thing, and that is, as long as I stand here for a day, no one on this island is allowed to leave. Who do you think you are? The old Eric raised his hand. And countless metals became sharp and pierced the tension at the same time. Don't do these useless tests. I'll only stay for 3 days at most. It's good for everyone, honestly. Zhang Yan didn't care about Eric's attack at all. He just stood there quietly. And all the metals approaching him were hovering 3 feet away from him. Zhang Li raised his hand and waved. And all the metals controlled by Eric were forcibly taken away by Zhang Li. Instead, the spearhead was directed at Magneto and other mutants. Eric never expected that someone could take control of the metal from his hands. What do you think of my proposal? Eric looked gloomy and could only agree to Zhang Li's proposal, ensuring that his men would not take a step outside the island. At the same time in the Shield Undersea branch, another clone of Zhang Li appeared in the familiar White House through the portal. His consciousness dispersed, and the general structure of the entire submarine base was imprinted in his mind by tension. Since Zhang Li made a big fuss last time, the confidentiality level of this submarine base has been lowered by 1 level, and all the prisoners have been transferred out. With a bang, Zhang Zhan appeared directly in the main control room with a teleportation. Who are you? It's no 074, he's back again, shut up. Zhang Li was like a god who could speak at will, causing the noisy crowd to shut up. Someone wanted to pull out a gun, but his own pistol floated directly to his head. Zhang Li was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly read the consciousness of the person in charge, knowing the location of the SHIELD headquarters, and also found out where the prisoners were transferred. After doing all this, he stretched his palm upwards. After a loud rumbling sound, the entire base began to shake, and then the tension teleported away with a bang sound. Check the situation and report immediately. Report. The foundation of the base has been destroyed, and a large amount of seawater has begun to pour in. The bottom layer has been submerged, and the water flow can no longer be stopped. Seal the bottom 3 floors of the building, and others contact the headquarters to ask for top-secret files to be evacuated quickly. But there are still 3 floors below. I know, but this is a necessary sacrifice. Follow your orders, privates. Bang. Zhang Li teleported to SHIELD headquarters, a huge aircraft carrier sailing in the sky. It's a lot bigger than the black braised egg one. Zhang Li came to the aircraft carrier's central control room unimpeded through spiritual suggestion. Groups of agents were carefully adjusting data and performing daily tasks. But Fury was not here. Zhang Li peeked into the consciousness of the agents and realized that Fury had gone to the conference room. In the conference room, Fury was conducting daily reports with the country's leaders. An elderly woman asked, "Have you still found the threat from another world?" Fury, please rest assured. We have already thought of a response strategy. The resolute general said, coping strategy. If it weren't for your incompetence and arrogance, how could he have escaped from prison and caused so much trouble? The white politician said, Fury, you hold great power. If you can't find even a stowaway, it will be difficult for us to trust your ability to continue to serve as the director of SHIELD. Find him, Fury promised. I hope so. You know we also need to face pressure from all sides. So you really don't have much time. After the call ended, the big screen in front of Fury disappeared, and the lights in the conference room lit up again. You can contact them again and say you have found me. Zhang Li appeared next to Fury. Don't move, Agent Hill, who had just walked into the conference room, noticed that there was suddenly an extra person in the conference room, and quickly took out the pistol he wanted to see and pointed it at Zhang Li. How did you sneak in? Fury was also startled by Zhang Li's sudden appearance. Zhang Li looked at the gun in Agent Hill's hand and turned his eyes back to Fury with disdain. With black and white hair, a resolute white face, a black eye mask and strong muscles, he looked more like an agent than a black braised egg. Do you know Carol Danvers' own? Then you have one less trump card than the black salted egg. You know a lot of mutants and you can use your enemies. Your methods are really dirty. Wait, Gwen is my weakness. You want to use Gwen to deal with me in front of Zhang Li? The so-called king of agents has no secrets at all. Fury actually secretly monitors Gwen, as long as he finds Zhang Li appearing again and makes sure he is still in this world. He will release the news that Gwen is in danger and lure Zhang Li into the trap he has set in advance. Gwen is my friend, you look fair. But you are much more sinister than a black braised egg. Although black braised egg is also good at calculations, he still maintains his own bottom line. And the Fury in front of him is a scumbag, telepathy. This is not included in the information provided by Charles. Fury stared at Zhang Li with a gloomy expression. Are you starting to doubt your partners? You are really a bad person. Zhang stretched out his hand towards Agent Hill. And Agent Hill was pushed out by an invisible force, pressing against the wall, unable to move. Zhang controlled the pistol to fly into his hand. Fury took advantage of Zhang's distraction and grabbed the fighter jet. He kicked Zhang out while quickly taking out his gun and fired several shots at Zhang. But the bullet hovered strangely in front of Zhang Li. No longer making any progress, you sold my clothes. Zhang Li flicked and there was dust on his clothes. If he wanted to have a conversation, Fury would have no chance of kicking him, arms or feet. What, then the knee is fine. The bullet in front of Zhang Li suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into a sharp piece of iron and scratching the kneecap of Fury's right foot. Fury knelt on the ground in pain, blood pouring out, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Will the king of agents also scream in pain? Zhang Li sneered, okay, the boring game is over. I am here to declare war on you and the X-Men. I will welcome you at the White House tomorrow when you arrive. We will fight to the death, this is my challenge to you. See you tomorrow, after Zhang Li opened the portal and left. Agent Hill finally got rid of his restraints. What should we do, Director, calling all agents? Urgently evacuate everyone near the White House. And monitor every inch of the White House at all times. We must retaliate. Contact Charles to explain the situation clearly and let him come out. It is best not to hide anything, in addition. I'm asking about Zhang Li's specific information in detail. Xavier College. Zhang Li's third avatar walked majestically through the gate of the college. Charles, who was giving a lecture to the students, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He felt that there were extremely powerful mutants coming outside the college gate. So powerful that he was afraid of them. Children, today's class will be here for the time being. Go back and rest immediately. Charles controlled the wheelchair and quickly left the classroom. Zhang Li did not conceal his momentum, and the energy in his body was released wantonly. And even the clouds in the sky were stirred by his momentum. He felt like a giant, the X-Men consisting of Professor Logan. Is he the person you're talking about? He looks like a child. Professor X, don't be fooled by his appearance, Logan. I'm here to issue a declaration of war. A declaration of war. Logan joked, are all the wild children today so rebellious? Several people from the X-Men smiled. And Zhang Li said, if we talk about wild children, who among you here except Charles is not a wild child? Several of the X-Men, except for Charles who grew up with his parents, are not much better. You are so sharp-tongued, little brat. You can easily be taught a lesson when you are out and about like this. Zhang Li, I'm honest, but Charles and S.H.I.E.L.D. ambushed me. You were also a prisoner, Logan. You also experienced the pain when you were implanted with adamantium. Life was worse than death. You are. How do you deal with those who betray you? I'm not a sinner, I'm here for revenge. If you get out of the way, we'll be fine. I'm only looking for Charles. But if you insist on blocking me, then there will be nothing left to say between us. Wolverine Logan rubbed out the cigar in his mouth on the palm of his hand, then put the remaining half into his pocket, directly revealing the sharp adamantium alloy claws on his hands. Charles allowed for peaceful coexistence between mutants and normal people. He cannot die. The others were also silently preparing for battle. Seeing this, Zhang Li stopped saying anything and stretched out one hand to hook his fingers at everyone. You're so arrogant, kid. Wolverine Logan was the first to rush forward and jumped up, trying to insert his claws into Zhang Li's body. Zhang Li pointed at Logan and pressed down with his finger. Logan was pushed to the ground by an invisible force. Click, click, click. Zhang Li's mouth seemed to be giving some kind of order, and the joints all over Logan's body were disconnecting one by one according to his instructions. Zalata. Logan felt that all the joints of his limbs were being twisted invisibly by the tension, and he screamed in agony as he lay paralyzed on the ground. Logan, the X-Men shouted in concern. And then Storm Ororo condensed the thunder clouds and controlled the tension of the lightning attack. Patient Bobby also fired 2 frost shock waves. Scott also took off his eyes, and laser beams erupted from his eyes. Zhang Li drew a circle with one hand, and the portal appeared in front of him. Absorbing everyone's attacks, give it back to you. Tension drew a circle again and opened another portal. Storm's thunder, Iceman's frost, and Cyclops' laser shock waves all hit the X-Men. Get away. Beast Hank shouted and jumped out quickly holding Charles' wheelchair. Boom! A big hole was bombed out where they were standing before. Fight him in close combat. Beast Hank whispered in Charles' ear and rushed up first. Iceman Poppy made a slide and followed closely behind. Storm floated up and drove the hurricane, not to be outdone. Cyclops put on glasses to observe the battle situation and was ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Beast Hank's physique was fully amplified by the mutant gene. He was confident that his strength was enough to suppress Jang Lee. But Jang Lee still only dealt with him with one hand. His fist was easily blocked by Jang Lee with one hand. He continued to attack with both hands. But Jang Lee's fist speed and strength were far better than his. Beast Hank bounced up and kicked Jang Lee's hand with all his strength. But he still couldn't move him at all. Iceman Poppy had already circled behind Jang Lee at this moment. When Beast Hank dodged and pulled away, he fired a freezing shock wave at Jang Lee at close range. Jang Lee turned around and raised his hand, and the strong blasting flame instantly bounced Iceman away. Storm spun around with a hurricane, but Jang Lee waved his hand and slapped Storm. Sending her flying, Cyclops fired laser shockwaves again, and Jang Lee drew circles with one hand. But this time the space was stable, and only a few sparks appeared, which did not allow Jang Lee to open the portal as he wished. Cyclops' laser shockwaves hit Jang Lee directly. Beast Hank, I have invented an instrument for your portal a long time ago, and your arrogance has brought you to ruin. Jang Lee then discovered that next to Charles, who had been using telepathy to fight Jang Lee, the Phoenix Gene, who had not been doing anything, had started a complex machine tower beside her without knowing when. Don't let up, putting his fingers on his temples. Charles, who had been trying to invade Zhang's brain with telepathy, suddenly reminded him at this time. Qin also discovered that Jang Lee didn't seem to be hurt in any way, and her telepathy was still unable to break through Lai Zhang's defense barrier. Jang Lee's spiritual defense line is like a tall and thick defensive city wall, and Qin stands as small as dust under the city wall. I can help you in her hearts. There was a familiar yet unfamiliar voice that bewitched her. Qin knew that it was the power of the Phoenix hidden in her body, an ultimate power of destruction at the moment. She cannot fully control this power, and there is a risk of losing control, therefore. Before all the students in the college have evacuated, she will not awaken the Phoenix power in her body unless it is absolutely necessary. Cyclops' laser shock wave put a huge burden on his eyes, so he stopped outputting the laser shock wave after a short time. He doesn't want to go blind yet. The power of your laser shock wave is too low. It seems that you haven't practiced hard enough. Cyclops can absorb cosmic energy and solar radiation to become stronger. But Scott's Cyclops does not make the tension feel that strong. How is that possible? Cyclops' laser shock wave has always been invincible, but Jang Lee was able to take Cyclops' attack with his body so easily. This was the first time they had seen it, Charles. That power is a bit like Sebastian. What is going on? Beast Hank looked at Charles, who was still trying to invade tension. I don't know, I can't read his mind. He's more powerful than I thought before. Charles was able to spy on some Zhang Yan's memory fragments, but now his telepathy can't even break through Zhang Yan's psychic defense. He had only felt this kind of powerlessness in Tianqi. Then what should we do now? Charles did not answer the beast's question, but turned to look at Qin beside him. If Qin releases the Phoenix power in her body, the problem should be solved. But that would also threaten everyone present. Help me, I'll help you, Zhang Li's telepathic ability is far stronger than everyone present, so Charles's every move cannot escape Zhang Li's eyes. But when Zhang Li's consciousness sneaked into Qin's consciousness, He actually heard the cry for help from the Phoenix Force. Although Qin has telepathic abilities, her strength is far inferior to that of Charles. When she was very young, Charles found her and used his own ability to suppress the Phoenix Force in Qin's body. If not, the Phoenix power would have already taken over Qin's body and turned into a new life form. Interesting, Zhang raised his hand to grab it. And Qin's body flew towards Zhang uncontrollably. And Zhang pinched her neck. Qin. Tension, don't be impulsive, don't move. Zhang Li warned the X-Men not to move. And then Zhang Li began to absorb the Phoenix power in Qin's body. You dare! The power of the Phoenix roared crazily inside Qin's body. But it was still suppressed by Zhang Li's telepathy. The tension stripped away an energy fragment of the Phoenix Force and sucked it into the palm of his hand. A burst of scorching energy instantly destroyed and burned the nerves in Zhang's 5 fingers. And Zhang was forced to let go of Qin. While Zhang quickly absorbed the Phoenix power, he was also trying to use his mutant ability to copy genes to analyze the Phoenix power. What Jang Lee thought was that since the Phoenix Force had self-awareness, it should also belong to the category of life. So he wanted to try to see if he could replicate the Phoenix Force. There was a stabbing pain in Zhang Li's mind. It was not his body that was injured, but more like his soul. While he was trying to analyze the Phoenix power, a stream of energy was transmitted along his spiritual consciousness into Zhang's brain. Burning his consciousness, it works. Since the ability to copy has been counterattacked, it proves that the idea of tension is feasible. But it seems to involve the soul. Zhang Li didn't know how to start for a while. But what was certain was that with his current strength, it was absolutely impossible. I am afraid that even if he reaches the Heavenly Father level, he may not be able to replicate the power of the Phoenix. Go to hell, Wolverines, who was lying on the ground and relying on his self-healing ability to recover, suddenly pounced on Zhang, inserting a pair of sharp metal claws into Zhang's ribs. Zhang Li was about to seal the stripped Phoenix power in his body and was not ready to absorb it all. But unexpectedly, Wolverine suddenly pounced on him and interrupted him. It's a pity that you didn't hit my head. If you lost those metal claws, could you still be called Wolverine? Zhang Li kicked Logan away, controlled his body to float in the air, and then pulled out his wolf claws one by one. The pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow even hurt Ororo and the others when they looked at it. What do you think it would be like if I removed all the adamantium from your body? Well. Logan felt that the adamantium alloy wrapped around his bones was slowly being peeled off by the tension. The bone-scratching pain made Logan's whole body tremble uncontrollably. Sweat instantly wetted his clothes, and blood mist slowly oozed from the surface of his skin. Stop him! Iceman and Storm each used their magical powers to attack Zhang Li from the side. Beast snatched Logan away with a tiger pounce. And then Cyclops attacked again. Bother me. Zhang Li radiated a powerful shockwave, blocking all attacks. And then his mind directly invaded the minds of Iceman and others. Got you. Charles took advantage of the moment when Zhang Li's mind defense was vacant to invade Zhang Li's consciousness. Zhang Li's consciousness space was like a white mist. Did you catch me, Charles? I'm stupid, Dowdo. Zhang Li turned into a giant in the consciousness space, staring at the tiny Charles in his palm. His voice like thunder, how is it possible? Charles was shocked beyond words by Zhang Li's mental projection. Zhang Li was so young. How could his mental consciousness be so powerful? Charles couldn't understand, The giant Zhang Li opened his mouth and blew a breath. And in the real world, Charles poofed and spit out a mouthful of pus and blood. His body flew backward, sand fell heavily on the grass. The other people whose consciousness was invaded by Zhang Li were all the same, vomiting blood and flying backwards. Zhang Li quickly used his finger as a pen to apply the seal rune to the Phoenix power in his palm. Finally, the Phoenix power turned into a fiery red phoenix tattoo engraved on Zhang Li's palm. You stole my original power. Qin was controlled by the Phoenix power in her body and floated in the air. Wanting to attack Zhang Li, go to sleep. Zhang Li gently spit out 2 words. and the Phoenix power was suppressed by Zhang Li's strong mental will. And Qin took control of her body again. I'm not killing people today, I'm here to challenge you. Tomorrow, I welcome everyone to come and kill me in the White House. After that, Zhang Li quickly dodged and grabbed Scott and the other's hair. And left in style. The Statue of Liberty has stood in New York City for more than 100 years and is a symbol of freedom and democracy in America. Zhang Li stood at the foot of Liberty Island and looked up at the Statue of Liberty. The giant statue was weathered and had lost its brilliance in the photos. The goddess, who had lost her color, was stained with the dirt of the city and became like a crying old woman. Zhang Li took a step forward and disappeared on Liberty Island with a bang. When he appeared again, Zhang Li had already arrived on the lawn of the White House. Report: a figure appeared on the lawn of the White House. It is initially judged that it may be No. 074. As soon as Zhang Li appeared, the agents reported the news. Continue to monitor the target, don't act rashly. And report the situation at any time. Nick Fury couldn't figure out what Zhang Li wanted to do. There was no one in the White House. Did Zhang Li want to destroy the White House building to vent his emotions? But doing so would make the government lose face. But it would not gain any substantial benefits. Could it be that he wants to use this to push mutants to the opposite side of humans? Nick Fury could only think of so much for the time being. After all, they don't know much about Zhang Li. Has Charles arrived, Agent Hill? He's on his way. Very good, let them participate in the action. Nick Fury only hopes that mutants will participate in the fight against Zhang Li, which can ease the intensification of the conflict. But what puzzled Fury was that Zhang Li did not do anything unusual after arriving at the White House. Zhang Li went to the kitchen first, found some fresh meat to make a Chinese meal for himself, then walked into the presidential lounge with a swagger, took a bath, and then drew the curtains and covered the quilt and fell asleep. No, does he think the White House is his home? Is he despising us, damn it? Fury was so angry that his veins popped. Sniper, give him a bullet to taste. Fury felt it necessary to teach Zhang Li a lesson. And it would be even better if he could kill Zhang Li directly. Received. After receiving the order, the sniper ambushed on a tall building in the distance, aimed at the window screen through the thermal imaging telescope. And then Zhang Li lying on the bed, bangs. The bullet passed through the window, broke the curtains, and hit Zhang Li on the bedand, then nothing happened. Report: hit the target, what, just like that? Fury couldn't believe it. Could Zhang Li be sniped so easily? Send a team to check in. If something goes wrong, evacuate immediately. Fury asked a team to sneak into the White House to check whether Zhang Li was alive or dead. However, they had just sneaked into the room and were about to break in when they suddenly fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to report the situation. Report: the exploration team has something wrong and all members have lost contact. Got it, continue to monitor, don't act rashly. After hearing that the exploration team had an accident, Fury knew that Zhang Li had not slept at all, let alone been sniped. Report: all members of the exploration team have lost vital signs. Sure enough, not long after, Fury received the news that all members of the exploration team had died. Keep monitoring. As the night deepened, the senior officials of the White House had been evacuated from the White House. But they were still eager to have fun, so they arranged a cruise party. These politicians insulted Nick Fury's incompetence while enjoying a sumptuous meal and drinks. Accompanied by prostitutes, and had a good time. Zhang Li's clone drove a stolen Rolls-Royce classic car across the bridge and came to the infamous Rikers Island, the legendary prison island. An island dedicated to holding prisoners. Zhang Li parked the car at the entrance of the Rikers Bridge and got out. Today I will also play Magneto, ka. Zhang Li raised his hand and used Magneto's mutant ability to shake the bridge, moving the bridge leading to the prison island away, cutting off the traffic fortress between the prison island and the outside world. Now I am the warden of the prison island. Zhang Li's godlike feat scared the police officers on the prison island. Is he still a human? Report. Magneto attacked the prison island. Magneto attacked the prison island, the warden. who had not yet figured out the situation, called his superiors for help, saying that Magneto attacked the prison island. Because in his heart, only Magneto Eric had such terrifying strength that he could easily control the metal to move the bridge with a magnetic field. What fact Eric attacked the prison island? Nick Fury looked at Professor X Charles in disbelief and asked, "Do you know about this?" Zhang Li and Eric have an alliance. I can't track Zhang Li. But Eric has reformed and founded the Krakava Kingdom on the Island of Life. He won't take risks easily. He should be coerced by Zhang Li. I can go to the prison island to see the situation. Charles and Eric have been in love and hate for decades. They are both enemies and more like brothers. It's not Eric, Agent Hill suddenly said. The surveillance leading to the prison island found Zhang Li's whereabouts. And the satellite also intercepted Zhang Li's photos. Agent Hill turned the tablet over and showed it to Fury and Charles. On it was a satellite photo of Zhang Li lifting a bridge. Although it was a little blurry, Fury and Charles still recognized that it was Zhang Li. What's going on? Charles, I don't know why he has Eric's mutant ability. Charles then remembered that Zhang Li seemed to have used Eric's mutant ability to deal with Logan. And he also had a mutant ability similar to Sebastian. If you think about it this way, Zhang Li seems to have many terrifying secrets hidden in him. If Zhang Li is on the prison island, then who is the person in the White House? Yes, could Zhang Li have a clone, Director? Agent Hill suddenly said, Zhang Li has contacted No 002. And this morning, Krakava closed all the entrances to the island. It is not ruled out that Zhang Li has contacted Magneto Eric. Agent Hill seemed to be saying, Zhang Li seems to have some method of copying mutant abilities. What? Charles, he said before that his mutant ability is to copy mutant genes. Oh fuck, why didn't you tell me such important information before? Charles, now the situation has become more serious because of your hiding it. Fuck Charles, he was in a sealed state before. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Fuck. Charles, you'd better reveal all the information you know now. Otherwise Xavier Academy will have no need to exist. I believe that those stupid pigs would also be happy to see such an unstable factor like you disappear from this world. Fury threatened under pressure. Charles still told everything he knew and the big and small things about their battle with Zhang Li in detail. Washington is in the midst of a public opinion storm. The official claimed that a military exercise would be held near the White House to ensure that under the deteriorating world situation, the military power of the federal government would be demonstrated to the public. Strengthen public confidence to deter lawbreakers. As an emergency exercise, the government disclosed limited information to the public. In this regard, the official statement is, it involves military secrets and cannot be disclosed. In addition to police officers, reporters from all over the country and the world surrounded the White House. Reporters stood outside the security line, and their machines filmed the happenings around the White House around the clock and in all directions. As a journalist with a keen sense of smell, the less information the government discloses, the higher the level of the incident, the more excited they are and they want to rush in directly. Even though they had been on guard all day and stayed up all night, the reporters were still energetic and observed the plants and trees near the White House with dark circles under their eyes. As the first ray of sunshine shines in the early morning, the city gradually begins to glow with life. Vendors who have sensed business opportunities have already pushed food carts and started selling among the crowd. Even if the price doubles, reporters will generously pay the bill in order not to miss any opportunity to follow. After Zhang Li woke up, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After eating it calmly, he went to the dressing room to pick out a well-fitting suit and put it on. Bangs! The tension teleports outside the White House. Good morning. My fellow journalists. Zhang Li suddenly appeared in the cordon and gave a gentlemanly salute to the reporters. Who are you? Put your hands up. The police officers guarding the cordon took out their pistols and pointed them at Zhang Li. If their superiors knew that a stranger had broken into the area they were responsible for guarding, their career would be over. Tahasas. Zhang Li said with a smile. Remove the cordon and let my reporter friends get closer. Zhang Li's order was full of charm after hearing this. The police officers on guard put their pistols away involuntarily and followed the order to remove the cordon. Mom fake Zhang Li, what do you want to do? Are you using ordinary people to threaten us? On the space carrier hidden above the White House, Fury became angry when he saw Zhang Li approaching civilians. Tell everyone under your command to prepare for the worst. Fury's one eye is filled with cold, murderous intent. What he protects has never been a country. What he protects is the world. For the relative peace of the world. Sometimes it is inevitable to sacrifice the lives of some ordinary people. Sir, who are you? Why are you in the White House? What is the real purpose of the White House exercise? Is the White House exercise really just an exercise? Was the president assassinated? Excuse me. What role do you play in this so-called exercise, sir? Zhang was surrounded by a group of reporters, faced with the microphones thrown at him by his reporter friends. Zhang still had a smile on his face, quiet. My journalist friends, please listen to what I have to say first, okay? Zhang Li's voice was not loud, but it suppressed the noise of reporters rushing to ask questions and reached everyone's ears. And his voice has a certain unique charm that makes everyone willing to quiet down and listen to him first. First of all, my name is Zhang Li, and I am a terrorist who has been officially recognized as a heinous terrorist. Now the White House has been occupied by me personally. As soon as Zhang Li introduced himself, a reporter couldn't help but want to be the first to ask, Sir, may I ask you shut up bangs? The head of the reporter who was about to ask the first question suddenly exploded like a balloon. And blood sprayed on everyone present. There was one person who was not able to withstand psychological pressure and was the first to let out a sharp scream. Then a group of people were ignited with the fire of fear in their hearts. And they screamed and dispersed, away from the murderous demon Zhang Li. Whoever dares to make a sound or wants to leave, I will crush his brain immediately. Zhang Li's understatement has no deterrent effect. Those who should be screamed are still screaming. And those who should run away are still running away. It wasn't until Zhang Li took action again and blew the brains out of the people who yelled the loudest that the scene slowly became quiet. I hate it when people interrupt me. If I want to, none of you can escape. So just listen to me quietly now, okay? The frightened reporters nodded pitifully and agreed to Zhang Li's request. Very good, the photographer turns on the camera. And the reporters come forward and let me finish what I'm saying. The reporters approached Zhang cautiously and raised the microphone in front of him. Zhang Li straightened his clothes and continued with a smile, as everyone can see. I am a murderous and heinous terrorist. I had a little conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the X-Men. They made me very unhappy. So I made an appointment with them to have a fight at the White House. But before that, I want to play a little game with my S.H.I.E.L.D. friends and X-Men families. Like an experienced host, Zhang Li performed freely surrounded by reporters, arousing everyone's curiosity before this. I need 3 professional photographers to be responsible for the shooting process of the game. It would be better if any journalist friends are willing to participate. Is anyone willing? The places are limited, first come, first served. Zhang Li's previous display of power had frightened everyone present. When he named 3 photographers, the people responsible for shooting the live video took a step back involuntarily. This will be a wonderful performance that will shock the world. Doesn't anyone want to become famous overnight? Come witness history with me, how passionate. Zhang Li looked around, but still no one came out. Who would be willing to put themselves in danger for a piece of news? I'll do it, just as Zhang Li was about to randomly select. A weak figure raised her Handan Oriental girl. She was a reporter, not a photographer. The photographer uncle next to her held her arm tightly, making her unable to struggle. The girl could only ask Zhang Li for help. I have learned photography. I can be responsible for photography and also be a part-time reporter. I am willing to participate in your game. No, let me do it, I am professional. The photographer uncle took the initiative to stand up and wanted to replace the girl. Very good, you two might as well come together. So happy to decide, please stand by my side. Zhang Li interrupted the argument between the two and called them both out. I do too, suddenly. Two strong men carrying cameras raised their hands in the originally quiet crowd. And the reporter friends beside them also raised their hands. They were undercover agents temporarily planted by S.H.I.E.L.D. And Zhang Li certainly couldn't let them cause trouble. Friends from New York TV and Washington TV, please step out. Zhang Li directly called out the names. After selecting the photographer and reporter, Zhang Li disappeared into the crowd with 6 people. That's the Red Devil's mutant ability. Where did he go? We don't know the upper limit of his ability. And we haven't made any preparations in advance. We can't detect his location for the time being. But preliminary inference is that he may have gone to the prison island. 10 minutes later, Zhang Li appeared on the White House lawn again and asked the photographer to start recording. The thin female reporter began to interview Zhang Li. After introducing herself, the female reporter began to ask, Mr. Zhang Li, can you introduce your game show? What? Is anyone curious about my game show? It's really exciting. Am I a celebrity too? Zhang Li talked to himself in front of the camera like a psychopath and started his clumsy personal performance. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Li, a mutant from another world. If this live broadcast is interrupted, all the 10,000 criminals on the prison island will go to hell. And I will make this land experience a great cleansing again. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. command room, Agent Hill put his hand on a button and looked at Fury, director. She was asking Fury whether to interrupt the live broadcast. As long as she gently pressed the blocking button, the live broadcast would be interrupted. Don't do that. Not all of your 10,000 criminals are on death row. They also have human rights, Charles said. Let's see. After struggling for a long time, Fury finally didn't let Hill cut off the live broadcast. Zhang Li continued his live show on TV. I accidentally entered the time tunnel in order to save a world and came to your world by accident. In my world, Professor X Charles is my twin brother. So I found him, hoping to get help so that I can return to my world safely. But he betrayed me. He teamed up with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture me and tortured me. Do you want to know what I have been through? Let's connect to live broadcast no 2. The screen on the TV turned, and Zhang Li's clone appeared on the TV wearing a clown mask. Beside him, in addition to the reporter, there was a gagged prisoner in prison uniform tied to an iron pillar by iron chains. Reporter, the syringe in the hand of Mr. Joker in front of you is said to be the secret medicine used by S.H.I.E.L.D. to torture prisoners. It can make people feel the pain of body crushing. The Joker took the smelly socks out of the prisoner's mouth, and the prisoner began to introduce his crimes. I raped and killed 2 young women and an underage girl. I confess to God, woo. The prisoner cried and confessed his crime. The clown stuffed his mouth with the smelly socks again, took out a file bag, and displayed the court's verdict on the TV screen. It was only a 15-year prison sentence. This scene made the audience in front of the TV unable to remain calm. They all expressed their intention to take to the streets to protest and give justice to the deceased. The clown threw the documents aside casually, then directly inserted the syringe into the prisoner's arm and pushed all the liquid in the syringe into the prisoner's body. 3 minutes later, the prisoner began to twist his body and showed a painful expression. But he still didn't dare to use his tongue to push the smelly socks out of his mouth. 5 minutes later, the prisoner spat out the smelly socks in his mouth and shouted, "Allah, kill me, please kill me, I deserve it, wow. It hurts so much." The prisoner tried desperately to break free from the chains that bound him. The veins on his neck bulged, and his face turned red from struggling. The back of his head kept hitting the iron pillar, as if he wanted to relieve his pain through this self-mutilation. After a while, the prisoner's skin had been worn out where the chains touched his body, and blood was oozing out. His back of the head was also bleeding, finally. With a click, The prisoner's back of the head was smashed by him, but he had not stopped hitting it backwards. After 3 consecutive hits, the prisoner finally stopped yelling. His back of the head was completely shattered, and his brain mixed with blood flowed out. The photographer and reporter vomited against the wall, and the people in front of the TV screen were not much better. But no one said a good word for the damn prisoner. He deserved it. The TV screen switched again. Zhang Li cried out with tears in his eyes. The effect of this drug can last for 30 minutes, and it will increase the pain to the extreme after 20 minutes. I have experienced that feeling, and all the cells in my body are sending messages to my brain. Save me, I don't want to die, but I can't do anything. I, a hero who once saved the world, am tortured. And those damned criminals can be protected. What's wrong with this world? Zhang Li wiped away his tears and continued, so I want to explore the truths. Because I want to explore the truth, I kidnapped some dignitaries. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Let's connect to live broadcast no 3. The TV screen switched to live broadcast no 3. Dear viewers, the prisoner behind me is the evil ghost next to me. The female reporter finished her lines tremblingly. Zhang Li, wearing a demon mask, nodded slightly to the camera. And then the reporter stopped introducing himself. The photographer carried a shaking camera and scanned all the prisoners behind the reporter. They were all famous figures in America, including the president, vice president, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Finance. About 50 people. There was a pool of blood and a corpse on the ground. The people sitting next to the TV had already recognized that it was the Attorney General. The screen switched to Zhang Li in the White House again. Oh yes, I kidnapped all the senior officials of the government. I didn't expect it to be so simple. They all gathered on a boat to have a party. Well, speaking of this, you in front of the TV should have forgotten that this is a game. Zhang Li restrained his clown-like smile and began to seriously introduce his own game rules. I occupied the White House, but the authorities claimed that this was an exercise. Very good, then I will do as they wish. The rules of the exercise, that is. My game rules are very simple: the lives of 0 prisoners on the prison island, and 50 senior officials and 300 other personnel on the cruise ship. That is 350 lives. What do you choose? Oh, sorry, you don't have a choice, it's their choice. I have placed many bombs on the prison island and bombs on the cruise ship. The prisoners and senior officials will each get a detonator that can detonate the other party's bomb. This detonator is also a diffusing device. When you detonate the other party's bombs, the bomb at your location will be diffused. The rules of the game are simply, so stop talking nonsense. The game starts. Oh, I forgot to say. The game time is 30 minutes after 30 minutes. If none of the bombs of one party is detonated, then all the bombs will be detonated. Then the game begins. See, after selecting the photographer and reporter, Zhang Li disappeared into the crowd with 6 people. That's the Red Devil's mutant ability. Where did he go? We don't know the upper limit of his ability, and we haven't made any preparations in advance. We can't detect his location for the time being, but preliminary inference is that he may have gone to the prison island. 10 minutes later, Zhang Li appeared on the White House lawn again and asked the photographer to start recording. The thin female reporter began to interview Zhang Li. After introducing herself, the female reporter began to ask, Mr. Zhang Li, can you introduce your game show? What? Is anyone curious about my game show? It's really exciting. Am I a celebrity too? Zhang Li talked to himself in front of the camera like a psychopath and started his clumsy personal performance. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Li, a mutant from another world. If this live broadcast is interrupted, all the 0 criminals on the prison island will go to hell. And I will make this land experience a great cleansing again. In the SHIELD command room, Agent Hill put his hand on a button and looked at Fury, director. She was asking Fury whether to interrupt the live broadcast, as long as she gently pressed the blocking button. The live broadcast would be interrupted. Don't do that. Not all of your 10,000 criminals are on death row. They also have human rights, Charles said. Let's see. After struggling for a long time, Fury finally didn't let Hill cut off the live broadcast. Zhang Li continued his live show on TV. I accidentally entered the time tunnel in order to save a world and came to your world by accident. In my world, Professor X Charles is my twin brother. So I found him, hoping to get help so that I can return to my world safely. But he betrayed me. He teamed up with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture me and tortured me. Do you want to know what I have been through? Let's connect to live broadcast No. 2. The screen on the TV turned, and Jang Lee's clone appeared on the TV wearing a clown mask. Beside him, in addition to the reporter, there was a gagged prisoner in prison uniform tied to an iron pillar by iron chains. Reporter, the syringe in the hand of Mr. Joker in front of you is said to be the secret medicine used by S.H.I.E.L.D. to torture prisoners. It can make people feel the pain of body crushing. The Joker took the smelly socks out of the prisoner's mouth, and the prisoner began to introduce his crimes. I raped and killed 2 young women and an underage girl. I confess to God, woo. The prisoner cried and confessed his crime. The clown stuffed his mouth with the smelly socks again, took out a file bag, and displayed the court's verdict on the TV screen. It was only a 15-year prison sentence. This scene made the audience in front of the TV unable to remain calm. They all expressed their intention to take to the streets to protest and give justice to the deceased. The clown threw the documents aside casually, then directly inserted the syringe into the prisoner's arm and pushed all the liquid in the syringe into the prisoner's body. 3 minutes later, the prisoner began to twist his body and showed a painful expression. But he still didn't dare to use his tongue to push the smelly socks out of his mouth. 5 minutes later, the prisoner spat out the smelly socks in his mouth and shouted, "Allah, kill me, please kill me, I deserve it, wow. It hurts so much." The prisoner tried desperately to break free from the chains that bound him. The veins on his neck bulged, and his face turned red from struggling. The back of his head kept hitting the iron pillar, as if he wanted to relieve his pain through this self-mutilation. After a while, the prisoner's skin had been worn out where the chains touched his body, and blood was oozing out. His back of the head was also bleeding, finally. With a click, the prisoner's back of the head was smashed by him, but he had not stopped hitting it backwards. After 3 consecutive hits, the prisoner finally stopped yelling. His back of the head was completely shattered, and his brain mixed with blood flowed out. The photographer and reporter vomited against the wall, and the people in front of the TV screen were not much better. But no one said a good word for the damn prisoner. He deserved it. The TV screen switched again. Jang Lee cried out with tears in his eyes. The effect of this drug can last for 30 minutes, and it will increase the pain to the extreme after 20 minutes. I have experienced that feeling, and all the cells in my body are sending messages to my brain. Save me, I don't want to die, but I can't do anything. I, a hero who once saved the world, am tortured. And those damned criminals can be protected. What's wrong with this world? Zhang Li wiped away his tears and continued, so I want to explore the truths. Because I want to explore the truth, I kidnapped some dignitaries. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Let's connect to live broadcast No. 3. The TV screen switched to live broadcast No. 3. Dear viewers, the prisoner behind me is the evil ghost next to me. The female reporter finished her lines tremblingly. Zhang Li, wearing a demon mask, nodded slightly to the camera. And then the reporter stopped introducing himself. The photographer carried a shaking camera and scanned all the prisoners behind the reporter. They were all famous figures in America, including the President, Vice President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Finance. About 50 people. There was a pool of blood and a corpse on the ground. The people sitting next to the TV had already recognized that it was the Attorney General. The screen switched to Zhang Li in the White House again. Yes, I kidnapped all the senior officials of the government. I didn't expect it to be so simple. They all gathered on a boat to have a party hahasas. Well, speaking of this, you in front of the TV should have forgotten that this is a game. Well, Zhang Li restrained his clown-like smile and began to seriously introduce his own game rules. I occupied the White House, but the authorities claimed that this was an exercise. Very good, then I will do as they wish. The rules of the exercise, that is. My game rules are very simple: the lives of 10. 0 prisoners on the prison island, and 50 senior officials and 300 other personnel on the cruise ship. That is 350 lives. What do you choose? Oh, sorry, you don't have a choice, it's their choice. I have placed many bombs on the prison island and bombs on the cruise ship. The prisoners and senior officials will each get a detonator that can detonate the other party's bomb. This detonator is also a diffusing device. When you detonate the other party's bombs, the bomb at your location will be diffused. The rules of the game are simply, so stop talking nonsense. The game starts. Oh, I forgot to say. The game time is 30 minutes after 30 minutes. If none of the bombs of one party is detonated, then all the bombs will be detonated. Hahaha, then the game begins. Fuck you. Nick Fury slapped his hand on the table, shocking everyone. Although this man, who is known as the King of Agents, often yells fuck you, no one has ever seen him so angry. Fury now really regrets not cutting off the live broadcast in time after listening to Charles's nonsense. It's also his fault that he focused on Jang Lee and ignored other things. So that he didn't know until now that the president was kidnapped by Jang Lee. This is his dereliction of duty. What shocked him more than him were the people living in this country, who saw the president being kidnapped on TV. Even a person like the president can't guarantee his own safety in this country. So how can the vast majority of people living at the bottom believe that this country can protect their personal safety? On TV, the clown came to the square of the prison island, which was already full of prisoners, wearing black and white striped clothes that were very conspicuous. The clown put the gift box with the detonator on the podium, and his move scared the prisoners back. There was a large screen in the square that was also broadcasting live TV. So they already knew what was going on. However, the live broadcast of the cruise ship had been cut off on the large screen, so they were not allowed to watch it. Most people on the prison island were guilty of petty theft, which was not punishable by death. Asking them to detonate a bomb and kill more than 50 federal officials was really overestimating them. However, there were those with less serious crimes. And naturally, there were murderers, gangsters, and other criminals. Let me do it. A strong man with a beard shouted, and the timid people beside him took the initiative to make way. Anyway, I'm also a death row prisoner. I'll be shot sooner or later, I don't care. The man glanced around with disdain, then walked forward slowly, saying as he walked, besides, we have 10,000 people here. How many death row prisoners can there be? Even if half of them are death row prisoners, we still have 5,000 people who are not guilty of death. Excluding half of the serious criminals, there are still 2,500 people with minor crimes. Maybe among these 2,500 people, there are 1,250 people who are wrongly imprisoned. No matter how you calculate it, the lives of our people are more precious than the 350 people on the other side. Oh, wait. A gentleman wearing glasses suddenly interrupted the strong man's steps. The game time is 30 minutes. We can wait and see. Maybe they can bring the culprit to justice. What? The strong man was stunned, then laughed. I guess you must have been wronged or committed a minor crime. You have not experienced the dangers of society, and you are proud of your own lightness. You are moved to tears by your own hypocrisy. I bet that those big fat pigs on the opposite side will press the detonator first. Do you want to wait for deaths? The strong man walked in front of the glasses man and suppressed him with his momentum. At this time, an old man with white beard stood in front of the glasses man, protected him behind him, and said, I stand on his side. The strong man asked in some surprise and confusion, you must have Alzheimer's disease. Although the white-bearded old man is a head shorter than the strong man, He is strong and must have been a man when he was young. He took a step forward, and his momentum was even more overwhelming than the strong man. I stand on his side, then. Many prisoners behind the old man silently stepped forward and stood on the old man's side. The strong man, oh, I don't care anyway, I'm alone now. I was going to be shot in a few days. It doesn't matter to me whether I die early or late. I just hope you won't regret your decision. Sometimes moral killing is more ferocious than bombs. After the strong man finished speaking, he casually walked to the fence and sat down. The old man heard his words and his heart was moved. Just when everyone looked at the white-bearded old man, hoping that he could make up his mind, an inconspicuous prisoner rushed out of the crowd and rushed to the detonator. Muttering, "They deserve to deserve to die. Deserve to die, stop him." The prisoner seemed to have some mental problems. After tearing open the gift box on the table, he was about to press the detonator, but was taken down by several prisoners and pressed to the ground. Damn it, they are the real original sin, damn it. Damn it, the white-bearded old man rushed forward. Looking at the fierceness in the eyes of the prisoners, he grabbed the detonator in his hand, and then threw it outside the guardrail of the square without hesitation. Breaking everyone's thoughts, what are you doing? All the prisoners were confused by the old man's operation. With the detonator, you and them still have bargaining chips in your hands. But now they have no detonator. What is the difference between them and lambs to be slaughtered? The enemy can kill you at will, and you can only choose to bear it. I haven't lost faith in this country. When the old man said this to everyone, he was obviously a little guilty. Boom, prison no. One on Prison Island exploded, and a small mushroom cloud rose up. Zhang Li on TV screamed, "Wow, Mr. President pressed the detonator just a minute ago, Mr." Evil Ghost handed the detonator to 50 senior government officials. Unexpectedly, they pressed the detonator without thinking, "Mr. President said this, people are selfish, I admit it. But we really shouldn't die like this after we die. The country will fall into chaos and more people will be in danger. I promise after I go out and arrange the work at hand, I will take the blame and resign after that." He dropped two small pearls, closed his eyes sadly, and pressed the detonator decisively. "Sir, you saved this country." The Speaker of the House of Representatives took the lead in applauding His Excellency the President. And other officials also showed reverence and applauded the President sincerely. It seems that killing 10-0 criminals can indeed be called a merit. Just when the officials were celebrating their victory, Zhang suddenly began to apologize. "Oh, I'm sorry. Dear viewers, because of my lack of rigor, there seems to be a slight error in the game, as you all know. The prison island is too big, so I installed a lot of bombs. And naturally, there were only a few more detonators. The one I just gave seems to be the detonator of prison no one. What a stupid mistake. You also know that this is my first time hosting a show. So I will inevitably be a little nervous. Next, our Mr. Evil Ghost will take out the prison island's main detonator. This time the explosion will definitely not go wrong again. Well, if anyone is afraid that the people on the prison island only got part of the detonator, you are too worried. How big the ship is, one detonator is enough. Then the game continues. Tension is like a devil, tormenting the participants of the game bit by bit. What? Mr. President Yama, who pressed the detonator, was stunned. He finally overcame his conscience and pressed the detonator. But now Jang Lee said he was wrong. Isn't this the same as telling the heinous criminals on the prison island, "I will kill you in the next second. But you can kill me first. Hurry up and give me the detonator," the president, who was originally sacrificing himself generously, and his face twisted instantly and rushed to Mr. Evil Ghost frantically, trying to snatch the main detonator from his hand. How can they not be anxious? They are all afraid of death. Now that the prisoners have known about their own deaths, will they obediently give themselves up? Those who cross the line will die, Mr. Evil Ghost glared through his mask. And then the officials who rushed to the front were beheaded. Mr. Evil Ghost, please hurry up, Mr. President's voice trembled, his eyes staring at the gift box in Mr. Evil Ghost's hand. They must be the first to press the detonator in the gift box to survive. So Mr. Evil Ghost shaky steps. Every step seems to be announcing that they are one step closer to death. In Loki's office, Death wrapped his body in a black cloak, occupied Loki's throne, and watched Zhang Li's actions with Loki. A soul full of fear, he seems to be a little handsome, Loki widened his eyes in disbelief and secretly spied on Death. Death's expression was hidden under the and he couldn't see it clearly. But she bit her finger between her lips. And she looked like a shy little girl, Death shy. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Loki swallowed his saliva secretly and couldn't figure out what Death wanted. He little god didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Death. Is the god of stories great, very great, but useless? On the prison island, the death row prisoners have become chaotic. In order to continue to survive, these vicious criminals began to go crazy and rushed to the fence desperately, completely ignoring the barbs and high voltage on it. The people in front were pushed up by the people behind, and the people behind used the people in front as stepping stones, stepped on the bodies of criminals one by one, rushed out of the fence, and rushed to the detonator lying on the ground. I got it. I have pressed it. A crazy criminal raised the detonator high. He stood at the forefront of all criminals like a king who grabbed the crown and enjoyed their support. The senior officials on the cruise ship have pressed the detonator. And at the same time, the prisoners on the prison island have also pressed the detonator. So who among them will be the final winner? Please wait a moment. The signal transmission may take some time, however. The audience in front of the TV held their breath and waited for 30 seconds. But did not get the imagined big explosion, ha ha ha. Zhang Li on TV suddenly laughed and said, "Dear viewers, the game has finally reached its climax. S.H.I.E.L.D. has cut off the electromagnetic signals on the prison island and the cruise ship. Prisoners officials, you don't have to die for the time being, haha, but..." Zhang Li changed the subject. The bombs I installed have a countdown. After 30 minutes if the bombs are still not detonated. Prisoners officials, some of you may go to heaven, but most of you will go to hell. I believe you have seen it by now. If you want to save everyone, you must get rid of me first. But why haven't S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men appeared yet? Aren't you curious indeed? Zhang Li has been making a fuss for more than 10 or 20 minutes. And it seems that he has already occupied the White House. Why haven't S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men moved yet? Zhang Li explained, because they can't catch me. Although Beast Hank's scientific device can prevent Zhang Li from opening the portal and traveling through space, Zhang Li still has the teleportation ability of the Red Devil, a more powerful space transfer ability. So S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men will not easily anger Zhang Li before they are fully prepared. Friends of S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men, come on. It's time for the final game session. I won't run away again. Come on, try to defeat me. Zhang Li stood on the lawn of the White House with his arms open, waiting for the enemy to come and kill him if they can. Faced with such a situation, the grumpy Fury calmed down instead. Charles, take your people and go all out hill. Send people to disperse the residents of Washington as much as possible. And report to Congress, forget it. There is nothing there, no, you just give orders. Prepare to launch nuclear bombs and prepare for the worst. Fury, are you crazy? Charles roared. Charles, you and I both have unshirkable responsibilities for what has happened. So you'd better really catch your dear brother, or you'll have to bear the blame with me. This is all for the sake of all mankind. Charles saw Fury's determination, and he knew he had to take down Zhang Li. Otherwise, this madman would really drop a nuclear bomb on the capital. Although Charles could control Fury, he also understood that he had been defending himself since the first day he met Fury. Fury must have a trick up his sleeve waiting for him. I will win. After Charles finished speaking, he controlled the wheelchair and left. Not long after, the Blackbird fighter flew away from the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s air fortress. Boom! A car burning with flames smashed the wall of the White House, and Ghost Rider got out of the car. You ran away last time like a homeless stray dog. Zhang Li's smile froze. That's called a strategic retreat. Before hitting someone else's dog, you have to say hello to the owner first. And I have already said hello to your owner today. I will burn you to ashes. Ghost Rider was so angry that he rushed towards Zhang Li, waving the iron chain wrapped with hellfire. Showing off in front of Guangong, Zhang Li's mind moved. And the iron chain in Ghost Rider's hand suddenly changed direction and strangled his own neck. And then with a click, Ghost Rider's skull was directly twisted off by the iron chain controlled by Zhang Li. Your hellfire is quite useful. Ordinary iron chains can't twist off the Ghost Rider's head. Only the Ghost Rider's own iron chain with hellfire attached to it can do it. Very good, this is a little interesting. The flames burning on the Ghost Rider's body reassembled his skull, abandoned the iron chain, and rushed towards Zhang Li with hellfire in both hands. Nail downs. The telekinetic field plus the magnetic field suppression made the momentum of the knees soften, and he knelt directly on the ground. Zhang Li walked in front of the Ghost Rider and said jokingly, "Kneel down to the sin. Won't your eye of judgment judge your own soul? Now that you know how powerful the eye of judgment is, you shouldn't get so close." The Ghost Rider's eyes burning with hellfire suddenly stared at Zhang Li. Zhang Li originally thought that his mental power was strong enough. Even if he was not immune to the judgment of the eye of judgment, he should still be able to resist it to some extent. Unexpectedly, he just looked at the Ghost Rider, and his mental barrier was directly broken. And a tremor from his soul struck his whole body. Ugh. The raging hellfire ignited in Zhang's eyes, and his soul was mercilessly burned by the fire of hell. Even Sebastian's mutant ability, which was blessed by divine power, could not absorb the fire of hell that burst out from the depths of Zhang's soul. Zhang Li knelt down on the ground, holding his head and wailing. The hellfire burned more and more fiercely until Zhang Li's whole body was burned to ashes and dispersed in the wind. Ghost Rider stood up, looked down at the ashes on the ground and taunted, "Your arrogance is not much weaker than your own sin." "Really?" Zhang Li's voice suddenly came from behind the Ghost Rider, "But as far as I know, you have killed quite a few lives. It is really puzzling that a villain has the ability to judge evil." The Ghost Rider transformed into a sword made of hellfire and slashed backwards. Zhang Li pinched his arm and said, "As long as I don't look into your eyes, it'll be fine." Simple hellfire is not enough to judge Zhang Li, because he himself is considered a god. The hellfire in the eyes of the evil spirit knight also hides a pure power of destruction under the surface of its violent energy. Reminiscent of the fact that Ghost Rider's power comes from God. And God is probably the incarnation of Oe. So the tension is relieved. If you can't fight it, why don't you just hide away? You may not know yet, I can come to this world. And the Ghost Rider has certain responsibilities. Nonsense. Ghost Rider turned around and clenched his fist to explode the hammer tension. As soon as Zhang Li let go, the telepathy field and magnetic field pressed on the Ghost Rider again, causing him to fall to pieces. "Fake, do you dare to compete with me head-on, huh? You're being a little unreasonable, aren't you? I used my own ability to press you to the ground. Doesn't that count as a head-on confrontation?" Ghost Rider was speechless, only furious with impotence. "Let Robbie go," Shockwave Girl raised her hand, and the powerful shockwave flattened the lawn of the White House. Exposing the wet soil, the Ghost Rider was pushed out, and the hellfire on his body dimmed a bit. But Jang Lee still stood firmly, and the green grass within a 1-meter radius under his feet was unscathed. How is that possible? Shockwave Girl remembered that the first time she used a shockwave to hit Zhang Li, it clearly knocked the opponent away. "Give it back to you." Zhang Li waved his hand gently, and all the concussive shockwaves he had just absorbed were returned to Shockwave Girl. Shockwave Girl wanted to resist, but the shockwave returned by Zhang was stronger, and the impact point was more concentrated. Shockwave Girl felt as if her chest had been hit by a train, and she flew backwards, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air, and slammed her body against the wall of the White House, smashing it into pieces. with broken ribs and damaged internal organs. Shockwave Girl fell to the ground for a while. Unable to get up, Daisy. The hellfire on the Ghost Rider surged and burned again. Rushing towards Zhang Li, I want to kill you. It is said that the Ghost Rider has an immortal body and is immune to most physical and magical attacks. I wonder if you are immune to space strangulation. Zhang Li raised his hand to draw a circle, but no magic was used. Only then did he remember that the Beast Hank seemed to have secretly deployed his scientific weapons nearby. Blocking Zhang's space magic, oh I forgot. There are a lot of gutter rats hiding behind the scenes. Follow me. Zhang Li grabbed the Ghost Rider's wrist sideways, and then used his teleportation mutant ability to move himself and the Ghost Rider from the White House to another desert area. You can also open the space portal, but I don't know if your speed is fast enough. Zhang Li grabbed the Ghost Rider's wrist with his right hand and pushed forward with his left hand. With the help of Xuan Jai, he opened 10 superimposed portals at once. The distance between each portal is only a dozen centimeters, and they connect 10 different locations. Zhang Li pulled the Ghost Rider's arm hard and threw his body directly towards the portal. But he did not let go. What do you want to do? Ghost Rider suddenly had a bad feeling. Zhang Li smiled strangely, and with a click sound in his mouth, 10 overlapping portals suddenly tightened and closed. After saying "bah," Zhang Li held a piece of Ghost Rider's arm in his hand. If the 10 space portals can be observed from the side, you can probably see that the Ghost Rider's body was cut into pieces by the power of the 10 spaces. These broken corpses were scattered in snowy mountains, deserts, oceans, and other places around the world. Zhang Li looked at the severed arm in his hand. The hellfire on it had been extinguished, leaving only a bone-white palms. But Zhang Li could still feel some residual hellfire. You can survive this way, which is quite impressive. I just don't know if you can collect your own corpse in this life. Zhang Li raised his hand again, and the metal ore in the desert flew out of the sand and condensed into a metal iron box. Zhang threw the Ghost Rider's bone-crushing palm into the box, then carved runes to seal it, and threw it into the desert at will inside. Bang. Zhang Li returned to the White House square again. I have sent the burning monster home to suckle. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Time is running out. I can wait, but the bomb probably can't wait. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 handsome motorcycles appeared at the same time, all jumping over the wall and breaking sideways on the ground. I don't understand. Zhang Li looked at the 3 people on the motorcycle and said, I expected Natasha and Steve to come, but why did you come? Punisher, I'm a little curious. The 3 people are Natasha, who is wearing a black leather jacket and has a curvy figure. Steve, who is wearing a striped battle suit and carrying a round shield. And Punisher, who is wearing a coat and carrying a Gatling gun. Natasha is from SHIELD, and Steve is now half of it. Zhang Li is not curious that they can come. But Zhang Li didn't expect the Punisher to come. Doesn't this guy always hate sin? I don't care about those bastards in the prison. But those idiots can't all die at once. It will cause a big turmoil. And many innocent people will die. This reason is quite tenable. Well then, shall we just start fighting? Or are you going to convince me with justice? The 3 people's thoughts were completely exposed in front of Zhang Li. Zhang Li saw through their thoughts and strategies one by one. The Punisher didn't have so many thoughts at all, and directly raised the Gatling gun and shot Zhang Li. Zhang Li's fingers suddenly grew and turned into huge vines to block the glass bullets shot by the Punisher. The Vine mutation ability was obtained by Zhang Li in the Shield prison last time. It was only a 2nd-level mutation ability, but it was enhanced in his hands here. Cut. Seeing that the non-metallic Gatling he prepared could not pose a threat to Zhang Li, the Punisher disassembled the Gatling, reassembled it with a transparent glass-like blade, and charged toward Zhang Li. Not to be outdone, Natasha and Steve charged together. Steve took the lead in throwing the vibranium buckler. The corners of Zhang Li's mouth raised and he smiled slightly. Doesn't this guy know he can control metal? and threw the buckler over. In fact, after Steve was dug out, he did not continue to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. He was temporarily recruited not long ago, so he has not carefully read the specific information about Zhang Li. Thanks for the weapons, Steve. Zhang Li caught the buckler thrown by Steve, and the buckler transformed into a big knife in his hand. Zhang Li used the knife to cut off the special blade of the Punisher, scratched Natasha with another knife, and kicked her. He kicked him out, then punched Steve and sent Steve flying away. Are you trying to seduce your enemy? Natasha looked at Steve complainingly. I have no idea. Where's the information I gave you? It's too long, I didn't finish it. Zhang Li pointed the blade at the three of them. Quit or die. Choose. Call out. A cold arrow suddenly shot towards Zhang Li. It was Hawkeye's arrow. Zhang saw the plan in Natasha and the others' minds. The arrow seemed to be some special weapon, but Natasha and the others were not informed of its specific function. Zhang Li swung his sword and cut the incoming arrow into 2 pieces, then retreated vigilantly. But the arrow was just like an ordinary arrow and did not produce any special reaction. Am I overdoing it? Just when Zhang Li was confused, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Look here. Zhang Li turned around and saw that Coulson had already carried a cannon and pointed it at Zhang. Stop. Charles's voice suddenly came from Zhang's mind. Charles actually controlled the tension. How is that possible? Zhang Li was shocked. How could Charles break through his psychic defense? Go to hell. Boom. Coulson pressed the trigger, and a blue energy beam shot out from the barrel. The powerful recoil made Coulson take several steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. Zhang Li raised his hand to absorb the energy cannon, but he watched helplessly as his arm was blasted to pieces. His skin shattered, and his bones and flesh were directly evaporated by the powerful energy. Zhang Li was once again killed by this sudden bombing. At the same time, similar things happened to Mr. Clown and Mr. Ghost on Prison Island and on the cruise ship. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shot at the Joker and the Goblin, and then members of the X-Men quickly made a surprise attack to attract the attention of the Joker and the Goblin. At the same time, Charles controlled the tension remotely through a brainwave amplifier. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents carried the barrel of the gun and killed the people. Report: the clown was successfully killed, and the hostages were not affected. Report: the evil ghost was successfully killed. Mr. President is fine. The agents simultaneously reported the results of the operation to Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, who was watching everything through surveillance, first called Charles. After making sure that no traces of other tensions were found, Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone should do their best to deal with the aftermath, and remember to explain clearly to the viewers in front of the TV that the government has the ability to protect their personal safety. Is this the end? Natasha asked on the White House grounds. What's wrong? Is something wrong? I just feel like things are going too smoothly. For some reason, Natasha always felt something was wrong. Zhang Li died too easily. Steve explained, maybe it's just an illusion. He is too strong. We are like dust compared to him, so it doesn't feel real. At this time, Hawkeye walked up and explained, don't worry. My arrows have special devices that can block mutants' abilities, and his magic was restrained by Dr. Hank's invention, so his death was not unjust. It was not a special device at all, but a special scent extracted from the blood of S.H.I.E.L.D.er No. 1 Jimmy, which could inhibit the mutant abilities of mutants who breathed the scent. I see. At this time, Natasha realized that this was what Fury's plan was. They were just bait to attract tension. Boom. Suddenly, there was another violent explosion on the prison island. What's going on? Haven't bomb disposal experts been sent there? Everyone on the prison island was stunned. Why there was another big explosion suddenly? Report: the bomb in prison No. 3 suddenly started counting down. We are short of manpower and cannot defuse so many individually set bombs at the same time. The bomb is about to explode in 1 minute. What should we do? It's the same here in prison No. 4, same for us. The sudden situation confused everyone. Use electromagnetic pulse attack quickly, it's no use. These bombs are flashing with weird runes. And the electromagnetic pulse doesn't work either. Fuck, Fury jumped in anger again. Agent Hill analyzed, Director. It's strange that there is nothing strange about the bombs on the cruise ship. After Hill's reminder, Fury immediately grasped the key point and asked, what abnormality happened on Prison Island? Hill reported there is nothing unusual. The only difference is that the live broadcast on Prison Island has been turned off. And the president on the cruise ship is speaking to encourage people to have confidence in the country. Restore live television on Prison Island immediately. So under Fury's order, the physically and mentally exhausted cameraman on Prison Island once again picked up the machine and started live television broadcast. The people who were cheering for victory in front of the TV were bewildered by this inexplicable move by the officials. The president, who was giving a passionate speech on the cruise ship, suddenly exclaimed, what? After an agent whispered a few words in his ear. When he realized his gaffe immediately said, sorry. I still have some important work that needs to be handled in time. After that, he left quickly in a panic surrounded by agents. On SHILD Hilt reported, Director. The bomb on Prison Island has resumed its original 15-minute countdown. Shet Fury slapped the table again. Because he knew that Zhang Li was not dead yet. Ha, I was scared to death, I thought I was going to die. On the grounds of the White House, Zhang Li appeared mysteriously again, with a strange strong wind blowing away from him. Blowing away the special fragrance, alert. Hawkeye yelled bow and arrow readies. And the SHIELD agents immediately pointed their guns at Zhang Li. Zhang Li looked at Coulson on the side without fear. Coulson. My friend, did you come to the door by yourself, Kakaka? The agents who originally pointed their guns at Zhang Li immediately pointed their guns at Coulson. Whoa, calm down, Coulson, who had always been confidently showed a look of panic. Where are my photographer and host? Zhang Li asked. With a bang, Zhang Li disappeared from the spot. And then with another bangs, he brought his photographer and host back. Very good, the live broadcast continues. The advertising time is over. And the next is the final climax. Superheroes in the city, what are you still hiding? Let's dance together on the prison island. A disheveled man among the prisoners silently put on a clown mask and walked to the front. Stop, don't move. The SHIELD agent pointed his gun at the clown. And the clown raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The eyes of the agents began to become distracted. And then one by one immediately pointed the gun at his head and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bangs. All the armed agents on the prison island committed suicide. And the 10,000 prisoners were intuitively chilled. The weak-minded ones had already leaned against the wall to vomit. And the sinners were silent. When the clown walked to the front, the 4 X-Men were ready for battle. Wolverine with self-healing ability. Phantom Cat who can penetrate objects. Angel with white wings. Petra who can control the earth and soil on the cruise ship. Jang Lee's clone disguised as a waiter put on the evil ghost mask and controlled the SHIELD agents to shoot themselves. And also faced the 4 mutants of X-Men, Cyclops' brother, who can also absorb the shock waves of cosmic energy and solar radiation. Chinese girl, Yao Ji who can slow down the flow of time and present historical images. Nightcrawler who controls the ability of teleportation. Thunderbird with extraordinary strength, speed and endurance. The Joker and the evil ghost are separated by 2 places. But after they solved the SHIELD agents, they looked at the direction of Xavier College at the same time, as if they had a telepathic connection and spoke together. Charles, remember this moment. You personally sent your lovely students to the road to hell. No, in the underground base of Xavier College. Charles protected the brains of the X-Men through the brain wave amplifier to protect them from the invasion of Zhang Li's consciousness. But just know when Zhang Li looked at him from a distance, he felt as if Zhang Li was standing in front of him and looking at him. Zhang Li's telepathic ability has far surpassed his. And he actually wants to divide his attention to protect multiple people at the same time. The result is that all the mutants on the prison island and the cruise ship are controlled by Zhang Li without exception. And then they use their abilities to kill each other, puff. In the base, Charles, who was originally wandering in the world, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Professor, the Phoenix girl immediately stepped forward to check Charles's injuries, and then found that Charles had already bled from all 7 orifices at this moment. And his appearance was very creepy. Jin, go help Scott and the others. Zhang Li is too powerful. We can't deal with him at all. Jin certainly understood what Charles meant. He wanted Qin to release the power of the Phoenix. But I can't control that power and I failed last time. Charles shook his head. No. The Phoenix Force carries the source of the universe. The reason why Zhang Li was able to suppress the Phoenix Force last time was because you suppressed this power. Don't think too much, open your heart and accept it. And there will be no power in this world that can stop you from moving forward. Charles used his last strength to hint to Jean using telepathy. His little moves naturally couldn't be hidden from the Phoenix Force. But it was also happy to see it happen. It's hard to say whether the Phoenix Force will be reborn or Jean Grey will be reborn from the ashes. The White House has been destroyed into a muddy lawn. Natasha and Steve have fallen to the ground. Zhang Li walked to Coulson, who was dying on the ground, and squatted down, then took out a syringe from the mirror space. The last time I visited Shield Dayu were out on a field trip, so I took a few more syringes. Are you ready to hear the sound of all the cells in your body crying? Coulson's breathing was rapid and fear flashed in his eyes. But he finally said stubbornly, justice will prevail. And the devil will eventually fail. Zhang Li curled his lips and said, victory is written by the winner. Can you win it? Zhang Li violently inserted the syringe into Coulson's chest, then stood up and ignored his life or death. Where are my dancers? Do you want to watch a demon slaughtering the world? Zhang Li shouted with his arms outstretched, complaining like a big star that his stage was empty. Wow. Coulson, who had been injected with the drug, finally couldn't help but wail. His originally limp body suddenly burst out with strength, rolling back and forth on the ground, stumbling on his head. Ha ha ha, the music is ready, dancers please come on stage. As if in response to Zhang Li's call, the Blackbird fighter suddenly appeared over the White House, and then a laser shock wave was fired at Zhang Li, followed by a thunderous roar. Cyclops and Storm took the lead. Zhang Li suddenly felt that a strong telepathic energy was trying to attack his mental barrier, interfering with his mind reading. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Zhang Li's body resisted the attacks of Cyclops and Storm, and absorbed the energy into his body. After the laser shock wave and thunder dissipated, Zhang Li suddenly caught a glimpse of a small red flower fluttering in the wind. And then a flower fragrance appeared inexplicably in his nose. The scene in front of him switched to a peach blossom forest, and a flock of birds flapped their wings and knocked down pieces of peach blossoms. Danger! Zhang Li, who had already begun to immerse himself in it, suddenly had a strong warning of danger in his heart. Zhang Li punched the ground fiercely, and with a boom, the ground cracked into a spider web-like gap with Zhang Li as the center. At the moment when the illusion was shattered, an arrow shot towards Zhang Li's forehead, and he caught it with his hand in time. Zhang Li looked at the woman who shot the arrow at him. She had dark skin and a feather-woven helmet on her head. Mutant Yue Xing, Indian blood, you actually attacked me. It seems that you have forgotten your genocide. Yue Xing just frowned slightly and did not respond. On the Blackbird fighters, a group of X-Men members slowly landed and confronted Zhang Li. In addition to Cyclops and Storm, the mutants that appeared included Iceman Robbie, Beast Hank, a mimic with a pair of white water wings, Darwin, who could adapt to the environment, Longshot, who changed the probability, Xuanian, who converted sound waves into light energy, the King of Cards, who could charge, Li Qianhuan, who had vampire abilities, a cannon that fired thermal energy, Magneto's clone Joseph, Aurora, who fired strong light, Little Rumble, who made energy bombs, Magma, who was covered in lavit. In addition to these people, there were also the White Queen and Sage, who controlled telepathic abilities. Imprisonment, who lost his chin and chest, and Ms. Illusion, who could create mental hallucinations. It was their combined efforts that caused Zhang Li to fall into the illusion for a short time just now. Facing these mutants with different costumes and from SH. ILD and X-Men, Zhang Li was not panicked at all, but rather excited. What's mine, it's all mine. Why did Zhang Li make so much noise? It's not just to gather these powerful mutants so that you don't have to find them one by one. It's a pity that his game didn't seem to be sensational enough. And he didn't attract Omega-level mutants, of course. It may be that they are preparing some other backup moves. After all, they are trump cards. How could they be revealed so easily? Ha, come on, dance with me, time is running out. Zhang Li clicked on the watch on his wrist. It was only 10 minutes before the bomb exploded. Act as planned. Cyclops gave the order and all mutants were dispatched. I heard that you also inherited that man's mutant ability. Let me see if you are worthy. Magneto's clone Joseph has the same mutant abilities as Magneto. Countless steel and iron pipes are suspended above the White House under his control when he raises his hand. Let me bury you in steel, ha naughty. You don't even have 1/10 of Eric's temperament. Well, since you have sent me so many weapons, I will reluctantly teach you a lesson. Facing the steel falling from the sky, Zhang opened his 5 fingers to control the steel to stop in midair. How is that possible? Joseph had tried his best, but he could no longer move the steel. Zhang Li looked at the mutants who had spread out to surround him, smiled contemptuously, raised his fingers to the sky, and controlled the steel to condense into a black iron ball. It was as if there was an invisible iron chain and an iron ball necklace in his hand, which were combined to form a huge meteor hammer. The tension swung the huge meteor hammer and hit the mutants. Because the area is so large, the mutants simply cannot avoid this attack. But before the huge boluses had time to fall, Zhang was inexplicably hit with an uppercut, followed by a pair of invisible fists hitting his face repeatedly. An inexplicable beating made Zhang Li unable to concentrate, and Joseph seized control of the huge iron ball in the sky. Quicksilver, I see you, after telepathy was released. Zhang Li finally saw some remnants in front of him. The only mutant with such speed could be Quicksilver. Return, the unknown mutant shouted. And Kyuhyun quickly evacuated. Zhang Li wanted to reach out to grab him, but his body was frozen into an ice sculpture by the Iceman. This is the tombstone I gave you. Joseph also quickly controlled the metal iron ball to hit Zhang Li. Boom! The huge metal iron ball fell, causing the earth to shake. Is it solved? Not yet. The White Queen and the others who were using mental attacks to contain Zhang Li were still struggling to support themselves. They engage in mental wrestling with tension, and are most able to feel the power of tension, being able to face the mental attacks of several of them at the same time, and still being distracted and entangled with others. This person's mental power is already so powerful that there is no limit. Boom! Zhang Li slowly raised the huge iron ball and slowly floated into the air from the deep pit. Although he was a little embarrassed at the moment, his figure holding the iron ball to cover the sky was so majestic. Like a god or demon, I'm tired of playing house. The huge iron ball in Zhang Li's hand decomposed into thousands of iron sticks. And under his control, he shot fiercely towards the 5 White Queens at the rear of the battlefield. The mental attacks of these people were like flies circling around the brain here, making him tire of it. Protect them, Cyclops. Magma and others launched energy bombardments to intercept the next part of the iron tokens. Iceman created a slide and quickly came to the White Queen and formed an ice wall to block most of the iron tokens again. Watch your back. Joseph interfered with the trajectory of some of the iron picks, but some of the iron picks shot at the White Queen and the 5 people. Whoosh whoosh. Quicksilver used his speed to quickly move the 5 White Queens out, causing the tension-controlled iron draw to fail. Break your legs. The powerful telekinesis and magnetic field suppressed Kyuhyun to the ground. And then 4 iron sticks pierced his legs and pinned him to the ground. Oh, my leg. Kyojin was so painful that he broke out in cold sweat. Die. A large number of iron sticks were shot at the White Queen and the 5 people. What's yours is mine. The mimic suddenly flew in front of the White Queen and the other 5. Roridan pushed forward with both hands, causing the tension-controlled iron sign to stagnate briefly. Joseph, I am coming. The 2 of them performed it at the same time, and finally withstood the tension's attack, causing the iron sign to float in the air. A mimic is capable of replicating the knowledge, physical characteristic skills, and abilities of 1 or more humans or mutants at once. The first time he entered the battlefield, he wanted to copy Zhang Li's ability, but he couldn't do it at all at the critical moment. He chose to copy Joseph's mutant ability in order to save his teammates. Help Storm controlled the thunder to attack Zhang Li, and the others also used their best to attack Li Zhang with all their strength. Madness. Faced with the energy supply that the mutants vented to themselves, Tension accepted all the energy as ordered, and then raised his hand to bombard the 5 White Queens with energy. Uxing Sage household, and Lady Fantasy let out a scream and fell to the ground. Their lives and deaths were unknown. The White Queen turned into diamonds in time to defend against most of the energy attacks. Although her body was a little overwhelmed, she was not seriously injured. Now how do you stop me? Despair. Jang Lee snapped his fingers and instantly invaded the brains of everyone except the White Queen, controlling them to kill each other. Mimic and Joseph controlled each other and penetrated each other's bodies with iron sticks. The cannon blasted Lava's head. Iceman froze the cannon into an ice sculpture. Beast Hank broke Darwin's neck. Xuanian and Gambit died together. Li Qianhuan bit off Yuanche's neck. And Zaire Alonglong blew up Li Qianhuan again. That's enough, stop it, boom. A powerful flame shock wave hit Zhang Zhang, and Zhang Zhang reached out to catch it. But his arm was burned to ashes by the energy, fortunately. Zhang Li escaped quickly. Otherwise, his body might have been burned to ashes by the flame shock wave. A muscular man in a red and blue uniform floated in the air and looked at Zhang Li. If there was a big S in front of him, Zhang Li would suspect that the other person was Superman. Vulcan, be careful of his mind control, Scott, who temporarily regained his senses on the ground, reminded only Scott Stormbeast Hank. Little Rumble and the White Queen were still breathing on the ground, and everyone else had been killed. And those who survived lost their will to fight and killed their teammates with their own hands. Their hearts were tortured through Scott's reminder. Zhang Li finally knew the identity of the man in front of him. Vulcan, the younger brother of Cyclops and Shockwave, is an Omega-level mutant who can control almost any energy, including magical energy. No wonder you were able to destroy one of my arms. It turns out you met a master. Zhang Li was not panicked at all when facing the Omega-level mutant Vulcan, but was full of excitement. Every Omega-level mutant ability has no so-called upper limit, and it can almost represent the law of the universe. What are you excited about? Vulcan stared at Zhang Li, and Zhang Li's other arm collapsed at this moment. Zhang Li finally realized how powerful Vulcan was. He also finally found that his self-healing ability seemed to be ineffective. The energy and divine power originally contained in his body were also rapidly dissipating, and he could not stop it no matter what he did. Is this the Omega-level mutant ability? This is simply the law of energy. He can actually control the flow of energy in my body remotely. He is really a monster. Vulcan, he has the mutant ability of a clone. Find his clone and destroy them, Scott shouted. Do I need you to point fingers at me when I do things trash? Vulcan and his 2 brothers have no family affection. This time he was passing through the Earth and saw Scott was so incompetent that he couldn't help but take action. He did not acknowledge Scott, but he also did not allow others to kill Scott so easily. In his opinion, it was an insult. You can control all forms of energy. Can you also control the will of the mind? Zhang Li's powerful mental power attacked Vulcan's mental defense with all his strength. Facing Zhang Li's swift attack, Vulcan had to distract himself to control the energy to form a field to protect his brain from invasion. While he was distracted to deal with Zhang Li's mental attack, the energy loss in Zhang Li's body finally stopped, and Zhang Li's hands quickly grew back. It seems that you are not strong enough for me to shake, but it is enough to deal with you. Vulcan's eyes shot out laser shock waves, which gave Zhang Li a much stronger feeling than the shock waves shot by Cyclops. And he did not dare to take it. Brothers, fuck him. Bang, 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 groups of black fog rose in the air, and Zhang Li's clones teleported to surround Vulcan and used mental shocks on him at the same time. Get out of here, boom. A powerful energy shock erupted from Vulcan's body, shattering dozens of Zhang Li's clones into blood. The White House building was also hit by the energy shock, with doors and windows shattered, and the surrounding grass and trees were all uprooted. Vulcan, don't move. Zhang Li stepped on Cyclops and held an iron stick against Cyclops' head. Beast Hank and others also fell to the ground like corpses. If their chests were still rising and falling, no one would doubt that they were still alive. Do you think you can threaten me with this waste? Vulcan smiled contemptuously. Zhang Li stabbed the iron stick into Cyclops' ear. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? Ah, don't worry about me, Vulcan killed him. And don't let him continue to harm the Earth. Although Cyclops screamed in pain from being stabbed by the iron stick, he was still unwilling to give in. You are a man of steel, so I will fulfill your wish. Zhang Li pretended to pierce the iron stick through Cyclops' head. Wait a minute, Vulcan wanted to stop him. Bang, bang, bang. Another large group of Zhang Li suddenly launched a surprise attack, attacking Vulcan in all directions. Vulcan was careless and was hit by Zhang Li's clone, almost falling from the sky. But the subsequent assault did not appear. Those Zhang Li's clones succeeded in one attack and got Vulcan's genetic sample. And then bang, 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 all evacuated and disappeared. Vulcan couldn't understand Zhang Li's intention for a moment. Such a big surprise attack was just to exchange for his minor injury that was not considered an injury. He can copy other people's mutant abilities. Cyclops shouted to remind Vulcan. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Li had already got what he deserved, hahaha. After planning for so long, it's finally not a loss. More than not a loss, it's a big profit. You dare to plot against me, Vulcan was furious. Zhang Li was not afraid at all. Leave the Earth. I will let Scott Gore, I will pierce his brain now. No. Cyclops shouted and refused, but Zhang Li ignored him and looked at Vulcan and waited for him to respond. Vulcan and Zhang Li looked at each other for a long time and finally sighed, let him go, I won't bother you. Ha ha ha, he is yours. Zhang Li knocked Cyclops unconscious and threw him to Vulcan like throwing garbage. Vulcan caught Cyclops and frowned and asked, aren't you afraid that I will attack you now? You have no reason to attack, Zhang Li said confidently. When a person has a strong enough ability, his vision will also be improved, and a sense of pride will naturally arise in his chest, making them have the confidence to despise everything. To put it bluntly, he looks down on ants weaker than them. As long as the ants don't take the initiative to die, he doesn't bother to look at the ants anymore. Even if Zhang Li could really copy his mutant ability, before it was accomplished, Zhang Li would still be an ant in his eyes. Even if it really succeeded, he would not have the qualifications to be arrogant. He killed Shockwave just when Vulcan was about to leave. Phoenix Jean suddenly arrived. Fuck. Zhang Li cried out that it was not good. He was about to trick Vulcan away, but he didn't expect Phoenix Girl to suddenly jump out and disrupt the situation. Boom! Vulcan suddenly burst out with a strong murderous intent. Is what she said true? Ah, Zhang Li rubbed his eyebrows. I was careless. If he knew Vulcan would come, he would not let his clone kill Shockwave. But is it too late now, seeing Zhang Li silent? Vulcan confirmed the answer, and the murderous intent on his body became stronger and stronger. The strong murderous aura in the air made the space distorted, and the sun in the sky was covered by Vulcan alone. Boom. The White House building collapsed, and the original Temple of Power turned into ruins. Phoenix Girl felt as if a mountain was pressing on her, making her body tremble and crawl on the ground. Waste, don't kneel to him, stand up. The Phoenix Force in her body scolded Jean. It was the manifestation of cosmic energy. Vulcan's mutant ability had already damaged its authority. And Gina's a parasite actually knelt down to Vulcan. Isn't it like robbing its things and making it kneel down? It's simply too much, helplessly. The Phoenix Force could only lend Jean some strength to let her return to normal and stand up against Vulcan's pressure. Waste, it's a great shame. The audience, who had been squatting in front of the TV and watching Zhang Li killing superheroes, were almost going crazy. Vulcan's appearance made them see the dawn. But Vulcan's departure made them panic again, in a twist. The Phoenix Girl aroused Vulcan's inner hatred again. But the live broadcast was suddenly cut off, leaving them at a loss for a moment. Only those who had not yet evacuated the Washington area felt the pressure from the sky, as if the whole sky was about to collapse. Some people prayed devoutly to God, and some people sought help from the devil. But they were so small that they didn't get any response at all. Vulcan slowly landed on the ground of the White House. He held the unconscious Cyclops and walked towards Zhang Li step by step. Booms, booms, booms. Every step Vulcan took seemed to be accompanied by the rolling power of heaven. And Zhang Li's heart trembled with it. It was the fear from the biological instinct. Vulcan's pace was not fast, but every step seemed to step on Zhang Li's body, making his body bend, kneel, and finally crawl on all fours to resist the pressure released from Vulcan. But all this was in vain. As Vulcan took a step in front of Zhang Li, Zhang Li's limbs muscles suddenly collapsed. After a loud boom, Zhang Li was pressed into the pit by the terrifying energy. He was covered in blood, and even his breathing became thin and his eyes became blurred. No one can escape a puff. Zhang Li's body exploded and turned into a pool of blood that dyed the land of the White House red. Vulcan's eyes glowed, and he first looked at the Phoenix Girl in the distance, then frowned and turned his gaze to the White Queen, who was crawling on the ground. Borrow your ability. The White Queen instantly released her diamond ability and returned to her normal form. And then she couldn't help but share her telepathy with Vulcan. With the blessing of Vulcan's magnificent energy, the White Queen felt that she could see much more clearly than ever at this moment. All areas on the entire Earth were under her surveillance. This was a new realm she had never touched before. Arrogant. The guardians of the ancient heritage sites hidden on the Earth tried to block Vulcan's prying. But without exception, they all failed, fortunately. Vulcan did not show any interest in their existence. After exploring and finding no trace of tension, he let the White Queen withdraw. And the major forbidden areas also had a general understanding of Vulcan's strength. Facing such a strong enemy, they could only swallow their anger. Vulcan scanned all the life forms on Earth, then looked up at the sky, leave no one behind. Above the Earth, a pair of huge illusory eyes suddenly opened, and a huge Vulcan shadow monitored the entire Earth. The entire Earth was treated as a glass ball by him, as a toy. Boom! At the same time, hundreds of places on Earth were punished by heaven at the same time, and powerful energy shock waves exploded, destroying mountains, penetrating islands, and even underground bases, snow-capped caves, the depths of the ocean and the clouds in the sky. All the hiding places of Zhang Li's clones did not escape the punishment of heaven. Zhang Li's hundreds of clones were all blown into blood by the punishment of heaven brought down by Vulcan, leaving no whole body in just a few minutes. Zhang Li's clone army was completely wiped out. After doing all this, Vulcan quickly left the White House and flew towards the sea at high speed. A moment later, he came to a cruise ship with his laser eyes. The top cover of the cruise ship was instantly torn by the energy he controlled, revealing the scene inside. More than 300 hostages were lying on the ground. In front of them were 4 corpses and Mr. Evil Ghost, who was sweating and seemed to be suffocated by something heavy. Vulcan walked towards Shockwave's body and gently closed his eyes with his palm. This is a war. He died in the war and died for a good cause. Although I hate this useless family and don't want to acknowledge its bloodline. We are brothers after all. If you have family members who want to seek revenge on me, I will take it. Vulcan's face showed no sadness or joy. He raised his hand and squeezed Jang Lee's clone Mr. Evil Ghost, who was squeezed by energy and squeezed into a fist-sized sphere alive. Since then, there has been no Zhang Li on the Earth. On the prison island, a terrifying energy shockwave locked the clown and blew it to pieces, leaving a group of criminals at a loss. Run away, leave this island. Of the 4 X-Men who acted together, only Wolverine Logan survived with his powerful self-healing ability. The adamantium in his body was broken bit by bit, and the bones in his body were slowly healing. If no one helped him, he would not be able to escape the explosion. But he had survived the nuclear bomb, so he didn't care about another explosion. In the country of Krakow there was also a great war. But it was not Zhang Li who fought with Magneto but Psylocke, Mysterio and others of the X-Men who came to seek Magneto's help and had to fight Zhang Li. Just when the X-Men were about to lose, Vulcan's energy shockwave shattered Zhang Li. Now, the live broadcasts on the cruise ship and the prison island have not been cut off. You can wash away all the sins of the first half of your life in public and improve the reputation of Krakow. Psylocke and Mysterio began to persuade Magneto to help them go to the cruise ship and the prison island, and use his powerful mutant ability to disarm the bombs that were about to explode. Because although Vulcan solved Zhang Li, he was not interested in the lives of others, so he did not disarm the bombs placed by Zhang Li. Magneto hesitated and said, I can choose to sit back and do nothing. With so many high-ranking officials dying at once, the Federation will inevitably fall into chaos, and I can benefit from it. Once the Federation falls into chaos, the overlords of the underground world will certainly not be content with the status quo, and the governors of the major states will also want to go further. Chaos is inevitable when the war starts. The Federation will inevitably disintegrate, and Magneto can take his subordinates to conquer a larger territory. You are old, Mysterio said mercilessly. You may not even be able to defend Krakow. So don't make such big words to deceive us younger generations. There are also many bombs installed in the White House, and Pietro is still there. There are less than 3 minutes before the bomb explodes. If you choose to help, then follow me. Mysterio swung his sword in front of him and cut through the space to open the portal. Opposite was the prison island. That's just a lie. Magneto was rarely angry. It is indeed a lie. But he has called you dad for a while, right? Seeing Magneto angry, Mysterio became more and more confident that Magneto would help them. Magneto has suffered all his life. In this world, he has a total of 4 children. His youngest daughter has been killed, and Polaris is extremely rebellious. Only for Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, the pair of fake children, he has ever given him the experience of family affection, which is why he chose to create Krakow in this world. But later, the brother and sister who learned the truth could not let it go. So they left him finally. Magneto Eric still walked into the portal with his helmet. On the moon, Zhang Li stopped in the vacuum illusion, carefully hiding his breath, and watched Vulcan leave the Earth with Cyclops and Shockwave's bodies. When Phoenix Lyric suddenly appeared and angered Vulcan, Zhang Li had quickly transferred some of his clones away from the Earth. It was a close call. I almost flipped over. Although he had seen Vulcan leave the Earth with his own eyes, Zhang Li still did not call back his clones scattered in the solar system. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and it is better to be safe than sorry. Go and explore. 2 clones suddenly walked out from behind Zhang Li again, disappeared on the moon with 2 bangs, and teleported back to the Earth. Bang. The Red Devil suddenly appeared on the White House battlefield. The war had stopped, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were cleaning the battlefield. Azazel, why are you here? When the Red Devil turned around, he realized that Magneto, Eric, and the others were also present. Magneto promised Mysterio and the others to help dismantle the bomb, and first went to Prison Island, then to the cruise ship. And finally to the White House to meet Quicksilver. Long time no see, Eric. Magneto asked in confusion, aren't you Azazel? I saw him dead with my own eyes, who are you? White Queen, I can't raid him, be so nervous. I was just asked to pick up 2 people here, Zhang Li, who turned into a red devil with magic. Didn't expect that the red devil in this world was already dead. Who do you want to take away? Magneto walked to the front. And the metal signs that had not yet been cleaned up on the battlefield slowly floated up. The members of the X-Men and SHIELD were all led by him, standing directly opposite Jang Lee to confront him. And they had the urge to start a fight if they disagreed. Relax, I'm not hostile. The Red Devil pointed at the 2 people who were originally responsible for photography and hosting in the ruins of the White House and said, did you see those 2 people? You cleaned up all the corpses. But they didn't. You won't have any objections to me taking away 2 Orientals without being taken care of. Right. Magneto's frown deepened. What's so special about the 2 of them that makes you take risks? What? The Red Devil took out a coin from his arms and flicked it in front of Magneto. Eric, don't make things difficult for me. Magneto hesitated for a moment before taking the coin suspended in front of him in his hand. For some reason, he always felt frightened when he saw the coins thrown by the Red Devil at him. It seemed that as long as he dared to say half a word, there would be some terrible danger. He can only represent himself, but he cannot represent us. You can't take those 2 people away. Mysterio stepped out with his sword, and all the members of the X-Men followed. The Red Devil frowned and asked, did you misunderstand something? Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, if you want to take someone away in front of the X-Men, you have to ask the sword in my hand if you agree. Mysterio raised his hand and fired an energy bomb at the Red Devil, then quickly slashed out a sword to open the door to space and appeared beside the Red Devil. But unexpectedly, the Red Devil seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of Mysterio's attack. The moment Mysterio appeared beside the Red Devil, a big red hand directly grabbed her neck and hit her hard. On the ground, the force was so great that the earth cracked. Her internal organs swelled and her brain went blank. One move actually defeated the mysterious guest with just 1 move. When did the Red Devil become so powerful? Let her go. The X-Men swarmed forward, and the Red Devil teleported with a bang and retreated to the side of the photographer and female reporter. Want to go home? The Red Devil asked. The 2 partners nodded at the same time. They were not residents of this country, although they got first-hand news information this time. They also felt the full malice of the federal government. Even the corpses had been packed away. But the 2 wounded people had not received any effective treatment and were explicitly prohibited from leaving the site of the agents. Go to the embassy or go directly back to your country. Can I go back to my country? You can't leave yet. If the X-Men and SHIELD agents let someone leave right under their noses, then they would be completely embarrassed. Azazel, you have to think clearly. Zhang Li had already pressed their faces to the ground and rubbed them back and forth. Would they let the Red Devil leave so easily? The Red Devil took the 2 men's hands and turned back to face everyone. Threats are useless to me. Let me remind you that Eric is old, and sometimes he will inevitably make mistakes. After that, the Red Devil disappeared directly from the place with the 2 of them with a bang. Boom boom just after the Red Devil left. Before Magneto and the others could realize the meaning of the Red Devil's words, a violent explosion suddenly occurred under the already dilapidated White House. Careful! Magneto reacted instantly and controlled the iron stick to form a shield to block everyone and the explosion. Eric, what's going on? Haven't you already dismantled all the bombs? After the explosion, everyone looked at the ruined White House and pointed their finger at Magneto. Watch your words, little girl. I can detect and control metal, but I cannot control gunpowder and bombs themselves. I guarantee that all bombs that have anything to do with metal will be dismantled by me. What? Magneto really regretted agreeing to help them defuse the bomb. Now that it's fine, the bomb still exploded. He didn't accomplish anything during this trip. Wait. There are hidden bombs here. So on Prison Island and on the cruise ship. Boom 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 on this day. A mushroom cloud grew on the prison island and 10. Criminals and agents who went to the prison island, as well as the prison island itself, were all submerged in the explosion. Residents of New York City were also overwhelmed by the deafening explosion, followed by powerful shock waves and clouds of dust. Although this explosion was far less powerful than an atomic bomb, it terrified everyone. Boom boom booms. A sudden explosion occurred on a cruise ship off the coast of the United States, and the powerful waves even formed a small to medium-sized tsunami. However, only more than 200 people were affected by the tsunami, and the 50 high-ranking officials who were originally held hostage were all transferred out in time by SHIELD agents and were not directly hit by the explosion. At the same time, Zhang Li's face suddenly appeared on the big screen in Times Square. Ha ha ha, audience friends, the game is over. Congratulations to the 50 high-ranking officials who represent the highest power of the government for their successful victory. As a reward, I have a list of Hydra's undercover agents here, which will be made public tomorrow. Oh, I thought the friends on Prison Island would win, so I also prepared a game reward for them. But now they all failed, so what should I do with this gift? Jang Lee pretended to be thinking, and then said as if he had thought of a good idea, yes. Otherwise, I will randomly distribute all these 10. Super serums. It can be regarded as a benefit for all the audience gentlemen. Fuck, what did he just say? 10 super serums. Who can tell me how he got so many super serums? Fury was almost angry to death. He was ready to launch a nuclear bomb. But Vulcan suddenly appeared on Earth and killed Zhang Li with a divine punishment. And then Magneto helped resolve the bomb crisis. Just when he had relaxed his vigilance, he found that Zhang Li had secretly arranged a special bomb and killed so many people. Now Zhang Li has been resurrected, and he has to expose the list of Hydra's undercover agents and distribute 10. Super serums if it is not handled in time. There will be an unprecedented riot in America tomorrow. A riot that risks destroying the country. The Red Devil sent the reporter and the photographer outside the embassy, used his ability to heal all the injuries they had suffered, and then turned and left with a bang. Zhang Li's transformed Red Devil came to Egypt. He searched all the pyramids along the Nile River, but did not find any special places. It seems that my opportunity has not yet arrived. After leaving Egypt, Zhang Li went to Wakanda again and found the capital of Wakanda through telepathy. He wanted to sneak in and take some vibranium and live. But although he blocked the perception of human eyes, he forgot to interfere with the magnetic field and was eventually discovered by Wakanda's high technology. Vibranium resources are scarce and are the foundation of Wakanda. They naturally cannot let Zhang Li take it at will. So the two sides fought a war. It's called a war. But in fact, it's Zhang Li's unilateral trick on them. No matter how advanced the technology is in a country, it seems so fragile in front of a mutant who can manipulate metal at will. Zhang Li took enough vibranium and left in style. Zhang Li, who was projecting on the screen in Times Square, was not idle either. He would release 10,000 so-called super serum tomorrow. He didn't have super serum on him, so he needed to make it now. Zhang Li didn't know how to make super serum. He needed to ask professionals for advice. And the person he was looking for was the famous Dr. Lizard. After Zhang Li changed his appearance, he easily saw the doctor in prison. The one-armed Connors picked up the phone through the bulletproof glass in confusion. Do we know each other? They said my nephew came to visit, but I don't know you. It doesn't matter, I'm here to pick you up from prison. What? Just as Connors was confused, the prison guard suddenly untied his handcuffs and took him out of the prison, until he walked out of the door of the dome prison. Connors was still confused. Just get out like this. Don't you need to go through any procedures? Let's do it tomorrow, let's go, we have limited time. Zhang Li grabbed Connor's shoulders and teleported to a laboratory he had occupied in advance with a bang. You are not an official, they are not as violent as you. The scene in front of him changed instantly, and Dr. Connors could not adapt to it all of a sudden, and he vomited directly against the wall. Zhang Li went straight to the point, 2 choices. The first one: I am a mutant good at telepathy. I can control you to help me work sincerely. I choose the second one. Connors chose the second one without hesitation. I haven't finished yet. Is the Connors in this world so sensible? Then please go on, help me make serum. I will help you regenerate your broken arms. This may be a little difficult. What are you going to do? Without waiting for Connors to finish, Jang Lee pointed his finger at the center of his eyebrows, told him part of his ability, and read the relevant serum formula from Dr. Connors' mind. Very good, we are now lacking some tools and the key. Lizard, wait for me for a while, speaking. Without waiting for Connors to answer, Zhang Li disappeared with a bang. Isn't this guy afraid that I will run away? Connors walked to the door and gently pulled it, and the door of the laboratory was opened. Just as Connors was about to walk out of the door of the laboratory, Zhang Li flashed back with a bang, holding a lizard in his hand. I brought back the lizard. Where are you going? I just want to go out and make a phone call. Who are you calling? Call the police. No, call home. Connors, go to work. Zhang Li was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly controlled Connors' consciousness to make him work for him obediently. Connors was doing preparations in the laboratory, and Zhang Li went to get the missing instruments. Then, with the help of Zhang Li's ability, it only took 2 hours to make the first serum product. There was no time to do experimental verification, and Zhang Li had already started to use his ability to mass produce. He worked until sunrise in the early morning. Gan 10. 0 serums were finally driven out by Zhang Li. What do you want to do? Looking at the tens of thousands of serum products that filled the laboratory, Dr. Connors' fatigue was replaced by shock and fear. There is an antidote formula for lizard serum, but Connors doesn't know whether Zhang Li made any other changes when making the serum, because he found that the memory of the work was still there, but the key steps were forgotten. As the machine stopped running, Zhang Li finished making the last special serum that was different from other serums. Zhang Li carefully observed the glass tube of serum in his hand and said, I have studied serum with 2 extremely smart scientists. To be honest, although I am not a scientist, your technology does need to be improved. When Stark and Banner studied his genes, they had conducted experiments such as deletion shearing, replacement and recombination on chromosomes. Connor's research was too simple. Simply extracting the DNA of the lizard and then combining it with the human gene through an algorithm. The algorithm has its merits, but the process is too simple. It's a pleasure to work with you, Dr. Connors. The work is over. I am a man of integrity. I will cash your reward now. Zhang Li controlled the metal to become a knife and cut Connor's broken arm. Connors screamed in pain. The blood sprayed out and was pulled by tension with energy to condense the blood vessels of the arm. Then tension injected a large amount of energy and used its own self-healing ability to generate new cells in Connor's broken arm. It didn't take long for Connors to grow a brand new arm. Okay, time is tight. My workmanship is a bit rough. This new baby's arm is relatively fragile and will break if pinched. Just take care of it slowly. After a few months of adapting, there should be no problem. After that, Zhang put all the serum into the mirror space with a wave of his hand and left the laboratory. Connors was left alone, slowly admiring his new arm. Ding dong, who is it? Here we come. Zhang Li found Gwen's home and rang the doorbell. Gwen, dressed in casual clothes, opened the door. Tension the moment she saw the tension. Gwen subconsciously took a few steps back. Not long ago, Zhang Li saved her life. But yesterday she saw Zhang Li kill more than 10 people on TV. Sorry to disappoint you. Seeing that tension didn't do anything drastic, Gwen boldly asked, why did you do that? Zhang Li did not explain much, but took out a tube of serum. Last time in the bell tower, I collected some Peter's blood. This is a spider serum. In all the universes I know, Peter and Gwen are destined not to be together. If Peter becomes Spider-Man, Gwen will die. And if Gwen becomes Spider-Woman, Peter will die. I made this serum. I don't know if it will work or if it will have any other reactions. In short, I hope you can escape the fate between Peter and Gwen. Zhang Li handed the serum to Gwen. After repeated hesitation, Gwen was about to take the serum when Peter suddenly appeared. Zhang, don't hurt her. Before Peter could put on his suit, he fired spider silk to trap Zhang. Gwen, run. Don't be impulsive, Peter, I'm fine. Gwen wanted to remind Peter not to provoke Zhang Yan. But unfortunately, she was already a step too late. Peter had already kicked Zhang Li. Zhang slowly stretched out a finger and placed it 3 inches away from the soles of Peter's feet. And Peter was instantly imprisoned in the air. I can't move except for his eyes and mouth. Peter felt as if his entire body was being poured into an iron box. It wasn't that his body couldn't move, but it was as if the air was squeezing him there. Don't hurt him. Gwen subconsciously pulled Zhang Li's arm, but quickly let go after feeling something was wrong. Don't worry, I have a clear sense of grudges. Zhang Li released his restraints, and Peter quickly stood up with one hand on the ground and pulled Gwen behind him, looking at Zhang Li with a wary expression. Seeing the two people's fear of him, Zhang Li shook his head and said, sometimes. Right and wrong are not absolute, they betrayed me. Arrested me and interrogated me for the so-called peace. Thinking from their perspective, that's right. It's just that the method is a bit more radical. But I have resentment in my heart, and I happen to have the power to make them regret it. So I will not swallow my anger but retaliate in kind. They kill people in hidings, and the blood debt in their hands is more than 10,000 yuan. Relatively speaking, I am fair and above board. And I have given them more than one chance. It's just that they are self-righteous and always think that they are right. Those more than 10,000 people died because of me. But they were not killed by me, that's it. I think we won't have the chance to meet again, say goodbye. After that, Zhang Li turned around and left without stopping at all. Why is he looking for you? Peter asked Gwen as his eyes turned away nervously. He gave me this. Gwen took out the specially formulated spider serum. It's time for you to go back. A figure suddenly appeared on the moon, walked to Zhang Li and said, it's time for you to go back. The person who came was the projection of Loki's consciousness, and his body could not easily leave the Tree of Time. Really, I can go back to the Land of Nothingness now. Zhang Li had been waiting for this day for 3 full years. As I'm talking about Earth 199999. That is, back to the movie universe. Well, are you kidding? Why should I go back? I have already broken the seal of Ancient One. Zhang Li couldn't figure out that he could now step into the threshold of the Heavenly Father level at any time. And he also had Vulcan's mutant gene in his hand. After he completed the copy, he would even be able to touch the single universe level. Aligned so. Is there anything else in the cinematic universe that's worth going back for yourself? Have you forgotten your mission? What's the mission? I'm not a gladiator for you, I've met the conditions now. Loki said seriously, what did Ancient One say when he first met you? Queen Protectors. It seems you haven't forgotten, no, why? Is there any point in doing this? Loki explained, although I am the god of stories and control the power of time, I cannot interfere with my own timeline and no one can. But you are a special existence. You can use your own influence to create a new timeline. Understand? I don't understand. If you want to create a new timeline, you can just move your fingers. Why should I go? Didn't I just say that no one can modify my timeline? It has been locked by that person forever. Unless that person does it himself, there will never be any other changes in that timeline. But it works. Loki pointed at the Earth and continued excitedly, look what you have done to this universe. These things should not have happened, logically speaking. Your actions have changed the established direction of the timeline. So the timeline should have branched off into another time branch. But nothing like this happened. This timeline still existed and there was no collapse. However, there were some subtle changes in subsequent events. But it did not affect the overall situation trend. This has never happened and it doesn't make sense at all. But it happens originally. I asked you to protect my mother with the mentality of giving it a try. So I also asked Guya to advise you to be more careful. But everything you have done in this world is simply a miracle. Originally, Loki had asked the people of the Time Administration to prepare to clean up the mess. But in the end, He made such a shocking discovery. After listening to Loki's explanation, Zhang Li also had a question mark on his face. Even Loki couldn't understand things. And he couldn't understand them even more. Is it because my soul does not belong to this world? Zhang Li thought so. Okay, I will go back. But I have to finish the things here first, Zhang Li thought. Returning to the movie universe, he could go to Stan and ask what the situation was. In this world, Zhang Li didn't find any trace of Stan. Maybe he didn't come here. Or maybe he didn't want Zhang Li to find him on Earth. Zhang Li slowly walked into a luxurious restaurant. I'm sorry, sir, our place has been booked. Sir, please come in. The waiter was about to refuse the customer, but was hypnotized by Zhang Li, and immediately put on a smile to guide Zhang Li. The waiter took Zhang Li to the guest who had reserved the restaurant. Before he got close, the guest's bodyguard came up fiercely and blocked Zhang Li's way. Don't you know, Maze? Zhang Li asked the ferocious bodyguard in front of him in confusion. He should have been a household name these days, right? How could anyone dare to stop him? Aren't you afraid of death, Bullseye? Don't make trouble for me without knowing whether to live or die. You can't afford to provoke him. The fat man Jin Bing, who reserved the restaurant not far away, said to stop Bullseye's unwise behavior. Bullseye snorted unconvincedly and then stepped aside to let Zhang Li pass. Sorry, dear, I messed it all up. Jin Coin said softly, holding Vanessa's hand. It's okay, I'll go back and wait for you. Vanessa picked up her handbag, stood up, smiled and nodded to Zhang Li a little stiffly, and then left the restaurant. I'm sorry to interrupt your date. I seem to have made your lover very nervous. Jin Bing retracted his gaze from Vanessa, then looked at Zhang Li with a serious face and asked Mr. Zhang Li, do you want me to help you with something? Jin Bing is indeed a great hero. His courage and wisdom are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Facing Zhang Li, a devil that everyone avoids, he can still clearly see the current situation, which really surprised Zhang Li before this. I was more curious, is that guy really not afraid of death? Zhang Li asked, pointing at Bullseye. He was sent to carry out a certain cleanup mission yesterday. You also know that people like me will always have many unstable factors under their hands. I see, then have you guessed the reason why I came to you? Kingpin methodically cut off a piece of the steak in front of him and put it into his mouth. Yesterday, you brazenly said that you would announce the undercover list of Hydra and release 10,000 super serums. My memory has not deteriorated to that point yet. But 10,000 too many. I won't allow you to break the piece of Hell's Kitchen. But I can help you put them out. It's really easy to talk to smart people. I know you don't despise this crappy serum in my hand. So I didn't want to threaten you. I put all 10,000 serums in your bedroom. My time is limited, you leave me alone in these 2 days. Zhang Li raised his hand and took out a vibranium dagger from the mirror space, slapped it on the table and pushed it in front of Jin Bing as a reward. This vibranium dagger containing magic can protect you from death 3 times. Hey, don't let it slip. It's not true that you can survive 3 times. You have to die anyway. Jin Bin picked up the vibranium dagger and looked at it carefully and said, I understand. But I still feel that you are still too stingy. Huh. I didn't expect that the dignified gang boss would be so easy to talk to. I originally thought that you could resist a little. Like your bodyguards. And then I would beat you up and give you a sweet date. After that, Zhang took out a small piece of vibranium from the mirror space again and controlled it to turn into a ring. How big do you want it to be? Jin Bin, the diameter is 16.3 and the circumference is 50. For it is best to carve a rose, a man who is deeply in love. Who can imagine that a gang boss can have such a romantic moment? The tension precisely controls the size of the ring. And then a rose is engraved on it, finally. The runes are engraved into the ring in the form of energy through the air. And finally, a mantra is chanted over the ring to bless it. Well, wearing it on your hand is like being able to save the day when danger comes. It can only be used 3 times. The tension controlled the ring to fly into Jin Bing's hand. And Jin Bing felt like he had found a treasure. I should have wanted a pair if I had known. HMPH, remember to do your work, I'll leave first. Not long after Zhang Li left, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached Jin Bing and wanted to know what Zhang Li and Jin Bing had talked about. But how could he tell the other party after receiving the reward? Fark, although Fury was angry, there was nothing he could do with the gold. In this free country, money can buy almost everything. And even votes can be bought and sold. Although they are the most powerful secret service agency in the world, they have a large amount of criminal evidence against Kingpin in their hands. But they didn't dare to touch a hair of Kingpin. Why? Because the interests involved are too complicated. If he dares to touch Jin Bing, tomorrow he may take the blame and resign for some reason. Or even die in a corner. Is the king of secret agents awesome? He still gets a salary from the state. Hill, did you get any useful information from Dr. Connors? Well, Agent Hill replied, Zhang has manipulated his memory. He is still unable to determine the composition and key steps of the serum. I have sent someone to send him to Xavier College, hoping to extract useful information from his mind. Information. Isn't Charles also injured? But Jean Grey has absorbed a bit of the Phoenix power, and her strength has greatly increased. I hope she can do it. Fury asked again, where's Spider-Man's girlfriend? What's the gain? Zhang gave her a serum claiming to be a spider serum. We have obtained samples and sent them to the research laboratory for analysis. I suspect that Zhang did not just make one kind of serum. What? Fury held the table and pinched his eyebrows. Do you have any suggestions? Agent Hill, he has not rested for several days in a row. While he is mentally tired, his body is also gradually unable to bear it. Sorry, Director. We still can't contact the Omega-level mutants. Fury asked again, has there been any progress in the research on the cosmic Rubik's Cube? He has begun to waver. He still has a trump card that he has not used. But he is not sure whether this trump card can resist the tension. Because tension has so many capabilities, not yet. Hey. Hill, do you think we really made the wrong choice? There is no regret in the world. I believe we are right. But at the same time, accidents are always inevitable. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Agent Hill's computer began to beep. She stepped forward to check and found out that it was the Hydra undercover list that Zhang Li had threatened to expose. Director, Zhang Li has posted Hydra's undercover list online. Beep, beep, beep. A series of warning windows suddenly popped up on Agent Hill's computer. And then her computer was hacked. What's wrong, Hill? Fury asked. Hill reported, Direct. Our control system seems to have been invaded. I can't take back control. It started quite quickly. Are you ready facing such a situation? Fury did not show too many emotions. As if everything was still under control. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly an agent opened fire in the control room, killing 7 or 8 busy agents in a row, including Agent Hills. Fury cried out sadly and hid under the table. Just as he was about to draw his gun and fight back, the agent next to him put a gun to his head. Hold still, my good director, have you even rebelled? Fury looked at the trustworthy agents he had carefully selected. And now they actually put guns to his head. How ironic. The king of agents was taken down just like that. Don't sound so harsh, director. To be precise, you betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra has already secretly controlled the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. And they have also monitored the internet across the country. Once Jang Lee's list is exposed, they will block it as soon as possible, and then change and publish a fake list. And Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is at the top of the list. He is the undercover leader of Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. It was also because he deliberately provoked tension and used punishment on his friends from another world that this incident occurred. All the stories have been arranged and the stage is ready. Just waiting for the actors to come on stage. You're not going to make it, wow. The agent of Snake and Shield punched Fury in the lower abdomen and patted Fury's face. I've tolerated you for a long time. Who do you want to show off your shameful face in one day? Take him away and put him in jail until you are ordered to be executed. Nick Fury escaped from SHILD and became SHI. LD's most wanted fugitive at the same time. The X-Men who had worked closely with him also suffered a purge. But Charles did not know what method he used to recover quickly. He knew many secrets of high-level government officials, including Hydra's undercover agents. So in the end, Xavier College was fine for the next 2 days. Panic gripped New York City and its surrounding areas. Gingy sold most of the serum at a low price, and many mutants suddenly emerged in the surrounding areas. These mutants possess strong strength and endurance, and have obvious characteristics of various animals. Zhang visited the zoo while making the serum. He didn't want the government to resolve the chaos so quickly. Hello Charles, my dear brother, how are you? Jang Lee was sitting in a restaurant in Chinatown, enjoying his lunch, while chatting with Charles, who was far away at Xavier College through telepathic intuition. Zhang, let's stop it, we have paid a heavy price. It's time for you to calm down, right? There is no way. Not even an Omega-level mutant like Vulcan can kill Zhang Li. Which shows how terrifying his abilities are. So Charles wants to give in. Don't make it sound like a charity, Charles. You are begging me to stop now. You have to be begging for help, what else do you want? Charles asked, suppressing his anger. Although he killed many outstanding students, he didn't seem to feel that he had done anything wrong. He is Professor. Charles retorted, but you escaped unscathed. But I lost many excellent students. You deserve to lose more, I will satisfy you. The tensions severed the spiritual connection. He thought that Charles would at least feel guilty for his betrayal. But he didn't expect this guy to be so self-righteous. So he was ready to teach Charles an unforgettable lesson before leaving this world. Night. Zhang walked into Xavier Academy without triggering any alarm system. Jang Lee sneaked into the college dormitory and knocked on Jean Grey's door. Click when the door opened. Jean Grey, who was wearing pajamas, was horrified to find Zhang Li standing in front of her door. Before she could make a move, Zhang Li slapped her forehead with his palm. Knocking out her soul, in fact, could detect Zhang Li. But unfortunately, she was used to not having the ability to read the consciousness of her classmates in the academy. So she fell into Zhang Li's trick. What did you do to me? The soul body floating in midair asked Zhang Li. Zhang Li ignored Qin, but asked Qin's body, want to come out for some air? You can't let her out, she will destroy the world. Qin realized that Zhang Li's purpose seemed to be to awaken the phoenix power sleeping in her body. So she tried to stop Zhang Li. But he couldn't touch Zhang Li at all. I don't care. Zhang Li said nonchalantly. Phoenix Force, you would be so kind. Although the Phoenix Force also has psychic abilities, it is not complete after all. And Tension's psychic barrier is also strong enough. So it cannot understand the Tension approach. Zhang Li smiled and said, the condition is that you can't kill Charles. Other than that, it's up to you to do whatever you want. I really want to cut him into pieces. But if you are willing to release me, I promise not to touch him at all. The Phoenix Force should have awakened a long time ago. But Charles discovered Qin and used his psychic abilities to suppress the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force wanted to kill Charles, but in Qin's body. He saw what Zhang Li had done in the past few days. It seemed that killing the people around Charles would make Charles feel more pain. Zhang Li smiled and then informed Charles via telepathy, Dear brother, are you asleep? I have prepared a big gift for you, Charles. Who was about to fall asleep suddenly woke up. But Zhang Li had already cut off contact. Just when he was guessing what Zhang Li had done, boom. The dormitory building of the college suddenly erupted with a majestic energy. Qin! Charles shouted that something was wrong and quickly controlled the wheelchair and rushed over there. Qin's body was wrapped in flames and looked sacred and powerful. The power of the Phoenix was completely awakened. Without the interference of Qin's consciousness, She became the master of this body. You stole my energy. Phoenix, who had just woken up, raised his hand and fired a fire shockwave towards Zhang Li. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix Force is quite vindictive. I still remember the last time Zhang Li stole the Phoenix Force. He had tried it last time, but the tension couldn't resist this ancient power. So he simply disappeared with a bang. Anyway, the purpose has been achieved. You're a fast runner, Phoenix turned around, only to find that just when he attacked Zhang Li, Qin's soul also took the opportunity to slip away. After leaving Xavier College, Zhang Li took another trip to the Himalayas. He tried to find the Elder, but he searched the entire Himalayas but could not find the small valley where the Elder practiced. Finally, Zhang Li bowed slightly to the Himalayas and returned to the moon, blending with his true body. After Zhang Li saw Phoenix destroying Xavier Academy and killing many mutants on the moon, Charles cried and fell to the ground, and Zhang Li finally felt relieved. Everyone, it's time for us to go. Zhang Li summoned all his clones back and prepared to leave this world. Just after Zhang Li stepped into the time and space portal, in Vulcan's temporary residence on a planet in the universe, the meatball he pinched Zhang Li's clone into suddenly turned into a stream of energy and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Vulcan tried to restore everything with his own ability, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. After venting his anger, Vulcan realized that Zhang Li's clones were not killed by him. So he took Cyclops and returned to Earth again. What happened here? Looking at the Xavier Academy that had turned into a ruin in front of him, Cyclops collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Vulcan's eyes did look at the distant sky, where another powerful existence was approaching here quickly. Next, Vulcan will fight Phoenix. But all this has nothing to do with Zhang Li. Zhang Li walked out of the portal and it suddenly rained, soaking him. Loki, I hate you. Although Zhang Li was able to open the space-time barrier between the two universes, he could not locate the time axis. So this coordinate was given to him by Loki. Hey, handsome. You look familiar. Can you tell me how you appeared out of thin air? Hi, Darcy Jane, long time no see, you look beautiful again. As soon as Zhang Li turned around, he saw Thor's mortal girlfriend Jane and Darcy. And there were many police cars and policemen around. Zhang, why are you here? Didn't you already go to Asgard with Thor? Have you learned magic? Just when Zhang Li was about to explain, he saw that the radius of 3 meters with the two of them, as the center was not affected by the rain. It seemed that a force field blocked the rain. Darcy, I don't know, but it's definitely not my problem. Jane disappeared for 5 hours. Maybe something happened to her. The tension releases the magnetic field in the body to isolate the rainwater. And then the energy in the body is converted into heat energy to dry the clothes. I guess Jane must have gone to some strange place and accidentally touched something that she shouldn't have touched. Now that thing is hidden in your body. If you don't take it out in time, you will die. The advantage of having telepathy is that Zhang Li can directly peek into their memories and understand the causes and consequences of things without having to listen to their lengthy explanations. What, am I going to die, but I didn't do anything? Upon hearing that she was actually going to die, Jane immediately panicked. Don't worry, we still have time, look over there. Jane subconsciously looked in the direction Zhang Li was pointing. And then she walked forward involuntarily as if she had been possessed. When Thor was chatting with Heimdall in Asgard, Heimdall suddenly lost sight of Jane. Thor, who was worried about Jane's safety, came down to Earth to find her. Jane left and the rain suddenly fell down on Darcy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Li enveloped Darcy with a magnetic field, instantly blocking the rain from her. Oh, it's so convenient to have magic. Zhang Li did not explain, but watched with interest as Jane slowly approached Saul. Crack, Jane went up and rewarded Saul with a big bid, and then explained, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure whether this is true. I mean it, Jane, cracked. Just when Saul was about to explain, Jane gave him a big thumbs up on the other side of his face, and then asked, where have you been? Thor asked, where have you been? Heimdall can't even see you. I'm waiting for you where you left. I'm crying while I'm waiting, I want to find you. You said you would come back, apparently. Jane was complaining about Thor not coming back to look for her after returning to Asgard. I know, but the Rainbow Bridge has been destroyed. The 9 realms have fallen into chaos, wars are everywhere. And corpses are everywhere, I have to stop the war. It's barely a reason, but I saw you on the TV in New York. What Saul said was all about justice. And Jane couldn't find any better reason to refute it for a while. I'm protecting you from the dangers of my world. What are you doing? Darcy looked at Zhang Li curiously, who was recording a video of Saul and Jane on his cell phone. Thor is the prince of Asgard, the powerful god of thunder, and the future king of gods. But today he was slapped twice by a mortal woman and did not dare to fight back. Even if Jane is the one he loves, it will definitely be the only black history in his life. And I can use this video to mock him for the rest of his life. Oh, I understand. Add me as a friend and send me a copy of the video. Darcy suddenly took out his cell phone with bright eyes and asked for his friend. Are you sure? You, a mortal, want to threaten a future god kings? It seems a bit unsafe, huh? Darcy hesitated. Although doing this was quite exciting. It seemed to threaten his life. Hey, Thor. While Zhang Li was chatting with Darcy, he suddenly saw Saul and Jane about to kiss each other. Isn't this just spreading dog food? How could Zhang Li get what they wanted? So he shouted and rushed over. Long time no see, my good brother, do you miss me again? He stepped away from Jane without any trace of tension and gave Saul a warm hug. Thor gritted his teeth and said, I was so busy that I almost forgot about you. Wait a minute, didn't Zhang Li come with you? Jane asked doubtfully. He has been away from Asgard for a long time at this time. Darcy ran over again. Jane. Those police are going to arrest us. Wait for me here for a while. Jane hurriedly ran over to explain to the police. I thought you had left the Earth, Thor said suddenly. Yes, I just came back a few minutes ago, Zhang Li replied. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Darcy asked weakly. Boom, at this moment. Jane's body suddenly released an energy shockwave, knocking away the police who tried to arrest her. Kaka. All the police officers nervously took out their sidearms and surrounded Zhang Li and the others. Jane, are you okay? Saul picked up the confused Jane from the ground. What just happened to me? Put your hands up and put down your weapons. A young police officer boldly stepped forward. Hey, buddy. Haven't you noticed that those old fritters don't dare to step forward to claim credit? Zhang Li stepped forward and said. The young police officer glanced behind him and, sure enough, except for him, the other police officers had found cover to hide. Now his hands, which were already trembling with nervousness, trembled even more. Saul hugged Jane and said, Hold on to me. Boom, the Rainbow Bridge suddenly descended, leaving a burning pattern on the ground. Thor held Jane and left the Earth and went to Asgard. The young police officer was shocked and fell to the ground. Hey, have you forgotten me? Zhang Li secretly cursed Thor for forgetting his brothers after having a woman. Hi Darcy, what's wrong? I really can't handle the inquiries of these policemen. So I'm going to slip away. Zhang Li raised his hand to summon the space portal, waved to Darcy and disappeared on the spot. What fuck? All of them left one by one. How should I explain it? Have I explained it clearly? Darcy took out her mobile phone and called Dr. Shavig. There was no way she couldn't explain it clearly. She could only find someone. Hi Heimdall, long time no see, are you okay? As always. Then can you explain why you opened the Rainbow Bridge but didn't want to take me? Heimdall explained, I guess you don't need it. And it won't waste my extra power rights. You've learned bad things. No delicious food for you this time. After that, Zhang Li ignored Heimdall. Heimdall looked at Zhang Li's back as he left, muttering to himself, You've grown up so fast. You can even block my eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Zhang Li, but he couldn't see Zhang Li's face clearly. He could only see a vague outline, and didn't recognize Zhang Li at all. So naturally, he wouldn't consider letting Zhang Li take a ride on the Rainbow Bridge. Zhang Li wanted to see the Queen of Gods first, and then follow her to ensure that she would not be killed by the Dark Elves. But as soon as he entered the Fairy Palace, Zhang Li saw a group of Asgardian guards chasing a furry. Little Fox Rocket Raccoon. Looks like I've encountered something interesting. Rocket Raccoon runs on all fours like a furry fox wearing clothes. Hey little fox, do you need help? Zhang Li ran all the way to catch up with Rocket Raccoon and walk side by side with him. You are the fox and your whole family is a fox. Rocket Raccoon yelled. Hey, no harm to my family, I was just joking. I don't like jokes. Rocket Raccoon took out a metal ball and threw it at Zhang Li. Zhang caught it and saw that it had a timer that kept beeping. Hey, hurry up and throw it out. Rocket Raccoon originally just wanted to scare Zhang Li. After all, this is Thor's hometown, and he is not easy to use force. But Zhang Li grabbed the bomb for several seconds and made no move to throw it out. Was this guy scared out of his wits? Boom. The bomb exploded in Zhang Li's hand. Rocket Raccoon subconsciously blocked his sight. But the imagined scene of bloody flesh and blood did not happen. Zhang Li continued to follow him intact. Who the hell are you? Although the power of that small bomb is not very high, it is a bomb after all. And the tension did not even scratch the skin, which shows that the tension is not simple. My name is Jang Lee, nice to meet you, Red Panda. Raccoons look a lot like red pandas, but red pandas have glossier, more beautiful fur. I'm not a red panda either, my name is Rocket Raccoon. Are you here to steal things in Asgard too? Zhang Li's clothes were obviously different from those of Asgardians, and Zhang Li didn't catch him but ran with him, making him mistakenly think that Zhang Li was here to steal something. Don't speak so harshly, I am a guest of Asgard. Then why are you running? I'm looking for Queen Frigga. Thor should have told you she will die today. And the task I received is to protect her from death today. Are you also a future warrior? Rocket Raccoon was shocked. He didn't expect to meet other time and space warriors when he traveled through time and space. That's not right. Didn't you say that you can't change the past timeline? How can you change the fate of the God Queen? Zhang Li, who said I wanted to change the timeline of the past? I didn't say I came from the future. Wait a minute, you're confusing me, so where are you from? Another world. Don't tell me that you come from a parallel universe. So be it, that's not scientific. How did you know that Thor and I came from the future? And who gave you the mission to save the Queen? You have all traveled through time and space and gone back to the past. What else is unimaginable? That makes sense. After Rocket Raccoon got rid of the Asgard soldiers, Zhang Li turned around and found Thor and the Queen Frigga, who was enlightening Thor. Thor, we got the things, we should go back. Oh, who asked you to come here with tension? Saul turned around and hurriedly pulled the corners of his clothes to cover his face. Hey Thor, you've gained weight and changed your eyes. The Prince of Asgard is dressed so sloppily. It seems that your future will not be very good. I didn't say I came from the future. Thor wanted to hide something. I saw Banner and Steve from the future in New York. So if anything changes in the timeline, it's their fault first, not mine. Saul relaxed a lot after hearing Zhang Li's explanation. This is true in terms of time scale. But shirking responsibility is not what a prince should do. However, Thor didn't care what Zhang Li said. His eyes were all on the Queen of Gods. It was time for him to leave, however, after this farewell. He would never see his mother again. It's time for you to go and do what you should do. The Queen of Gods gently stroked Thor's cheek and said, I love you, mother. Thor and the Queen hugged each other. What are you doing? Rocket Raccoon suddenly saw Zhang Li raise his hand inexplicably. After a moment, Mjolnir flew into Zhang Li's hands. Zhang Li threw Mjolnir to Thor, and Thor subconsciously caught Mjolnir. I still deserve it. Being able to capture Mjolnir proves that Thor still has the qualifications. Take it away, even if Thor in the past finds anything. He will only think that I am using Mjolnir. Thank you, Zhang Li. Saul also wanted to give Zhang Li a hug. But Zhang Li avoided him. You have a bad smell of alcohol. Go back and lose weight. Goodbye, finally. Zhang Li and the God Queen watched Rocket Raccoon and Thor leave this time and space. Zhang, welcome to Asgard as a guest again. Is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Li said, Your noble queen. I will act as your guardian today. So please forgive me for any rudeness. I don't quite understand. The God Queen expressed doubts. She had predicted that her life was about to end. And she was sure of it from future Saul's words. Now Zhang Li asked to be her guardian. And it was obvious that Zhang Li had predicted something. But she didn't understand why Zhang Li came to Asgard for this. Zhang Li looked at the place where Thor left in the future and said, Your child loves you deeply. There was a gleam in the eyes of the Queen of Gods. As the Queen of Gods, Frigga naturally understood Zhang Li's hint. Thor had been persuaded to leave. So it was her other child who wanted to save her. Both of her children were concerned about her as a mother. She felt that she was achieving slowly at this moment, but it's a foregone conclusion. How can you compete with the world? After the joy, the Queen of Gods was deeply worried. She didn't want her child to do anything stupid for her. Zhang Li might be very strong, but how could he compete with the rules of the world? Goddess, please be at ease. Your children all have the potential to become kings. They will not act blindly. After all, the throne means responsibility. It is difficult for a person who is not recognized to sit on a position that does not belong to him. Oh, really? Hearing Zhang Li's hint that Loki finally sat on the throne, the goddess was happy for Loki from the bottom of her heart. After all, Loki has been naughty since he was a child, and even more rebellious when he grew up. He still has an irreconcilable conflict with Odin and is imprisoned in a prison. What she was most worried about was this youngest son. But now Zhang Li said that this seemingly useless son also sat on the throne in the distant future. How could she not be happy?